Audiobook title Empires of BlackPowder and Ember 101 to 150, original title Steel, Guns, and the Industrial Party in Another World Chapter 101. The Sanguine Covenant. It began 3 years ago, during a hunt that went terribly wrong. Count Maltz Kent had been pursuing game when a grotesque, oversized bat swooped down from the canopy, sinking its fangs into his flesh. By the time he returned to the manor, the wound was already a weeping, pustulant mess. He held on with grim determination for a few days, but soon a fever of furnace-like intensity took hold, dragging him down into a deep, rattling coma. The physicians summoned to his bedside could do little but shake their heads in grave defeat. In their professional opinion, the House of Kent would be wise to begin arrangements for a funeral. Just as the family was resigning themselves to the fact that the Count was about to meet his maker, a mysterious figure appeared at the gates. He introduced himself simply as Barnet, a traveling healer who claimed to possess the cure for Count Maltz Kent. The family was desperate. Barnet looked nothing like a man of medicine. With his rough-hewn leathers and wild demeanor, he resembled a barbarian mercenary far more than a physician. Yet, clinging to the philosophy that one might as well try to cure a dead horse as a living one, they let him in. It could hardly get any worse, could it? To everyone's astonishment, this rough stranger named Barnet actually knew his craft. Through the administration of his mysterious, pungent drafts, Count Kent was pulled back from the brink of death, waking from his stupor with remarkable speed. There was, however, a condition. Neither before the Count woke nor after would Barnet allow a single soul to witness his treatment. Regardless of the secrecy, the House of Kent was overflowing with gratitude. They treated Barnet as a guest of the highest honor, wining and dining him with meticulous care for over a month. But in the entire household, only Count Kent himself knew the chilling truth. This savior named Barnet was no physician. He was a wizard. Yes, a wizard. This brush with mortality had opened Maltz Kent's eyes to a terrifying reality. Wizards and magic were not merely bogeymen invented by the church to frighten the unwashed masses. They were real. They walked this earth. While his body had been locked in that fevered coma, his consciousness had been fighting a war of its own, a relentless nightmare. He had found himself trapped in a colossal, shifting labyrinth. He would scramble desperately for an exit, lungs burning, but the maze seemed to breathe and move on its own accord. Whenever he hit a dead end and tried to retrace his steps along a path he had memorized perfectly, he would find the route had twisted into something unrecognizable. There were no horrors lurking in the shadows, no gnashing monsters, but there was something far worse: monotony. An absolute, crushing monotony. As far as the Count's eye could see, there was nothing but himself and the endless gray brickwork of the maze. Count Kent was swiftly driven to the brink of madness by this sensory deprivation. He prayed fervently to the Lord of Light, begging for anything to happen. He would have welcomed a terrifying beast just to break the silence. After an eternity of wandering, a mysterious voice manifested from thin air, calling his name, guiding his feet. To the Count, that voice was nothing short of divine salvation. Guided by the disembodied whisper, he finally navigated the treacherous twists of the dream labyrinth. The moment he stepped across the threshold of the exit, his physical body gasped awake in the real world. His eyelids fluttered open, and the first thing Count Kent saw was the face of Barnet, etched with strange, shifting tattoos. In a heartbeat, instinct told him that the man standing before him was the owner of the voice that had led him through the dark. "Greetings, Mr. Barnet," was the first thing he rasped, his throat dry as parchment. He didn't know how he knew the stranger's name. It felt as though he had known him for a lifetime, even though, upon reflection, he knew absolutely nothing about the man other than that single name. Barnet. The thought of dragging this eerie healer off to the church for verification did cross the Count's mind, but subsequent events caused that notion to evaporate like mist in the morning sun. During the follow-up treatments, Count Kent found the man increasingly unsettling. When he finally mustered the courage to probe, Barnet cheerfully admitted it. He was indeed a wizard of legend. "Are you not afraid I shall inform the church?" Kent asked, shocked by the man's brazen honesty. Barnet let out a cold, rattling sneer. "I possess the power to grant you life, which means I naturally possess the power to grant you death. Or worse, a state where you beg for death. And not just you, but your entire bloodline, Count Kent shivered violently. He had made many enemies over the years and weathered many threats, but never had a single sentence struck such primal fear into his heart. What was stranger still was that, aside from the initial sneer, Barnet had delivered this threat in a tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. Had the illness turned him into a coward? He concluded it must be the weight of the tidal wizard. There had to be some unseen, arcane influence compelling him to fear the man. He buried the idea of alerting the church. Practically speaking, he couldn't afford to. He was physically addicted to the medicine Barnet provided. His body was still frail, racked with recurring fevers, unable to even leave his bed. If he delayed taking Barnet's concoction by even an hour, the sickness would return with a vengeance, heavier and darker than before. Through this prolonged period of dependence and healing, the fear morphed into a bizarre reliance. It felt as though if Barnet were to leave, Kent's life force would simply snuff out. Gradually, that reliance twisted into trust. It was a profound, unreserved trust that rivaled even the love he held for his own son. The Count was baffled by his own transformation. He was a man who usually kept his guard up against anyone who wasn't kin. Witnessing the man's miraculous abilities day after day, Kent's fascination with the forbidden art of magic began to eclipse his fear. Master, the Count didn't even notice when his address shifted to such a reverent title. Might I learn magic from you? He asked the question with bated breath. It appealed to the two great hungers of humanity, the lust for power and the curiosity for the unknown. Magic satisfied both. There were practical motivations, too. If he could wield this mystic power, doors would open. Perhaps he could elevate his title by another rank, or ensure his coffers were always overflowing with gold. Upon hearing this, Barnet threw his head back and laughed maniacally, as if he had been waiting for this very question all along. But when the laughter died, his answer was icy. No, Count Kent felt his heart plummet. But why? 3 reasons, Barnet replied, ticking them off on his fingers. First, your years weigh too heavily upon you. You are long past the age of enlightenment. Second, the study of magic requires a voracious amount of mental energy. Even if you hadn't fallen ill, your mind lacks the elasticity of youth. You simply cannot sustain the focus required. Third, and again, regarding your mental state, even if you were a prodigy who could deconstruct a spell with little effort, your spiritual reservoir is too shallow to cast it. To force magic through a weak mind is to invite death. Hearing these 3 brutal truths, Count Kent felt the color drain from his world. The gates to a new reality had slammed shut in his face. Then he heard Barnet hum thoughtfully. However, the Count's eyes snapped up, alight with desperate hope. Master, you have a way, don't you? He hadn't felt this rush of adrenaline since his 40s. Sure enough, Barnet nodded. I possess a secret art. It can fortify your physique and expand your mind. If you adhere to it, while you may never rival those born to the craft, with a bit of luck, you might achieve some small measure of success. Seeing a lifeline, Count Kent pressed him urgently. Master, what is this art? Please teach me. And so, he was initiated into a grim regimen of health preservation. Thrice daily, he was to drink raw animal blood mixed with a secret powder, and before sleep, he was to meditate using a specific, rhythmic breathing pattern. It is an arduous, lengthy road, Barnet warned, but this art halts the aging process, so time is on your side. Once your body and spirit have recovered to an acceptable standard, I shall teach you the rudiments of magic. The rest will depend on your own toil and fortune. His final warning was stark. You must never stop. If you do, all progress will be lost. Count Kent swore he would etch the instructions onto his very soul. To stop aging. It was a prize nobles would burn kingdoms for. In the days that followed, now that the Count had 1 foot in the door of the magical world, Barnet began to drip-feed him information. He revealed that there were many wizards in the world, and for centuries, a powerful, shadowy cabal had existed, the Arcane Society. This organization fought a silent war against the church, providing a sanctuary for wizards who pledged their allegiance. And Barnet was a proud member of this Arcane Society. This influx of forbidden knowledge gave the Count a strange, illicit thrill, like a schoolboy entrusted with a dangerous secret that made him feel superior to everyone else. Even more intoxicating was Barnet's promise. If Kent's magic reached a certain proficiency, he would be recommended for membership. Teacher Barnet. Count Kent used the title without asking, and Barnet accepted it with a silent nod. A month later, despite Count Kent's pleading for him to stay, Barnet prepared to leave. He promised to return periodically to check the Count's spiritual progress, and when the time was right, to begin the teaching of spells. True to his word, Barnet returned to Byland Castle several times over the following years. It was through these clandestine meetings that Count Kent glimpsed the tip of the iceberg regarding the arcane society's grand design. Yet what the Count failed to realize, what he was utterly blind to, was how naturally, how seamlessly he had been molded into their pawn. Chapter 102. The Shadow's Gambit. Following the salvation of Count Maltz Kent, the enigmatic Barnet returned to Byland Castle several times, drifting in and out of the stronghold like a phantom. During these clandestine visits, he pulled back the curtain on the arcane society's ultimate ambition: to see wizards walk freely beneath the sun, no longer skulking in the shadows of history. To achieve such a dawn, however, a titan had to fall. They had to obliterate the church. The church's hatred for the arcane was the bedrock of their doctrine, a venomous prejudice spread to every corner of the continent. Through centuries of masterful propaganda, they had tethered the image of the wizard to the devils of ancient myth, ensuring that the common folk viewed magic with nothing but trembling dread. Therefore, the church, that colossal stumbling block, had to be shattered. Yet the church was an ancient tree with roots that strangled the world, its influence seeping into every village and court. Compared to this behemoth, the arcane society was an ant gazing up at an elephant. To step into the light and challenge them openly would be nothing short of suicide. If the front gate is barred, one must slip through the cellar. The architects of the arcane society had drafted a plan of terrifying scope and precision. Barnet's previous visit had occurred exactly 6 months prior, during the deceptively calm days before Grand Duke Giles had raised his banner of rebellion in the south. It was in that dim, candlelit chamber that Barnet finally revealed a crucial thread of the tapestry to Count Kent. The plan was to incite a civil war within the kingdom of Oldo. Count Kent had racked his brains, his brow furrowing as he tried to bridge the gap between a civil war in Oldo and the destruction of the Holy See. Finding no logic in it, he voiced his confusion. Barnet's eyes instantly hardened, pinning the Count in place with a gaze that promised violence. If you ever ascend to the inner circle of the society, the truths will reveal themselves. Until that day, I advise you to keep your curiosity on a tight leash. Asking the wrong question is the quickest way to a grave. The Count broke out in a cold sweat, the terror of his guide seizing his heart once more. As quickly as the storm had gathered, it cleared. Barnet's gaze softened. "Tell me, Maltz, do you still cling to the desire to become a wizard?" The Count nodded fervently, his head bobbing like a puppet's. "Of course, master. Your magic dragged a corpse from the precipice of hell. I am utterly conquered by its grandeur. It may sound laughable coming from a man of my years, but I beg you, help me realize this dream." Barnet nodded, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. "There is a shortcut, if you have the stomach for it." The word shortcut hit Count Kent like a narcotic. His mind was instantly flooded with a manic, irrational hope. He scrambled to his teacher's feet and fell to his knees, his voice trembling with urgency. "A shortcut. What is it? I beg you, show me the way." At that moment, the Count was indistinguishable from a hound waiting for its master to toss a scrap of meat. His eyes held a swirl of complex, ugly emotions, not just longing, but a feverish, desperate madness. The corner of Barnet's mouth twitched upward. He reached out and stroked Maltz Kent's head, the gesture indistinguishable from a master petting a loyal, if pathetic, dog. If you can render a great service to the arcane society, then your lack of talent becomes irrelevant. The society will embrace you regardless. Our ranks are filled with miracle workers. We have methods far superior to my humble life preservation techniques. We can force open the doors of magic for you. So, I ask you, are you willing to dirty your hands for us? The promise set Count Kent's blood on fire. He nodded frantically. "Please, master, command me. I will dedicate every ounce of my strength to you. Do not despise my humble offering." "Ha ha ha. Barnet threw his head back, his laughter echoing off the stone walls, wild and arrogant. The lord before him was broken, completely and utterly domesticated. He dropped all pretense of caution. Listen well, mouts. From this moment on, you are to hoard your strength here in the Northwest. More importantly, you must secure the absolute trust of your liege lord, Duke Ferdinand of the Northwest. The South is a powder keg waiting for a spark. When it blows, I will return. I will use the Duke's trust in you to gain access to his person. I have methods to make him obedient. We will use his armies to ignite the Northwest. Until then, act as you always have. Let no man see a change in you. Remember, until I return, make no sudden moves. Leaving those ominous instructions hanging in the air, Barnet departed Byland Castle. True to the prophecy, a month later, reports arrived that the voracious wolf, Grand Duke Giles, had revolted. News of the carnage drifted north, stories of cities put to the torch, of the Grand Duke tearing through the southern provinces. The kingdom, paralyzed by a suspicious, devastating fire in the capital, was slow to mobilize, leaving the rebellion to fester unchecked. Count Kent knew the truth. The arcane society was pulling the strings from the shadows. A wild joy bloomed in his chest. If his teacher's organization wielded enough power to cripple a kingdom, his decision to join them was surely the right one. He waited with bated breath for Barnet's return, spending his days carefully cultivating the trust of Duke Ferdinand. He adhered strictly to his orders. To avoid suspicion, when the royal call to arms was issued, he even sent his own son to lead troops into the meat grinder of the South. He waited for 6 long months, just as his patience was fraying, just as he was preparing to vent his frustration by crushing the Grayman family for a perceived slight. Teacher Barnet reappeared. It begins. The arcane society is ready to move in the Northwest. Barnet confirmed the Count's suspicions with a curt nod. Count Kent's hands trembled with excitement. The moment I have dreamed of. But then a thought occurred to him. However, master, surely it wouldn't hurt to wait until I have conquered the territory to the north. More land and subjects would mean more strength for our cause. The lord there, Paul Grayman, dared to slight me. He must pay the price. No, Barnet's refusal was sharp as a whip crack. To attack a weaker neighbor over a petty grudge. You will draw the ire of every noble in the region. It would be disastrous for your succession to the ducal seat. Count Kent opened his mouth to argue, then froze. But master, sorry, did I hear you correctly? The words slowly rearranged themselves in his brain, forming a picture too large to comprehend. I said, Barnet repeated, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper, such behavior would be disastrous for your succession to the Duke of the Northwest seat. Succession. Inherit. The Duke's seat, Count Kent stammered, his tongue feeling too thick for his mouth. Healthy. Well, are you telling me you don't want it? No, no, no. Master, I want it. By the gods, I want it. Count Kent nodded so vigorously it looked as though his neck might snap. Barnet continued, his tone clinical. I told you before. Create an opening for me to get close to the Duke while his guard is down, and I can make him pliable. The method is abrasive. It cannot be done in public, and the toll on the subject is severe. A duke in that state will not have a long life expectancy. We must use that window of obedience to have him name you his heir, transferring the entire military might of the Northwest into our hands. Count Kent didn't hesitate for a heartbeat. Consider it done. I will arrange the opportunity. Barnet nodded, pleased. Until then, keep your head down. I want no dissenting voices when you take the coronet. The Count bowed low. I shall obey every word, my teacher. Incredible. Simply incredible. Though Count Kent kept his face a mask of servitude, his heart was hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. To bend a high-ranking duke, a ruler of vast lands, to one's will like a puppet, was this the true power of a wizard? The hunger in his soul roared louder than ever. He had to have that power. He would do anything to make it his own. Chapter 103, The Mercy Gambit. What? Anchero stared in utter disbelief, his eyes widening to saucers. Just moments before, Count Kent had returned to the banquet hall and announced, with casual finality, that he was suspending the campaign against the Grayman family. His vassals were to return to their holdings at once. Anchero had spent the entire evening stoking the flames of resentment, weaving tales of the Greyman insult with theatrical precision. Now, with a single pronouncement, the Count had reduced him to a fool, a jester without a master. But why? My lord, you gave me your word. You cannot simply cast aside your promises like yesterday's refuse. He sputtered with indignation, his voice cracking with barely restrained fury. Insolence! Guards, Count Kent snapped his fingers with imperial disdain. The guards moved with practiced efficiency, seizing Anchero by the arms and hauling him bodily towards the exit. Unhand me! Unhand me, damn you! My lord, we had an accord. Anchero thrashed and bellowed as he was dragged from the hall, his protests echoing off the vaulted ceiling, growing fainter and fainter until they vanished entirely. Count Kent turned to address the assembled lords and knights, his bearing utterly composed. I know your minds are troubled by this reversal. An old friend visited me just now and spoke words of wisdom. He reminded me that the sword should always be the last recourse, not the first. Reason and mercy, I have come to believe, are the truest paths to victory. Therefore, I have decided to grant Count Greyman another opportunity to prove his worth. The gathered nobility exchanged bewildered glances, their silence pregnant with unasked questions. Count Kent anticipated their thoughts. However, I would be remiss if I allowed you all to journey here only to depart empty-handed. Therefore, I decree that each Viscount and Baron shall receive 2,000 silver coins as compensation. Every knight shall receive 1,000. A collective gasp swept through the hall. How generous, my lord! The Greymans shall surely prostrate themselves in gratitude. The flattery came in waves, each courtier desperate to outdo the last. Count Kent laughed heartily, a booming sound that filled the stone chamber. He was a man who understood the art of acquisition, yes, but he was no fool. He knew when to spend lavishly to purchase loyalty. Such investments had earned him his position as the second most powerful figure in the Northwest, second only to Duke Ferdinand himself. Besides, he would need these vassals soon enough. When he and his teacher moved against the Duke, their swords and soldiers would prove invaluable. In that moment, Count Kent was every inch the triumphant lord, a far cry from the obsequious, trembling servant he became in Barnet's presence. In his mind, the ducal throne and the secrets of magic were already within his grasp, ripe for the taking. Yet two men remained genuinely bewildered by the sudden reversal. The Count's son Jayas and his distant cousin Emerson, the royal commissioner. However, upon catching subtle warnings in their uncle's glance, they held their tongues. The banquet resumed its momentum. Toasts were raised and drained. Wine flowed like crimson rivers. Eventually, the guests stumbled out into the night, their arms linked for support, their laughter echoing across the castle grounds. Once the great hall stood empty save for the household staff, Jayas and Emerson approached their kinsman. Father, what in the nine hells just occurred? Jayas demanded, unable to contain himself a moment longer. The Count appeared to be in excellent spirits. The wine had loosened his tongue considerably. His usually pallid complexion now bore a slight flush of color. He regarded his young relatives thoughtfully, as though deliberating what truths they deserved to hear. At length he spoke, very well. Perhaps it is time you knew the truth of certain matters. He led them into his private study, a chamber lined with leather-bound volumes and illuminated manuscripts. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. I intend to seize the title of Duke of the Northwest. Both young men froze, their faces draining of color. Had the Count lost his mind entirely? A knowing smile played across Count Kent's lips. Compose yourselves. I have not gone mad. Duke Ferdinand shall willingly transfer his title to me. Jayas and Emerson exchanged uncertain glances, a silent conversation passing between their eyes. Surely that is impossible. You will understand when the time comes, the Count replied with unshakable confidence. For now, it must remain a secret locked away in your hearts. He fixed Emerson with a penetrating stare. Young Emerson, as the royal commissioner, will you stand with the House of Kent? Emerson responded without hesitation. If Duke Ferdinand truly gives his consent willingly, then I shall support you with all my heart. The Count clapped him on the shoulder, his expression warm. Good lad. The House of Wilder will not be forgotten when fortune smiles upon us. A thought seemed to strike him. The friend I mentioned earlier brought me grave news. The royal family faces dire circumstances. Send word to your father at once. Advise him to prepare for turbulent times ahead. Emerson nodded slowly, genuine concern flickering across his features. I shall warn him immediately, and thank you for the counsel, Count Kent. Then he asked the question burning in his mind, but my lord, why spare the Greymans? I fail to see how this connects to your acquisition of the ducal seat. Paul Greyman dealt you a public humiliation of the most savage sort. At the mere memory of that day in Lakeshore Town, Emerson's jaw clenched. That entire hall had roared for him to leave, and never in his life had he suffered such contempt. The wound still burned. Count Kent adopted a grave, paternal tone. Dear Emerson, understand this. A man who cannot tolerate minor affronts will surely stumble when pursuing grand designs. Before I claim the ducal throne, I cannot afford complications. I have absolute faith in my abilities, yet I must eliminate every possibility of interference. However, his smile turned predatory. Once I wear the crown, if Greyman proves foolish enough to cross my path again, he will find no mercy forthcoming. He released a soft, chilling chuckle. Time, my boy, is infinitely cruel to one's enemies. Emerson seized the opportunity to flatter him further. Truly, Count Kent, you possess the wisdom of ages. The three men conversed for another hour, discussing matters of strategy and timing. Eventually, Jayas and Emerson took their leave. As soon as the study door clicked shut, a shadow detached itself from behind the great bookcase. Barnet emerged, as though materializing from the very stones themselves. Well, teacher, Count Kent asked eagerly, what is your assessment of young Emerson? Barnet inclined his head thoughtfully. Satisfactory. My senses detected no malice in him. He harbors genuine doubts, yes, but no treachery lurks beneath. Moreover, he genuinely anticipates your elevation to the ducal seat. Relief visibly washed over the Count. Had Barnet detected anything sinister in the boy's heart, Emerson would have met with a most unfortunate accident. His enthusiasm is warranted, Count Kent mused. The Wilder family and the Kent family have been allies for generations. My ascendancy would benefit them enormously. The Wilders wield considerable influence at the royal court. If properly leveraged, they could prove instrumental to our designs. Barnet offered a measured warning. Nevertheless, exercise caution. In this world, the human heart remains the most treacherous of all mysteries. You speak wisdom, master. I shall tread carefully. Barnet continued, I must depart for a time, though I shall remain active in the northwest. Before my return, contemplate how you might isolate Duke Ferdinand from his guards long enough to grant me access to him. Count Kent placed a hand upon his heart, the gesture solemn and earnest. Rest assured, teacher, I shall devise a solution. Chapter 104. Sealed provisions. At 8 o'clock sharp in the morning, Erin Diaz arrived at the Lord's castle, her boots clicking softly against the stone as a chill draft coiled out from the high, shadowed corridors. For the past several weeks, she had been buried in work with the general staff, devising a system of flag signals for the army. To make it easier to argue with officers face to face, she had practically lived in their courtyard or dashed between barracks, ink-stained and windblown, with the smell of canvas, sweat and horse always clinging to her cloak. Now that the flag code was finally taking shape, Paul Greyman had ordered her to move her office inside the castle proper. A servant led her along a narrow passage to what was apparently her office. It turned out to be a plain little room. When she stepped in, the air smelled faintly of dust and old paper. There was a single writing desk, a few mismatched chairs, and a bookshelf with a built-in cupboard that looked like it had seen better centuries. Erin let out a quiet sigh. So this is it. My illustrious workplace. The man really has not the faintest clue about atmosphere, has he? She did not, however, grumble about Paul Greyman being stingy. She had seen his own office before. Bare to the point of asceticism, all hard lines and no frills. A room that made this one look almost cozy by comparison. Fine, she muttered to herself, turning slowly on the spot, letting her fingertips graze the rough wall. I will just have to civilize the place myself, bit by bit. Her eyes roamed the room, mind already sketching out curtains here, a rug there, perhaps a vase of wildflowers to chase away the smell of stone and ink. She was still mentally moving furniture that did not yet exist when the muffled sound of a door opening came from next door. She suddenly remembered what the servant had said on the way up. There was another consultant to the House of Grayman working in the room beside hers. As a colleague, she really ought to be polite and make the first move, especially now that she was no longer the dazzling princess everyone scrambled to curry favor with, but merely Erin Diaz, a learned woman earning her keep far from home. She stepped back out into the corridor and rapped lightly on the neighboring door. A clear, melodious voice floated out at once. "Come in." Just from the sound, Erin pictured a charming young woman. A wicked little thought flashed through her mind. Lovely voice like that. Our dear Count is not some lecherous old goat, is he? Armed with equal parts curiosity and caution, she opened the door and froze. Standing there, equally stunned, was the very woman who had dragged her out from under the claws of a striped hill tiger some months before. The scholar and adventurer, Laddie. Judging by the way Laddie's eyes widened, she was just as taken aback. Erin recovered first, her lips curling into a bright, easy smile. "Well, this is a twist of fate. So Miss Laddie is the mysterious new advisor to the Lord's household. Delighted to see you again." Laddie's surprise melted into a warm smile of her own. "An honor to see you as well, Miss Diaz. Lord Grayman has mentioned you more than once. I have been meaning to pay you a visit for days, but things have been busy." "My apologies." Erin waved her off. "You would not have found me anyway. I have been hiding in the general staff yard all week, and they do not exactly let just anyone stroll in for a chat." She flashed a crooked grin. "And do not speak to me so stiffly. You saved my life, and now we are colleagues. I am starting to suspect some divine hand is pushing the pieces together." Laddie chuckled and nodded, a small knot of unease in her chest quietly untying itself. On the day she had dragged Erin from the tiger's maw, the grateful thanks had felt oddly distant, as though Erin Diaz were too proud to truly lower herself. But standing here now, laughing, relaxed, she did not seem difficult at all. "So," Erin asked, leaning casually against the doorframe, "you have given up the adventurer's road, then?" "I have," Laddie replied. "Years of trudging over mountains and through marshes, it is time for a proper rest." Erin laughed. "I can only imagine how much you have tucked away in that head of yours after so many journeys. I shall have to pester you for stories whenever I can." "The feeling is mutual," Laddie answered, eyes bright. "We are colleagues and fellow scholars now. Do not hold back when it comes to sharing what you know." They fell quickly into lively conversation, two women of learning comparing notes on books, languages, and far-flung places. Being both female and scholars in a world still dominated by men, they found common ground almost immediately, and their words flowed as easily as tea into a waiting cup. After perhaps half an hour, a polite knock sounded at the door. A servant stepped in, bowing from the waist. "My ladies, the Count requests that both advisors join him in the dining hall." Erin blinked. "The dining hall? Is Count Grayman inviting us to a feast? It is hardly lunchtime yet." The servant looked faintly uneasy. "I am not privy to the reason, my lady. His lordship simply asked me to escort you both." Erin puffed out her cheeks. "Honestly, Laddie and I were just getting into the really interesting bits." Cold sweat prickled at the back of the servant's neck. He had never before heard anyone complain about Count Grayman aloud and live to tell the tale. So he decided it was safest to pretend that particular remark had never happened. Laddie gave Erin's sleeve a small tug. "Come on, Erin. Best not keep Lord Grayman waiting, hum." After only half an hour, they had grown close enough to dispense with formal titles and call each other by name. When Erin and Laddie entered the dining hall, they found it already half full. At the head of the room sat Count Paul Grayman, dressed with his usual careless neatness. Beside him stood Old Ford, the long-serving steward of the Council of State, his lined face as impassive as carved oak. Scattered along the long table were several department heads, including Hansel, and a cluster of military men. Schroeder, Bryce, and other senior officers whose uniforms still carried the faint, metallic tang of the training grounds. "Oh, our two ladies have arrived. Welcome, welcome." Count Grayman's mood seemed unreasonably cheerful. He greeted them with an easy warmth, gesturing them towards two empty seats near the middle of the table. Erin, taking her place, could not help the small thought that flitted through her mind. Unbelievable. We are on the brink of a war, and he looks like he has just received a basket of wine and pastries. Once both women were seated, Paul Grayman rose slightly and addressed the room. Thank you all for coming. Today, I have not gathered you here for strategy or to drown you in ledgers. I have invited you to taste something special. He turned to the servants. Bring them in. In short order, footmen filed in carrying trays, placing a single curious glass container in front of each person. The table filled with the faint clink of heavy glass meeting wood. Erin leaned forward, intrigued. The container before her was a thick, wide-mouthed glass jar. The neck was sealed with a stout cork, over which a layer of wax had been poured, smooth and pale, bearing the faint impression of a seal. The glass smelled faintly of smoke and hot sand from the furnace, and she could see a suggestion of moisture beading inside where cold air met preserved warmth. Inside her jar were what looked like chopped pieces of apple, suspended in a pale, glistening syrup. She glanced at Laddie's jar. That one contained generous chunks of pear, the flesh a soft gold under the glass. Around the table, every jar was different. Some held vegetables, some meat, others unfamiliar mixtures. The air filled with the mixed scents of fruit, broth, and spice, trapped but hinting, as though impatient to be set free. Most of those present regarded the jars with wary curiosity. Only a handful of officials from the Council of State seemed unsurprised. They had heard Paul speak of this invention weeks ago. Old Ford and Hansel had even been directly involved in building the first workshop for it. The memory of hot steam and scalded fingertips still fresh. Paul Grayman spread his arms, unable to hide the boyish excitement in his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see before you is called canned food, a way of processing provisions so that they can be stored safely for a very long time. In short, supper that refuses to go off. Now let us open them up and see what you think of the taste. He picked up a slender knife and demonstrated. Do as I do. First he scored and scraped away the wax seal in a few neat strokes. Then he set the knife aside and reached for a peculiar little tool beside the jar. A spiral of metal attached to a short handle. This is the opener, he explained lightly. Watch closely. He twisted the metal spiral down into the cork with a steady, practiced motion until it bit deep. Then, bracing the jar with one hand, he pulled. The cork came free with a soft, satisfying pop, and a faint puff of trapped aroma rose out. A mingled scent of stewed meat, fat and herbs, rich and comforting, like a fireside stew on a winter's night. He took up a fork, dipped it into the jar, and speared a piece of beef. Juice glistened on the tines as he lifted it to his mouth. He chewed slowly, eyes half closing. Not bad at all. Rest easy, everyone. The food inside is already cooked. You will not be gnawing on raw cow. Encouraged, the others began to copy his motions. Soon the hall was dotted with the sound of wax being scraped, corks popping free, and low murmurs of surprise as the rich smells rolled out. Sweet fruit, savory stock, sharp pickled vegetables, and the faint iron tang of preserved meat. Forks descended. The taste is actually decent. The broth is good, quite strong too. It cannot rival a fresh roast, of course, but if it truly keeps for months, that would be a marvel. As they ate, the room filled with overlapping chatter. The soldiers, in particular, grew animated. Schroeder and Bryce leaned together, voices hushed but intense, already turning over the implications for supply lines, winter campaigns, and marches through barren country where no fresh food could be had. Erin sampled one of the apple pieces from her jar. The texture was softer than fresh fruit, yielding easily beneath her teeth, and there was a faint tang of syrup and steam. The flavor is a bit odd, she admitted, tipping her head. A touch too sweet and smoky. But it is not unpleasant. What about yours, Laddie? Laddie nodded, dabbing her lips with a napkin. The pear is very sweet. Softer than usual, but the taste is good. Comforting, even. Paul Grayman turned to the two women. You have both spent time in more prosperous places than this backwater. Tell me honestly, do you think something like this would sell there? Laddie answered first. If it truly keeps as long as you claim, there will be no shortage of buyers. Travelers especially, merchants, pilgrims, mercenaries. Anyone living out of a saddlebag would be thrilled to have this. As a former adventurer, she knew exactly what it meant to have meat and fruit that did not rot after a few days. The memory of tearing into moldy bread under the rain was still vivid. Erin nodded along readily. She had always eaten well at home, never short of fresh delicacies, but the long road to the northwest had taught her a few hard lessons. Fine meat and tender vegetables spoiled far too quickly. Once you were far from towns, with no village in sight and no inn on the horizon, all that remained was tough, dry black bread that chipped teeth and dulled spirits. Quite, she added. If you can bottle comfort, people will pay handsomely for it. Paul Grayman laughed, the sound echoing off the rafters. Excellent. Then we are thinking along the same lines. Production has already begun in earnest. Before long, our canned food will be rolling south in cartloads. He looked around the table at officers and officials, all holding jars that gleamed in the light like captured jewels. Provisions that do not rot, soldiers who do not starve, and coin flowing northward. Remember the name, my friends. These little jars will help feed our army and fund our future. Chapter 105, Calling Off the War. While everyone in the dining hall was still chatting away about the glorious future of canned food, a guard hurried in, boots thudding dully against the flagstones, breath misting faintly in the cooler air. He stepped up to Count Paul Grayman's side and bent low, speaking in a muted tone. My Lord Grayman, a messenger from Emden requests an audience. The easy smile that had been lingering on Paul Grayman's face vanished, his features tightening as if a curtain had dropped. The warm buzz in the hall seemed to falter. He rose slightly and addressed the table, his voice carrying a weight that made forkfuls of meat pause halfway to mouths. Everyone, the Kent family has sent someone, and the odds are he is carrying exactly the sort of news we have been dreading. The mood in the room chilled in an instant. Laughter died. The clink of cutlery against glass slowed, then stopped. Faces that had been relaxed and flushed with wine now turned grave, eyes sharpening as the specter of war stepped back into the light. Bryce flexed his fingers until the knuckles cracked like tiny snapping twigs. So it has finally come, has it? He scanned the others, his jaw set. Well then, my friends, let us face it head on. Inwardly, Paul Grayman felt a prickle of confusion. According to the most recent reports, the Kent family had not yet finished massing their troops around Byland Castle. The timing was off, and that alone made him uneasy. Still, speculation could wait. Soldiers answer steel with steel, water with earth. When trouble comes, you deal with it, not daydream about what it might be. To make a point, both to himself and to his enemies, Paul Grayman decided he would not receive the envoy in some solemn council chamber. No, the man from Emden could stand in front of a long table of nobles and officers as they calmly tucked into jars of preserved meat. Let the message be clear, Older would not tremble. Bring the messenger here, he ordered, to the dining hall. Before long, the envoy was escorted in. The scents of simmered beef, stewed fruit, and spiced vegetables still hung in the air. As he stepped over the threshold and took in the scene, lords and captains eating in plain sight, some still licking sauce from their forks, his brows drew together in a faint frown. The Aldens mean to dine while parleying with me, he thought sourly. Uncivilized barbarians. Paul Grayman's expression was anything but welcoming. So, good messenger from Emden, he said, voice edged like a blade inside a velvet scabbard. What pressing business brings you to Lakeshore Town? The envoy bowed with formal precision. I come bearing the words of Count Maltz Kent, who wishes me to convey his sincere desire for peace with House Grayman. A murmur of disbelief rippled down the table. Paul Grayman did not explode in anger. Instead, he laughed softly, the sound dry and humorless. Oh, marvelous! And which slice of my lands or flesh does he wish to carve off this time, in the name of peace? Go on, do not be shy. Let us get to the painful part. The envoy held his ground. Lord Kent harbors not the slightest ill intent towards you, my lord. The unfortunate tensions from your last meeting were born of misunderstanding alone. He inclined his head with practiced humility. He sends his apologies. The envoy we previously dispatched failed to grasp Count Kent's true intentions and took it upon himself to act, causing matters to spiral needlessly and leaving you with grave misapprehensions. Paul Grayman blinked once, then twice. I am sorry, he said, genuine incredulity coloring his voice, but did I just hear that correctly? You did not mishear, my lord. The envoy replied calmly, then, as if worried the count's ears were clogged with wax, repeated the apology and explanation almost word for word. Then what of the Belding affair? Paul Grayman pressed, eyes narrowing. Lord Kent will no longer concern himself with that matter. The envoy answered, each syllable measured. This was beyond odd. It was downright uncanny. Paul Grayman knew exactly what sort of man Maltz Kent was: ambitious, predatory, vindictive. To simply abandon an opportunity for expansion ran completely counter to his usual habits. It was like watching a wolf apologize to a sheep for drooling. They exchanged a few more stiff, politely venomous phrases, then the envoy was taken away to rest. As soon as the door shut behind him, the hall erupted into subdued yet fervent debate. Trust a single word from Maltz Kent, and you are a fool, one officer growled. The Kent family is brewing something in the dark, that much is certain, another muttered. There is a stink of conspiracy about this. Would not put it past them, a third added, to lull us into relaxing our guard, then strike Alder with a knife in the back the moment we blink. No one present seemed inclined to take Kent's peace overture at face value. Suspicion was unanimous. Wariness came as naturally to them as breathing. Paul Grayman lifted a hand. Bernard, he said to one of his aides, go and see if Cecil has returned to the intelligence office. If he is in, bring him here at once. Cecil, being up to his neck in his own affairs, had not been present for the canned food tasting. But the moment Bernard found him and explained the situation, he hurried to the dining hall with barely a pause to catch his breath. My Lord Grayman, Cecil said as he entered, this is fortuitous. I was on my way to report some fresh intelligence of considerable importance. Oh, Paul Grayman leaned forward slightly. Let us hear it then. The Kent troops that had been concentrating around Byland Castle, Cecil said, have been disbanded. Paul Grayman shot to his feet, his chair scraping loudly against the stone. You are certain of this? As certain as I can be, my lord, Cecil replied, meeting his gaze steadily. The information is confirmed. Paul Grayman exhaled slowly, then gave a short, mirthless chuckle. Do you know why I had you dragged away from your work, Cecil? The Kent family just sent an envoy bearing word that Maltz Kent wishes to maintain peace between us. He claims the previous envoy misinterpreted his intent, acting on his own and stirring up this mess. What do you make of it, my lord? Cecil asked. How could I possibly swallow such nonsense? Paul Grayman replied. Either he is hiding a deeper plot, or he has run into some serious trouble elsewhere and has no choice but to call off his move against us, for the time being. Cecil nodded, approval clear in his eyes. A wise reading, my lord. Once the Kent family sinks its fangs into a victim, it does not let go until it has torn off a generous mouthful. A wolf like that does not simply lose its appetite. Precisely, Paul Grayman agreed. Which is why you are to keep both eyes peeled on Emden. Any stir, any whisper, any suspicious movement, bring it to me. And if you can plant reliable people inside the Kent household itself, all the better. Watching Emden is straightforward enough, Cecil said. Embedding agents deep within the Kent inner circle will be difficult, but I shall do all I can. Good. That is all I ask, Paul Grayman replied. He turned to address the rest of the table. Whatever motive lies behind the Kent retreat, the immediate pressure on us has eased, at least a little. But we would be suicidally foolish to pin our safety on the hope that our enemies may have had a change of heart. His gaze swept across the officers. We stand because we are strong, not because our foes are kind. Our own strength must continue to grow. His eyes came to rest on the military men. Schroeder, Bryce, and all of you in command. Our forces are in your hands. I am counting on you. Schroeder rose, and the senior officers around him stood as one, chairs scraping in a ragged chorus. We hear and obey, my Lord Count, he said, fist over heart. Paul Grayman nodded and shifted his attention to the civil officials. In that case, it is time we swing the weight of our efforts back towards economic development. He turned to Hansel. Hansel, in a few days, you will depart for the royal capital. Our second consignment of grain for His Majesty, the King, is ready. You will escort it, and you will also take a shipment of canned food to present to the royal army. I am quite certain this invention is precisely to their taste. Hansel's eyes lit up. At once, my Lord Grayman. I shall begin preparations the moment I leave this hall. And you are right, if anything was ever made for marching and war, it is this preserved fare. Inwardly, Paul Grayman could not help a wry thought. In another world, an emperor obsessed with long campaigns had once offered lavish rewards to anyone who could solve the problem of keeping army rations fresh. From that demand, the concept of canned food had been born. To see history quietly replay itself here was almost amusing. Of course, Hansel's journey to the royal capital involved far more than delivering grain. He was to establish a northwest office in the heart of the city, leaving trusted staff there on long-term assignment. Their duties would be to seek out talent, forge useful relationships, and quietly gather news from the upper echelons of the Kingdom of Oldo. Several of Cecil's best operatives would accompany him, slipping into the crowded streets of the capital like ink into water. And about those southern refugees you mentioned before, Paul Grayman added, if you find the means and opportunity to bring any of them north in safety, do so. Within reason, of course. I will keep a keen eye out, Hansel replied. A vassal who takes the initiative to help the kingdom resolve its troubles will not go unnoticed. His Majesty is bound to look upon you with favor. If only that proves true, Paul Grayman thought. Time would tell. Once all of that had been laid out, he raised his voice again. My friends, today truly seems determined to shower us with good news. The storm cloud of war over our heads is thinning at last. And speaking of happy tidings, I have one more to share. He let the suspense hang for a heartbeat, then grinned. Yesterday, a report arrived from the Port Fulen shipyard. Our very first sloop-class vessel is complete. Many in the room simply stared, nonplussed. To some, a ship was a ship. Why was the Count practically glowing? Old Ford stepped in smoothly to clarify for the baffled. This vessel is not the usual oared sailing craft we use along the coast. Its hull and rigging are quite different, designed for true blue-water voyages. With such a ship, the long-distance sea trade routes that his lordship has spoken of can finally become a reality. Realization dawned across the hall. No wonder Paul Grayman was so pleased. With ocean-going trade, Olda could simply sail around any ring of neighboring lords who fancied ganging up to blockade its land routes. Let them sulk at their borders. Goods and gold would glide past them over the waves. The administrators began to discuss the glittering prospects of maritime commerce, new markets, exotic goods, tariffs, and taxes. The officers, for their part, found themselves talking eagerly about fleets and naval drills, and what a sloop-class warship might mean in a fight. All the while, hands kept absent-mindedly dipping forks back into jars. The gentle clink of glass mingled with the rising hum of voices. The dining hall, which had been leaden with tension only a short while earlier, grew lively and warm once more. Only one person did not seem particularly cheered. Erin Dyers, the esteemed Miss Dyers' advisor, sat quietly with her half-finished jar of apples, her expression thoughtful rather than jubilant. Paul Grayman's mention of selling canned food to the royal army had drawn her mind instantly back to the rebellion in the south. She stared at the pale cubes of fruit glistening in syrup and thought, with a weight in her chest, I wonder how things stand in the south now, how father and sister are dealing with it all. She had been away from home long enough that her anger at her father had begun to fade around the edges. What remained, creeping in to fill the gaps, was concern, sharp and personal for her family, and for the fate of the kingdom whose blood still ran in her veins. Whatever else she might be here in the northwest, she was still a princess of this troubled realm. The more she dwelled on it, the more distant the chatter around her felt. Appetite fleeing, she finished off the last piece of apple almost mechanically, then pushed her chair back and rose. My Lord Count, she said softly to Paul Grayman, I have work that needs doing. If there is nothing further, I shall return to my office. Of course, Miss Dyers, Paul Grayman replied. You have my thanks for your efforts. Erin Dyers gave him a small, formal bow, then turned to leave. Laddie also stood. My Lord Grayman, she said, if it pleases you, I will accompany Miss Dyers. We still have much to discuss between us. By all means, Miss Laddie, Paul Grayman nodded. Laddie had noticed the subtle shift in Erin's mood, the way her gaze had clouded when the South was mentioned, the absent way she had eaten. Without a word, she slipped her hand into Erin's and squeezed gently, walking at her side as they left the hall together. Watching the two women's retreating backs, Hansel frowned slightly. "That Miss Dyers," he murmured to himself. "I am certain I have seen her somewhere before. But where?" He chased the thought in circles for a while, but no clear memory surfaced, only a frustrating sense of familiarity. At last, he gave his head a brisk shake, as though to rattle the question loose, and decided not to dwell on it. There was still half a jar of beef in front of him, after all, and it would be a tragedy to let such a fine invention go to waste. Chapter 106. Trial upon the tides. The weather could not have been kinder. High above, a flawless blue sky leaned down to kiss the sea. The horizon blurred into a single silver line where water and heaven met. Soft, salt-tinged wind drifted in from the open ocean, cool and clean, carrying the cries of gulls and the faint slap of waves against stone. It was the sort of day that begged for a seaside stroll or a lazy picnic on the sand. The shoreline of Port Fulan was indeed crowded, but not with idlers sprawled on blankets. Fishermen in tar-stained tunics, merchants in faded but sturdy coats, women with babes on their hips and children tugging at their skirts. All of them stood in small knots along the quay, their gazes fixed westward, towards the glittering expanse. Every so often, an excited exclamation broke out, followed by low, buzzing discussions as neighbors nudged each other and pointed. Out there, cutting across the sunlit swells, a strange vessel was racing over the water at a speed the locals were not used to seeing. The ship had no oars, not a single sweating rower straining at a bench. By eye, she was a little over 20 meters from stem to stern, lean and purposeful. From her prow jutted a long slanting bowsprit, like a drawn sword aimed at the horizon. On deck there was but one mast, canted slightly aft, yet from that single spar, and the bowsprit together blossomed an intricate array of canvas. 4 sharp, triangular headsails strained forward in the wind, while 2 square sails hung from the upper yard, and behind them all a great fore and aft sail bellied out like the fin of some hunting shark, riding high above the waves. This was the newly built sloop from Port Fulan shipyard, unlike anything the townsfolk had ever seen. Her unusual lines created a beauty all their own, lean and hungry and graceful. Those standing on shore were utterly captivated by her silhouette as she skimmed across the water, white wake curling off her flanks like wings. Ha ha ha. I am in love with this beauty. On the sloop's deck, former pirate Captain Quake shouted over the roar of the wind, his laughter whipped away towards the coast. He had been entrusted with the helm for this trial run, a responsibility he accepted with the gleeful arrogance of a man born with salt for blood. At Paul Grayman's direction, the shipwrights had installed a new steering system of ropes, pulleys, and tiller linkages, designed from the Count's own sketches. Now, with nothing but a turn of the deck-mounted wheel, a single helmsman could shift the rudder with surprising ease, instead of wrestling a length of timber like an ox. Under Quake's hands, the sloop danced. One moment she cut a straight line through the waves, her bow hissing as it cleaved the swells. The next, she leaned into a smooth, sweeping turn, carving wide circles across the open water like a skater drawing patterns on ice. Sea spray burst up along her hull and flung itself over the rail, misting the deck and leaving salt crystals glittering on boots and ropes alike. Of course, with a sailing vessel, it was not just the helmsman who decided her fate. The crew at the lines were critical. Sail handlers darted from cleat to cleat, hauling on sheets and braces, their palms burning and shoulders aching as they adjusted each canvas to the shifting wind. Every time the sloop tacked or jibed, they worked in frantic harmony, canvas cracking like thunder overhead as the sails swung across and filled anew. Miss a beat and the wind would spill, the ship would slow, and the sea would laugh at them. There were a dozen or so men aboard. Sailors in worn boots, a few Marines with salt already drying in their hair, and among them Reuben, the shipyard's stern-faced supervisor, and old Benjamin, the veteran shipwright whose hands had shaped more keels than most men had hot dinners. Standing near the quarterdeck rail, cloak snapping in the breeze, was Austin, the newly minted admiral of Alda's embryonic navy. Behind the sloop, at a respectful distance, labored a more familiar sight, an old-fashioned oared sailing ship, following as a guardian. If anything went wrong on this first voyage, someone would be close at hand to pluck men from the drink. The wind that day was generous. With every sail drawing cleanly, the sloop surged ahead, her bow slicing the waves, sending twin fans of foam streaming back along her sides. She picked up so much speed that spray hammered the hull in a steady drumbeat, and the deck shuddered faintly underfoot. "She is flying," one sailor whooped, clinging to a line as the ship heeled over, rail biting low into the water. "Feels like she wants to jump clear out of the sea." The sloop's speed climbed past anything an oared galley could reasonably hope to match. At first, the escorting vessel kept pace with comfortable strokes, oars dipping in unison. But as the hours wore on, muscles burned, blisters split, and the rhythm faltered. The rower's stamina ebbed away, while Quake, drunk on wind and freedom, pushed the sloop harder and harder, tracking wide loops and daring turns as if dueling with the sea itself. Inevitably, the oared ship began to fall behind, its bow punching wearily through the swells, while the sloop slipped ahead, light and eager. A few of the younger sailors glanced back at the shrinking silhouette on the waves and could not resist mischief. They pulled faces, stuck out tongues, and cupped their hands around their mouths to send mocking howls and wild whoops rolling back across the water. The deck rang with coarse jokes and exuberant laughter, the smell of sweat and salt and tar thick in the air. In the midst of this uproar, only Austin remained steady and silent. Arms folded across his chest, boots braced against the deck's tilt, he watched the sails, the wake, the way the ship answered each touch of the helm. His eyes were not on the present exhilaration, but on the future, on squadrons of such vessels patrolling the coast, on broadsides flashing over foam, on enemy banners struck and scattered by shot and storm. A lookout with a brass spyglass suddenly turned from the rail and bellowed towards him. "Signal from shore, sir. They are calling us back." Austin drew in a lungful of sharp sea air, then raised his voice. "Helm, bring her about. We are heading in." "All you are joking," Quake muttered under his breath, face falling. "I have not even warmed up yet." Months of military discipline, however, had beaten at least a thin layer of obedience into him. Grumbling all the while, he spun the wheel. The sloop responded beautifully, carving a smooth arc and angling her sharp nose back towards the shipyard's harbor, sails straining as she turned. The sea trial, for now, had to bow to duty. A little over 2 months later, Count Paul Grayman once again set foot in Port Fulan. With him came a small entourage. Hansel and several other senior officials from the Council of State, Chief of Staff Schroeder, Kelly from the Armaments Department, Ron from Logistics, and the 2 female advisors, Erin Diaz and Laddie. The Count had been talking about this new model of ship for so long that half his government had seized upon the chance to see it with their own eyes. After exchanging a few courteous words with the town mayor and other dignitaries at the gate, enough to satisfy protocol, but not enough to waste precious daylight, Paul Grayman led his party straight down towards the shipyard, boots crunching on gravel, the distant scent of the sea growing stronger with every step. By the time he arrived, the sloop was already out upon the water. He could hardly fault them for not waiting. It had been his own order. Once the vessel was complete, they were to notify him, then follow the test schedule to the letter. No delays, no coddling his pride by postponing a trial until he could be present. Time was a luxury they did not possess. Any slowing of progress was to be treated as an enemy. Now, with the Kent family having unexpectedly paused their war preparations, Paul had seized the opening. He had come as soon as he received the news, and he had not come empty-handed. Behind him in the yard, under canvas covers and guarded by wary soldiers, waited 20 brand-new naval cannon, their black muzzles promising thunder. When he caught sight of the slender silhouette of the sloop on the distant water, his heart gave an undignified lurch. Even at that distance, she looked every bit the predator he had imagined, a knife drawn against the horizon. A sharp thrill ran through him. He wanted, more than anything, to climb aboard and feel the deck move under his own boots. He signaled to those left ashore, and flags were raised, bright colors snapping in the breeze from the signal mast. A few moments later, the sloop answered, canvas shifting as she altered course. Slowly but surely, she turned her prow towards the harbor, white wake trailing like a comet's tail behind her. Lord Grayman. On the pier, Austin marched up and snapped off a crisp salute, the salt still drying in his hair, eyes shining with barely contained pride. Paul Grayman returned the salute with a smile that reached his eyes. "You have done well, Commander. The real credit belongs to Supervisor Rubin and Master Benjamin, my lord," Austin replied modestly. I would be a fool to forget either of them, Paul said. He stepped forward and clasped Reuben's hand, then Benjamin's, gripping each man's calloused fingers with genuine gratitude. I should be the one thanking you, my lord. Old Benjamin blurted, clutching Paul's hand as though afraid he might vanish if he let go. His eyes were suspiciously bright, the deep lines in his weathered face softened by emotion. Paul chuckled. Master Benjamin, as long as I rule here, you may build ships to your heart's content. If you find the work tiring, it will only be because you are trying to keep up with your own ambition, not mine. Tiring? Benjamin laughed, shaking his head so vigorously his gray hair danced. Never tiring, never. How could shipbuilding ever be tiring? Paul clapped Reuben on the shoulder. Come then, supervisor. Show me your masterpiece. With pleasure, my Lord Grayman, Reuben replied, chest swelling. I have been dying to present her to you. I dare say you will lose your heart to her at first sight. They crossed the gangplank and stepped aboard the sloop, the deck creaking faintly beneath their boots. Paul took his time, moving from bow to stern, running his hand along smooth rail and taut rigging, peering into the neat little cabins, inspecting the reinforced gunwales where cannon would one day crouch like sleeping beasts. The tang of tar, fresh wood, and sea filled his nose. Every line, every joint, every clever solution to a problem he had sketched out in ink now stood here in oak and iron. He was, he decided, very nearly in love. So then, he asked at last, turning back to the gathered men, has this fine lady of ours been given a name yet? Reuben shook his head. No, my lord. This ship carries too much meaning for us to presume. Only you are worthy to name her. It was flattery, and blatantly so, but it was also exactly the sort of flattery that slid down easily. Paul Grayman laughed. In that case, I shall not be shy. He fell silent for a few heartbeats, gazing out towards the endless blue beyond the harbor mouth. Names swirled through his mind, grand, foreign, poetic, and every single one sounded forced, pretentious, wrong. He grimaced inwardly. Naming really is not my talent. Fine. If I cannot find something clever, I will find something true. I have it, he said aloud, straightening. He thrust out an arm, finger stabbing towards the open sea. His voice rose, cutting through the wind, and the murmur of the crowd gathered on the pier. From this day forth, this ship shall bear the name Hope. She is the hope with which we shall take the sea. Applause burst out around him, sharp claps from sailors, enthusiastic cheers from officials, even a modest smattering from the onlookers on shore who hardly understood what the ship meant, but understood well enough that their lord was pleased. Austin nodded with great solemnity, though his eyes sparkled. Trust Lord Grayman to choose so fitting a name. Hope she is, and hope she shall be. Supervisor Reuben bobbed his head eagerly. Indeed, indeed. Even in naming, our count invests such deep meaning. Deep meaning, my lord, very deep. Listening to his men, feeling the solid deck under his feet and the wind tugging at his cloak, Paul Grayman felt a fierce, expansive pride surge up within his chest. For a heartbeat, he could see it all laid out before him. A line of sloops and larger ships yet to come, sails bright against dark storms, old as banners flying over distant ports, enemies forced to treat his once ignored northwest as an equal or a threat. He sliced his hand through the air in a decisive gesture. You will continue expanding the dry dock and increasing the shipyard's capacity. We are going to build, and then build some more. Austin, Reuben, Benjamin, and the others grinned like boys promised a summer without chores. Yes, my lord. They chorused, the shout rolling across deck and water alike. Out beyond the harbor mouth, the sea heaved and glittered, as if in answer. Chapter 107. Thunder over the waves on this visit, Paul Grayman had not come empty-handed. He brought with him 12 naval cannon, 2 heavy 12-pounders, 6 nimble 6-pounders, and 4 swivels meant for close work, combined with the earlier training battery of 2 6-pounders and 4 swivel guns. Olda's fledgling navy now commanded a total of 18 mouths of iron. The swivel gun was a small-caliber brute, mounted on a stand that could turn through a full 360 degrees. Fixed to its pivot, it could be swung about with ease, belching grapeshot and fist-sized bowls wherever the crew pointed it. Light, swift, and vicious, it was made to scour an enemy's deck during boarding actions, and to spit death into those awkward little corners the broadside guns could not quite reach. When Hope had been built, the shipwrights had already cut gun ports into the upper deck on both sides, ready for broadside armament. As this was their first attempt, they had erred on the cautious side. Only 8 ports in all, 4 to a side, to see how much steel and recoil the hull could stomach before they grew more ambitious. After the sea trial brought Hope safely back into harbor, Austin wasted no time. Under his orders, the sailors hauled the new cannon aboard. 4 of the 6-pounders were rolled into position along the port and starboard batteries, their iron tires groaning over the planks. Crates of round shot and a cluster of tar-sealed barrels of powder followed, the acrid tang of sulfur and charcoal soon threading itself through the ship's usual perfume of tar and salt. Fitting shipboard cannon was far from a simple matter. Space aboard was cramped and unforgiving. A gun that recoiled unchecked could crush men, shatter planks, or punch itself clean through the hull. The Navy had spent weeks on shore, wrestling with ropes and blocks, building and breaking mock-ups until they finally hammered out a workable recoil system. Breaching ropes to snub the kick, tackles to haul each gun out for loading and back into fire, all threaded through blocks in a web of hemp and iron. "Right," Paul Grayman said at last, eyes gleaming. "Take me out again. We will give these beauties a proper test and fire off a couple of rounds." The sail handlers sprang into motion. Canvas climbed the masts in great, flapping sheets before snapping taut as the wind caught it. A knot of sailors leaned into the capstan bars, boots grinding against the deck as they heaved the anchor up from the green depths. Under the steady pull of the breeze, Hope slid away from the quay once more, her prow nosing out towards open water like a hound scenting freedom. For many of those who had accompanied Paul from the castle, it was their first time aboard a sea-going vessel. They moved about with wide eyes and unsteady legs, peering over the rail at the rippling wake, squinting up at the tangled rigging, grinning like children let loose with some oversized, marvelous toy. "This is exactly the feeling I wanted," Paul murmured to himself, fingers resting lightly on the rail as spray kissed his face. With the wind in his hair and the horizon yawning wide ahead, he felt as though he had stepped into one of the old tales of great voyages, when daring captains had first stitched the world together with sails and charts. At one corner of the deck, the 2 female advisors were deep in a hushed conversation. "So you really can move this fast without a single oar in the water?" Erin Diaz said, her gaze following the quicksilver churn of the wake. Laddie nodded. "It is rare to see such a big ship driven by this many sails alone. I have spent years on the road, and even so, most craft I have seen of this size rely on rows of men breaking their backs at the oars." The purely wind-driven vessels she knew were usually small things, coastal or river craft that carried a handful of souls and hugged the shore like nervous ducklings. Erin leaned closer, dropping her voice with theatrical secrecy. "I will tell you this much. Beyond the paper and porcelain you have seen, and those tins we tasted the other day, Count Grayman has a whole hoard of wonders tucked up his sleeve." Her eyes shone with the thrill of sharing a secret, the age-old delight of a woman bearing gossip to a friend. "His army has something absolutely terrifying." She broke off mid-sentence as a memory stabbed her. The neat, uncompromising script of the confidentiality agreement she had blithely signed. "Oh, for goodness sake. This feeling is torture." Scenes from the flag signal drills flashed through her mind, the thunder of guns on the practice field, the crack of muskets, the sky briefly swallowed by smoke. She had wanted to paint those moments for Laddie in vivid detail. The raw power, the shuddering earth, the way those new weapons tore into dummies and targets. If only the Royal Army could be equipped with these firearms on a grand scale, she thought yet again, the Southern rebels would crumble like rotten wood under a hammer. More than once she had found herself wondering if she ought to reveal that she was a princess of the realm, to plead with this northern lord to hand his secrets to the crown. Yet every time, the same old dread of political marriage and gilded captivity rose up and strangled the idea in its cradle. "What terrifying thing?" Laddie prompted, head tilted, expression artlessly curious in a way that made her look almost childlike. Erin forced a bright smile. "I cannot say just yet, but give it a little while, and you will probably see it for yourself." Before they had set sail, she had heard Paul's offhand order to fire off a couple of rounds, and had watched the crew trundle 4 guns into position along the deck. This trial was not only about sails and speed. Sure enough, a short time later Paul Grayman raised his voice so that it carried from stem to stern. "Bring us in towards that cliff face over there. I want to see what our shipboard artillery can do." Austin immediately relayed the order to Quake, who twisted the wheel with practiced ease. Hope leaned gracefully into the turn, her bow swinging until she was angled towards a sheer wall of rock that jutted out from the coastline like a broken tooth. Below decks and along the port side, the gun crews went to work. Powder charges were rammed home, followed by solid iron shot, each round packed tight with wads. Rammers thudded against the breech, iron scraping on iron, the air filling with the dry reek of powder. In short order, 2 6-pounders on the port battery stood loaded and ready, their muzzles peering through the open gun ports like patient, hungry hounds. Hope glided on until she lay roughly 500 meters from the cliff, turning so that her port side faced the rock squarely. "Gun crews, stand by," Austin bellowed, his voice booming across the deck. Aaron tugged urgently at Laddie's sleeve. "The noise will be deafening. Cover your ears tightly." Taking the warning to heart, Laddie pressed both hands over her ears, palms clamped flat. Around them, others did the same. Soldiers, clerks, and even some of the old salts who knew full well what was coming. A hush fell, a strange, expectant silence broken only by the snap of canvas and the murmur of the sea. "Fire!" The instant Austin's shout cracked across the deck, both gunners thrust slow match to the touch holes. The world exploded. The twin cannons roared like enraged beasts, the sound slamming into every chest on board. Flame belched from the muzzles, followed by billowing gouts of greasy gray smoke that rolled back along the deck, stinging eyes and filling mouths with the bitter taste of charcoal and saltpeter. Hope herself lurched, the whole hull shuddering as the guns hurled their iron forward and recoiled savagely against their breaching ropes. Out beyond the drifting veil of smoke, the effect on the cliff was brutal and immediate. Both shots hit high on the rock face. Stone burst outwards in fountains of shattered fragments, dust boiling away from the impact points. One of the round shots struck a jutting boulder that protruded from the cliff like a clenched fist. For a heartbeat, it seemed to quiver, and then it simply came apart, blasted into fragments that tumbled down in a deadly cascade, sending up little plumes of spray where they punched into the sea. "Es so powerful," Laddie breathed, momentarily forgetting to uncover her ears. It was her first time seeing cannon in action, and the sight had robbed her of words. The whole world still seemed to thrum faintly with the aftershock of that double thunder. "This," Aaron said, her own heart still hammering, "is artillery. It can strike at a distance, just like ballistae or catapults, only much, much further." Laddie needed no convincing, even without a tape to measure range. She could feel that the reach and force of these weapons utterly outstripped the siege engines she had seen in the past. Her thoughts flew back to the day Paul Grayman had retaken Port Fulan. Outside the town, she had heard booms like the wrath of heaven, one after another, rolling over the walls like a storm. Not long after, the Alden troops had surged through the gates. So that terrifying thunder must have come from these very weapons, she realized. With this kind of power, a gate would not need a ram. The wall itself would crack under iron shot. No wonder the pirates' defenses had crumpled like wet parchment. She glanced along the port side. 4 gun ports cut into the planking, and only 2 of them currently hosting cannon. Once every opening on each side bristled with iron, how fearsome would Hope be then? Against an oared galley of similar size, a single well-timed broadside could rake the full length of the enemy hull. If every shot found its mark, how many rowers would still be alive? How many oars would still be biting at the water? She knew the Kent family loomed over Alda like a loaded crossbow, yet Count Grayman had never once shown open panic. Perhaps, she thought, this was the steel he trusted in, this fire and thunder that turned wood and iron into a monster of war. The port guns barked again, then a third time, each salvo sending new sprays of rock and dust leaping from the cliff. After 3 volleys, Austin raised a hand. "Cease fire. Check the ship for damage." 2 guns slamming back in unison were one thing, an entire broadside was another matter entirely. If even this limited trial threatened the hull, then Hope would be a failed experiment before she had truly begun her career. Bilge and hold all sound, foredeck secure, 1 crack amidships, no, only scuffed paint. Voices called back reports from every corner of the vessel. As each shout rang out, all clear, and no leaks. The tightness in men's shoulders eased. Smiles returned, tentative at first, then broad and unabashed. Austin handed his brass spyglass to Paul Grayman, who raised it and studied the scarred cliff face with care. Through the glass, he could see the fresh craters pocked into the stone, the shattered boulder now nothing more than rubble at the water's edge. With this sort of punch, the naval commander said, we should have no trouble at all with the pirates' flimsy tubs. Paul lowered the glass, a grim little smile on his lips. Then something caught his eye. He turned to look for Hansel and nearly laughed aloud. The normally composed supervisor of agriculture looked like a man who had just stepped off a spinning top. He clung white-knuckled to the rail, face a shade paler than the salt, crusting the rigging, eyes still wide from the blast. When he noticed Paul watching him, he managed a wobbly, apologetic grin. I must beg your pardon, my lord, Hansel said weakly. This is my first time in my life actually at sea. First time, Paul raised an eyebrow, amused. Dear me, man, this hardly counts as putting out to sea. We have only been turning lazy circles just outside the harbor. He chuckled. Tell you what, why do you not wait a few days more? Once everything is fully prepared, you can sail south aboard Hope in proper style. Hansel shook his head so quickly he nearly made himself dizzier. And no, my lord, I dare not risk delaying your business. I shall head south by land, as planned. The king's errands must not be slowed by my stomach. That broke the tension at once. Laughter rolled across the deck. Good-natured, relieved, edged with the lingering thrill of cannon smoke and the promise of power. Chapter 108. The 666 Doctrine. Down on the beach, a crowd had gathered to watch the trial of the new vessel. Among them stood Bennett Todd and a clutch of his merchant acquaintances, all watching with keen interest as Hope cut across the water like a knife through silk. Did you all see that clearly? Bennett asked, turning to his companions. That ship, it does not have a single oar. Not one. You saw right, confirmed Godwin, a salt trader whose weathered face spoke of decades spent haggling over commodity prices. Not a oar to be found. Wind alone drives her forward. I wonder, Godwin continued, stroking his graying beard, if the Count has summoned us for something connected to this vessel. Connected how? Another merchant asked. Well, did not Lord Grayman mention establishing an ocean trading company some months back? But he said it was postponed. No ship suitable for deep-water voyages existed then. Now, suddenly, one does. Though we still do not know how she will truly perform in rough seas, someone else added cautiously. The merchants clustered together, voices rising and falling as they speculated and debated, the salt spray from the shore misting their cloaks. That afternoon, the town hall convened again, and sure enough, Count Grayman wasted no time in returning to the subject of ocean trade. Once the second sloop is complete, he announced, his voice carrying easily across the assembled crowd, I shall personally lead a deep-water voyage. He spread his hands, painting a picture in the air. The destination is provisionally set as Port Bamo, which lies where the Seine River, the kingdom's mightiest waterway, meets the sea. From there, if conditions permit, we shall sail further south to Horn Bay. Port Bamo was indeed the gateway to the south. A merchant could ascend the Seine all the way upstream to Radiant Castle, the royal capital itself, opening a corridor of trade that currently lay barely used. A merchant near the front raised his hand. Lord Grayman, will you sell ships to us private traders as well? Paul Grayman grinned. Of course I will. The more you buy, the more pleased I shall be. However, and mark this well, military requirements come first. We must have a powerful navy to keep the sea lanes safe. You would not much enjoy setting sail only to encounter pirates, would you? He gestured expansively. You may place orders at the shipyard now, on a first-come, first-served basis. And here is another opportunity for you. Hansel, my director of the Council of State, departs shortly for the royal capital. Any of you may go with him, or send a representative, to scout the southern markets and see what opportunities lie waiting. At this, the merchants erupted. They were already wealthy from the factories, paper mills, ceramic workshops, canning facilities, that had sprung up across Olda and Belding under Paul's technical guidance. Some ventures were sole proprietorships, others were partnerships. They had seen their profits swell remarkably. The salterns established along the coast had already begun to drive down the price of salt across the region. Now, the prospect of expanding their markets southward, of shipping goods downriver to places they had never yet reached, it was intoxicating. Indeed, Paul had been pleasantly surprised by one particular innovation. When he had first conceived of canned food, his memory had suggested glass jars, wide-mouthed and sealed with cork and wax, just as the old records described. But the local manufacturers, driven by the ruthless calculus of profit and loss, had quietly substituted earthenware crocks in place of glass. The savings were substantial, and the canned goods kept just as well. It was, in its way, a genuine innovation, proof that the hunger for profit could breed creativity. Naturally, Paul had quickly adopted ceramic containers for his own cannery as well. There was no point in being outcompeted by his own people. While Paul was painting rosy futures for the merchants, a rather different sort of discussion was unfolding in a secure military compound at the naval base. The attendees were Chief of Staff Schroeder, Admiral Austin, Director Kelly of the Armaments Department, Director Ron of Logistics, and Captain Bryce, commander of the Army's First Company, who had recently arrived at Port Fulen. Chief Schroeder, Austin said formally, presenting a thick sheaf of papers, "This is the development strategy we have prepared." Schroeder accepted the document and read through it carefully, his brow furrowing deeper with each page. When he finished, he passed it along to the others without comment. Bryce was the first to receive it. He glanced over the headings and figures, and his voice came out trembling slightly, whether from shock or anger was difficult to say. "Has the Navy lost its collective mind?" he demanded. "In the next 2 years, you propose to expand to 600 personnel, 60 pieces of artillery, a minimum of 6 full warships." He slammed his palm on the table hard enough to rattle the inkwell. "Austin, you cannot be serious. The entire army, the entire land forces, has only 8 cannon worth calling cannon." Austin was unruffled. "If you read more carefully, you will see that many of those 60 guns are small swivels, not heavy pieces." "That is still far too many," Bryce protested. "This is the result of careful deliberation," Austin replied calmly. "We have already been quite conservative. 600 sailors, 60 cannon, 6 warships. We call it the 666 doctrine." He stood, addressing the room with the confidence of a man who had thought through every objection. "The Count has ordered the Navy to open and secure the southern trade routes. With nothing but a handful of oared galleys crewed by raw recruits armed mainly with cutlasses and a scattering of muskets, how are we to suppress the multitude of pirates infesting those waters? Large bands, small bands, organized corsairs, desperate brigands, they are everywhere. The Navy must guarantee simultaneous operations, 4 ships on patrol, 1 in training, 1 in dry dock for maintenance." Bryce frowned. "Training, that makes sense. But maintenance? The ship is brand new." "It is precisely because it is newly built that maintenance is essential," Austin explained with the patience of a man addressing landlubbers. "A proper warship takes months, even years to construct. But we need vessels in service urgently, so our first hulls were built with haste. Hope, for example, took only a month. Much of her timber was not properly seasoned, dried out enough before it was worked. This means the wood will age and warp and rot far more quickly than optimal timber would. Regular maintenance is the only answer. And even with perfectly constructed ships, routine inspection and repair is simply the cost of keeping them seaworthy." "And what about this marine contingent?" Bryce pressed. "We already have an army. Why do we need sailors learning land combat?" "Because pirates are not obliging enough to simply float on the water waiting for us to bombard them," Austin said, an edge of dry humor creeping into his tone. "When they see a naval force approaching, they will make for the land. Their bases are on islands or hidden coves along the shore. We must pursue them ashore, root them out, destroy their ships and strongholds. By the time a messenger reaches the army and we coordinate a response, the quarry will have scattered like rats from a burning barn. We need soldiers aboard ship, men trained to fight on a pitching deck, to storm a beach, to assault a fortified position. Marines, in other words," he continued with unshakable logic. "Further, consider the economic reality. Once ocean trade truly opens, the Council of State will collect vastly more in tariffs and customs duties. That revenue can then be redistributed to both the Navy and the Army. All of us benefit. That last point hung in the air like a ripe fruit, tempting and real. Schroeder considered the matter carefully, his weathered face giving little away. At last he spoke. Strategically, I approve this doctrine. However, the final decision rests with the Count himself. As things stand, military resources have already tilted heavily toward the Navy. The Army has over 1,000 men and only 8 cannon. The Navy has a few hundred and 10. Many of my officers are displeased. He cast a meaningful glance at Bryce, who was still radiating quiet fury. Even with the threat from Emden hanging over us, we have not rebalanced resources. When we expanded to 3 companies, we could barely equip them. Many soldiers are carrying staves instead of swords. It is only by the grace of the Almighty that the Kent family has not yet made a move. Schroeder fixed Austin with a steady gaze. So, Commander, the Navy must deliver results that justify this allocation. Tangible results. Austin rose, straightened his uniform, and delivered a formal salute. His voice rang out, steady and sure. You have my word. The Count may trust us. You may trust us, Chief Schroeder. We are already coordinating with intelligence to map out the pirate gangs operating in these waters. We know their bases, their numbers, their strengths and weaknesses. Within the year, mark my words, there will be no armed force on the Northwest Bay save our own. Schroeder stood as well and placed a firm hand on Austin's shoulder. Excellent. To support the Navy's operations, the Armaments Department will establish a new arsenal here at Port Fulan. You shall have gunpowder, shot, weapons, and all other supplies manufactured nearby, ready at hand. A broad smile broke across Austin's face. It was a tremendous show of support. We shall not disappoint Lord Greyman's faith in us, he said, voice tight with emotion. I swear it. The meeting dispersed with a new sense of purpose thrumming beneath the surface. The Navy had its mandate. Now came the harder part, proving it was worth the investment. Chapter 109. The pirate remnant. After Hope's triumphant trial voyage, the Navy formally commissioned the vessel with all due haste. She received her full complement. 8 broadside cannon, 4 to a side, and 4 swivel guns, plus a crew of 50 sailors hand-picked for their grit and sea legs. Given that Quake was, by a considerable margin, the most seasoned mariner in the entire Navy, and after months of close observation had revealed not a flicker of treachery in the man, Paul Greyman approved his appointment as Hope's captain. His rank leapt several grades in one bound, landing him the provisional title of lieutenant. A dizzying promotion that left him blinking back tears of gratitude. Having spent months in naval service, Quake had slowly come to realize that Count Greyman was not the sort of tyrant who devoured his subjects whole and spat out the bones. A genuine desire to serve had taken root in his chest, and now that a golden opportunity had been placed in his calloused hands, he was determined to seize it with both fists. He drove his crew mercilessly, drilling them day after day until every man aboard knew the ship's every timber, rope, and rivet as intimately as his own mother's face. They slept aboard, ate aboard, lived aboard, until Hope became less a vessel and more a home, albeit a home that could spit iron death at a moment's notice. After a few days in Port Fulan, Paul Greyman prepared to return to Lakeshore Town. Before he departed, Admiral Austin presented the long-gestated plan for a systematic pirate hunt. In a secure briefing room at the naval base, a massive sand table dominated the center, its contours sculpted to represent the entire coastline of the Northwest Bay, complete with islands, inlets, and hidden coves. Given the limits of current surveying techniques, the model was not precisely accurate, but for the Navy's purposes, it was more than sufficient. To summarize, Austin said, tapping the sand with a slender rod, we will coordinate with the coastal militia in the following manner. Our first target will be the pirate known as Mudfish Garden. Since the fall of the Shark Gang, he has become the most powerful corsair operating in these waters. Hold on a moment, Paul interrupted, stroking his chin. Mudfish. That nickname rings a bell. Behind Austin, Quake cleared his throat awkwardly. My Lord Greyman, when I was still a hum in my previous line of work, I tried to persuade Garden to join me in an attack on Lakeshore Town. He slipped away when he saw which way the wind was blowing, and shortly after you captured me. Ah, Paul remembered. The fellow who oiled his heels and vanished. No wonder they call him Mudfish. Exactly, Quake confirmed. The man is slippery as an eel, and twice as cunning. He has a nose for trouble and always knows when to scarper. Austin continued. They excel at probing our weak spots, striking where our defenses are thinnest. I must confess, my lord, they have succeeded in landing several raids on my watch. Paul offered a sharp reminder. We likely have a mole in our ranks feeding them information. Be thorough in your investigation. And Quake, do not take that personally. I am not pointing fingers at you. My lord, I have already begun to suspect as much. I will root out any traitors with extreme prejudice. According to our current intelligence, Austin went on, the Mudfish crew has no fixed base. Every member is a master of small boat handling, which makes tracking their movements devilishly difficult. Surely our new ship can outrun them? Paul asked. They still use oared galleys, do they not? They do, Austin admitted, but they appear to have some unknown modification that grants their vessels surprising speed. Even when our patrols catch them in the act, they can pull away and leave us wallowing in their wake. Quake added, I never heard of Mudfish having such tricks in the old days. Paul's expression hardened. I did not come here to listen to a litany of excuses about how difficult this will be. Austin pivoted smoothly. Of course not, my lord. What I described is the past. The future is different because we now have hope. The enemy's ships, however fast, rely on muscle power. Hope needs only wind. We do not need to catch them immediately. We need only stay on their tail like a hound on a scent. Sooner or later, their rowers' arms will give out, and then we will have them. Sending a barely tested prototype into a fight with pirates, are you certain that is wise? And what if they have many ships? Will we not be outnumbered and overwhelmed? Despite his faith in sail-powered warships, Paul felt a flicker of doubt about committing hope so soon. Quake stepped forward, thumping his chest. My lord, my crew and I have absolute faith in hope. We can hold our own until reinforcements arrive. Remembering the 8 cannon and 4 swivels bristling along her decks, Quake felt a surge of confidence. He could almost taste the victory. These guns were born for naval combat. With enough of them, he could pound an enemy to splinters from a safe distance and never need to close for boarding. The discussion continued for a while longer, weighing risks and contingencies. Finally, Paul looked directly at Austin. The sea is your domain. Deal with the pirates, but do not lose sight of opening the southern trade routes. As soon as the second ship is launched, send her south. Austin and the assembled captains snapped to attention, saluting as one. Yes, my lord. You have our word. One more thing, Paul added. I am leaving Miss Dyers here with you. She will help you develop a system of signals for communication at sea. She has already created a flag code for the army that works brilliantly. Austin nodded. That would be most welcome, my lord. Our thanks. In a coastal village just beyond Alder's borders, flames roared as thatched roofs caught light, the oily black smoke billowing up to stain the afternoon sky. The stench of burning straw mingled with the iron-sweet reek of fresh blood. Men's pleas for mercy were cut short by the wet thud of blades. Women's screams and children's wails wove a terrible chorus of despair. The pirates swarmed through the narrow lanes like a plague of rats, kicking in doors, smashing shutters, dragging out anything of value. They stuffed silver candlesticks, linen sheets, and sacks of grain into wooden crates, then hauled them down to the waterline where their longboats waited, rocking gently on the swell. Those villagers not already dead or bleeding were herded into the village square at Spear Point. The pirates began the grim business of selecting slaves. One raider, a scar-faced brute with a gold ring in his ear, spotted a boy of perhaps 14, cowering near his mother. He strode into the huddled mass, seized the lad by the scruff of his neck, and hauled him upright. The boy went limp with terror, trembling so violently his teeth chattered. His mother, a woman whose face had aged 20 years in as many minutes, threw herself forward and clutched her son's leg with desperate strength. Please, I beg you, do not take my son. He is all I have left in this world. Her eyes streamed with tears, her voice cracked with raw panic, and she repeated her plea over and over, each word a shard of broken glass. Let go, the pirate snarled, shaking the boy like a rag doll. He glared down at the woman, his patience evaporating. She only clung tighter, her fingers digging into her son's flesh, her wails rising to a fever pitch. The pirate lost his temper. His free hand, the one holding a notched cutlass, flicked upward. The blade caught the light for a heartbeat, then descended. The woman crumpled, a dark stain spreading across the cobbles beneath her. "Mother," the boy shrieked, a sound torn from the deepest part of his soul. "You demons!" In a frenzy of grief and rage, he sank his teeth into the pirate's forearm, biting down with all the strength his thin frame could muster. It was the only rebellion he could muster. The pirate yelped in pain, cursed the boy as a little whelp, and brought the pommel of his sword down hard on the lad's skull. The boy went limp, unconscious before he hit the ground. The pirate dragged him by the collar and dumped him at the feet of another raider. Young boys, their minds still pliable, and their bodies not yet strong enough to resist, made ideal slaves. Once aboard a pirate ship, they would either adapt to the brutal life and grow into proper pirates themselves, or they would remain chattel until they died. The remaining villagers sat huddled on the ground, trembling, eyes downcast, praying that the pirate's gaze would pass over them. Not one dared to stand, to fight, to resist. They simply waited, hoping the next horror would befall someone else. Chapter 110. Mudfish's ambition. On a rise overlooking the burning coast, Mudfish Garden stood with arms loosely folded, a faint, satisfied smirk tugging at his lips as the fishing village below drowned in fire and screams. The orange light painted his weather-worn face in flickering strokes, like a demon half born from the blaze. A lieutenant came pounding up the slope from the village, breath rasping, smoke clinging to his clothes. "Boss, we have taken almost everything worth taking." Garden nodded lazily. "Round everyone up. We are pulling out. If those meddling blue-striped dogs show up, this stops being fun very quickly." "Yes, boss." The man spun on his heel and sprinted back down towards the carnage. The creation of Alda's navy had been a splinter in every pirate's heel, but for those operating along Alda's coast, it had been nothing short of a nightmare. Where once they had come and gone as they pleased, now every landing felt like stepping into a snare. When Lord Paul Grayman had personally hunted down and slaughtered his father's killer, Shark, most pirates assumed that would be the end of it. A bloody feud settled. They believed this northern lord would fall back into the comfortable old arrangement between the lords of the Northwest and the pirate crews. An unspoken pact that as long as the raiding stayed reasonable, everyone would look the other way. No one had expected Shark's stupidity to kick a hornet's nest. The young lord did not content himself with vengeance on one man. From that public execution onward, rumors spread from cove to cove, tavern to tavern. Count Grayman swore to wipe every pirate from the Northwest Bay. It was not bluster. The Count had raised a navy for the express purpose of hunting them. At first, the navy's strength was too thin to launch major purges, yet the pressure was there all the same. The pirates began to feel it in small ways. Raids along Alda's shore no longer went unchallenged. Before they would sack a place, linger for a day or two to drink, patch hulls, and divide spoils. Now, the moment they set foot on land, they had to think about leaving. If they tarried, the Alden Navy would appear on the horizon and teach them the true meaning of spoiling the mood. Some had tried to stand and fight, to prove that steel and bravado could match this new force. They had learned differently. Before they could even see the whites of their enemies' eyes, there would be a stuttering volley of sharp, unnatural cracks, flashes of light, and then men would simply drop, dozens at a time, cut down by weapons they could barely understand. After a few such massacres, no one needed reminding of how Shark had met his end. Reluctantly, the pirates changed their habits. No more lounging where they looted. Now it was hit and run. Strike fast, grab what you can, melt back into the waves. Even that, however, was not enough. Alda began stationing naval agents in coastal towns and villages. These officers reorganized, drilled, and led the local militia. Where once the villagers, militia, had been little more than terrified farmers with sticks, now they started to look and fight like real soldiers. They learnt to stand their ground, to take orders, to buy time. Because the shoreline was long, and the Navy could not scatter its ships everywhere at once, Admiral Austin embarked on a program of coastal defenses almost as soon as he took command. He summoned representatives from every fishing hamlet and harbor town to Port Fulan and laid out his scheme. Every settlement was to have some form of refuge, a simple fort big enough to hold every man, woman, and child. Small villages could make do with a stout wooden palisade encircling their homes. It did not need to withstand a siege forever, but its defenses had to last at least a full day and night. Each community was also required to raise a beacon tower on the coast, manned by local militia who would patrol the shoreline. At the first sign of suspicious sails, they would light the beacon. The moment the flame was seen, the villagers were to abandon their homes and rush into the fort, while the militia took up defensive positions along the walls. Once inside, they were to sit tight and wait for the navy. No grand charges, no foolish heroics, no being lured out into open ground by taunts. They were to endure, not gamble. By early autumn, the chain of coastal forts and beacons was largely complete, and the impact was plain to see. Yes, pirates still made off with goods, carts of grain, tools, livestock caught in the fields, but the number of villagers dragged away in chains dropped sharply. Families might lose their livelihood, but they no longer lost their sons and daughters quite so often. Every time a beacon flared, the Olden Navy scrambled. Swift patrols raced to cut off raiding parties before they could limp back to sea, trapping more than a few and inflicting several crushing defeats. As militia training improved, the locals learnt to read a situation, recognizing when they could bloody the nose of a small pirate gang themselves and when to hunker down and wait for help. Bit by bit, Olda's coastline became a no-go zone. Pirate captains marked it on their mental charts as a place to avoid, unless they had a very good reason. Instead, they shifted their attention to richer, softer targets in neighboring domains. Yet fishing boats and merchant cogs still sailed beyond the reach of land-based forts, and at sea they remained vulnerable. Once the danger on land had been mostly checked, Austin turned his gaze outward. 6 well-trained oared sailing ships began regular patrols, escorting civilian vessels and prowling known pirate routes. The sailors were green, many barely more than boys, but they carried muskets and grenades. That alone reshaped the odds. The pirates still haunting these waters, those little crews abandoned by the great corsair Edward, only knew how to close and board, to fight hand to hand. Lacking bows, ballistae, or any serious ranged weaponry, they were slaughtered whenever they tried to rush within grappling range, cut down by gunfire and blasts of shrapnel. In time, the name of the Olden Navy became something pirates spat like a curse. Stories spread across the Northwest Bay of blue and white uniforms and thunderous weapons. The fleet grew bolder, its patrol radius widening, its captains occasionally straying into neighboring waters to give raiders attacking other lords' coasts a sharp and very public lesson. One band, however, remained a thorn in Austin's side: Mudfish Garden's crew. When Garden spoke of blue-striped dogs, he meant Olda's sailors, their nickname taken from their distinctive white and blue uniforms. Those colors had become as feared among sea scum as the sight of gallows in a prison yard. Of the 4 major pirate crews who had once sat above Mudfish on the informal food chain, 2, the Shark Gang and Quake's former band, had destroyed themselves by attacking Greyman directly, only to be annihilated when the Count marched in person. The other 2 had been caught by the Olden Navy while ashore, ambushed and crippled. Only Mudfish Garden's lot had survived and grown stronger, thanks to their captain's caution and cunning. After suffering a few sharp setbacks, they had adapted and then thrived. Unlike the mad dogs whose only instinct was to grab, Garden played a subtler game. He placed eyes and ears on land. Peddlers trudging from village to village, bullied locals pressed into service, all feeding him scraps of information through hidden channels. From them he learnt which settlements had strong defenses, how many militia they could muster, whether Navy ships had been seen nearby. Armed with this intelligence, Mudfish grew bolder. He staged several raids that left the Olden command red-faced. Where others blundered into prepared traps, he slipped through cracks, striking fast, then vanishing before the blue and white uniforms arrived. Fearful of the Navy's reputation, he placed strict limits on what his men could do in Olda's territory. They were to steal goods only, coin, food, tools, and keep bloodshed to a minimum. Among the pirate crews, there was a rumor that Olda's lord would show leniency to raiders who had no murders on their hands. Whether that was wishful thinking or not, Garden decided it was best not to make the enmity irreparable. Outside Olda's borders, however, his restraint evaporated. In other lords' lands, villages burned and people died in droves, just as they always had. The reason Mudfish dared to keep probing Older at all, long after other pirates had written it off, was simple. He wanted to send a message to the rest of the pirate world. There is still one crew in the Northwest Bay. He meant to prove that Grayman cannot tame. If he could make that boast believable, his prestige among the scattered corsairs would soar. Because somewhere along the way, a notion had crept into Garden's mind. At first, it had been a foolish little spark of a thought, something he laughed at as soon as it formed, a daydream unworthy of a hard-bitten rogue. But as his power grew, as each successful raid fattened his coffers and reputation, that spark took hold. It became an idea, then a plan, finally an ambition. He wanted to unite the pirates of the Northwest Bay beneath a single flag. His flag. He wanted to become the second Edward. And not long ago, an encounter with a certain mysterious figure had fanned that ambition into a blaze, convincing Mudfish Garden that his dream was not madness at all, merely unfinished business. Chapter 111. The transformation. Mudfish Garden stood alone in his quarters, mind drifting back to an afternoon 2 months past, when everything had begun to shift beneath his feet. After Shark and Quake, the two mightiest pirate captains in the Northwest Bay, had been obliterated, the hierarchy among the corsair crews scrambled to reform. In that chaotic moment, with power suddenly up for grabs, Mudfish had made a fateful choice. He would wait. He would watch. He would not rush. He had summoned his lieutenants to a cramped hideaway, gathered them in a circle, and laid down his decree. From this moment forward, keep your heads down. We lie quiet until the dust settles. Once the new order is established, we resume normal operations. One of his officers, a scarred brute with a voice like gravel, had dared to challenge him. But Captain, with Shark and Quake gone, if we move fast, we could claim top position. We have the strength. Why turtle away now and hand the crown to someone else? The question carried an edge of doubt, as though the man was questioning Mudfish's nerve. Garden had fixed him with a cold stare. The bird that pokes its head above the tall grass gets shot. Lord Grayman is feeling very pleased with himself right now. If we go scrambling for a title at this moment, we are just volunteering to be his next target. He leaned forward, voice dropping to something darker. If you want to try your luck, go ahead. But do not drag the rest of the crew down with you to die. The lieutenant's neck had retracted like a turtle's. He had stammered apologies, assuring Mudfish of his loyalty, claiming it was merely friendly advice. The tension had broken, and Garden had waved the group away to disperse. All except one had left. The officer who remained was that same scarred lieutenant, the one who had dared to question him. Now he sat motionless, the others gone, the room settling into an eerie silence broken only by the lap of waves against the hull. Garden studied him, eyes narrowing. Something felt wrong. This man, Swordfish, was normally taciturn to the point of muteness. He followed orders without question, never spoke unless spoken to. Yet today he had voiced dissent. Today he had challenged. "Why are you still here?" Mudfish demanded. Swordfish did not answer. Instead, he rolled his shoulders, cracking his neck from side to side with a series of sharp, audible pops. Then he straightened in his seat, and his entire bearing transformed. Gone was the hunched, deferential slouch. In its place was something coiled, predatory, confident. A chill slithered down Garden's spine. The air itself seemed to have turned colder, though the night was only pleasantly cool. Some primitive instinct screamed at him that he was in the presence of something dangerous, as though a cobra had uncoiled itself mere feet away and fixed him with its golden eye. Mudfish moved slowly, deliberately. His right hand drifted toward his hip, fingers closing around the hilt of the poisoned dagger sheathed at his belt. The familiar weight was reassuring, a promise of swift, certain death. A cascade of terrible thoughts flooded his mind. Is this a mutiny? Are the sentries outside already dead? He looked so calm, so sure. Has he planned this thoroughly? I pride myself on caution, yet somehow I walked straight into a trap. How did he prepare without my noticing a single sign? The moment he signals, a flood of conspirators will pour through that door, and I will die choking on my own blood. Mudfish drew the dagger partway from its sheath. At this distance, he was confident he could throw with lethal accuracy. The toxin on the blade was virulent. Merely scratching the skin would be enough. A slow death, then. Agony stretched across hours, while the traitor waited to breathe his last. If this fool wanted his life, he would have to pay with his own. Swordfish, Garden said, his voice dropping to a growl, answer me. I will not ask twice. The man did not respond. Instead, he began to clap. Slow, deliberate claps, the sound echoing off the wooden walls. Mudfish interpreted the gesture as a signal, the agreed-upon mark for an ambush. He tightened his grip on the dagger, every muscle in his body wound taut as a bowstring. He waited, breath held, for the door to explode inward. Let them come. I will take at least one of them with me. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3. Nothing happened. No one entered. No ambush materialized. Mudfish's confusion flickered across his face for just an instant, but Swordfish caught it and smiled. Then he began to laugh, a great, booming laugh that filled the cabin. But it was not Swordfish's laugh. Garden felt his blood turn to ice water. The voice, the timbre, the cadence, all wrong. This was not the gruff baritone of his lieutenant. This was something else entirely. Something mocking. Dread bloomed in Mudfish's chest, a flower of pure terror. Whatever he had imagined, betrayal, ambush, death by 100 cuts, the reality was somehow far worse. This grotesque charade, this possession, this violation of everything he thought he understood about the man before him. It was obscene. Who is this creature? How did it wear Swordfish's skin? Where is the real Swordfish? What power allows it to sit before me with such casual dominion, carrying no visible weapon? Mudfish forced himself to breathe, to think. His voice emerged steady, though his hands trembled slightly. Who are you? He asked, each word carefully enunciated. The thing wearing Swordfish's face blinked, as though surprised. Then its expression shifted to something almost amused. Aye. So I have been seen through already. Mudfish pressed on. Swordfish would never be so bold before me. Moreover, your laugh gave you away. I know that man's voice intimately, and that was not it. The impostor paused, then gave a small smile. How careless of me. I intended to keep you confused for far longer. That was meant to be a dramatic moment. It tilted its head, studying him with those luminous eyes. I must say, Mudfish suits you well. Your instinct to avoid standing out, to blend into the murk, very wise. Very true to your nature. Garden ignored the mockery. Who are you? What do you want? Where is Swordfish? The creature held up 3 fingers in a deliberately theatrical gesture. 3 questions. Shall we make a bargain? I will answer 1 question for every concession you agree to make, To hell with your bargains. Before the thing could finish, Mudfish's hand flicked forward with all the speed and precision honed by a lifetime of violence. The poisoned dagger left his fingers in a blur, its trajectory flawless. Even as he released it, some part of Mudfish was astonished at his own rashness. He had acted on impulse, throwing a lethal weapon at an enemy whose capabilities he did not even begin to understand. His conscious mind had not even participated in the decision. His body had simply reacted, reflexive as a snake striking. But it was done now, and he was confident in his aim. The toxin on that blade would lay a man low in screaming agony within minutes. The dagger flew true. It struck the creature's brow precisely, dead center between the eyes, and then talk. It clattered to the floor, utterly harmless, its momentum entirely spent. Chapter 112. A devil's bargain, the razor-edged dagger struck Swordfish square in the forehead and went no further. It bounced off with a dull little clack and tumbled to the floorboards like a toy dropped by a bored child. For a heartbeat, Mudfish Garden could only stare. If it had been any other sort of mishap, the ever-cautious pirate lord had a dozen contingencies he could have reached for. But this affront to the very rules of flesh and steel, stripped him of every neat little trick he prided himself on. His legendary quick wits deserted him. He simply stood there, eyes wide, staring at the man he had just tried to kill. My, drawled Swordfish, rubbing his brow as though he had been flicked with a pea rather than a blade. You do have quite the arm. You have ruined a perfectly good mask. He pinched the skin at his hairline between finger and thumb and tugged. Slowly, with a soft, unpleasant peeling sound, a whole layer of face began to come away. Understanding hit Mudfish like a fist to the gut. A human skin mask. He had heard of such things. To make one, you had to strip the face from your chosen victim, then treat it with obscene rites until it could be worn like a second skin. which meant the real swordfish was almost certainly dead. No, even with a mask, that should not have been possible. A flimsy layer of cured flesh could never have stopped a dagger thrown with that kind of force. If human skin could do that, the iron armor of knights would be nothing but decoration. His gaze snapped back to the man's forehead, searching for so much as a scratch. There was nothing. Not a nick, not a bruise. Whoever this was had taken the throw head-on with bare flesh. Once the false face came off entirely, the intruder reached up and ripped away his hair in one impatient yank. "Wigs," he muttered with distaste. Utterly insufferable. Now the stranger's true appearance was laid bare. His skull was completely bald, smooth as polished bone. No eyebrows softened his features. Instead, his face was a map of ink, dark, curling tattoos that coiled across his skin in intricate patterns. The designs were wrong in some fundamental way. The longer Mudfish looked at them, the more his stomach clenched, as if his instincts were screaming that the marks themselves were dangerous. The man's expression was one of open amusement, a cat toying with a cornered mouse, utterly confident that the little beast had nowhere left to run. "This one is trouble. Real trouble." Mudfish Garden forced himself to breathe slowly. The situation was no longer his to control. That much was obvious. The best he could do was keep his head and salvage what he could. He swallowed, then tried again, voice steady. "Who are you, exactly? And what is your purpose here?" This time, the question was met with an answer. "A fair point. Proper introductions do smooth things along." The bold man inclined his head in a mock bow. "You may call me Barnet. I am a member of the Arcane Society, and I have come to discuss a little business with you." Arcane Society. The name meant nothing to Mudfish. No whispered tavern rumors, no prison yard tales. Nothing. He ransacked his memory for it and came up empty. Sensing his confusion, Barnet flicked his hand dismissively. "Do not strain yourself. Our organization does not usually trouble to appear before common folk." Common folk. The words Arcane Society and that casual common snapped together in Mudfish's mind, and a wild thought surfaced. A wizard. Impossible. Absurd. And yet, he looked at the dagger lying harmlessly on the floor. Under any sane rules of the world, that throw should have punched straight through skull and brain. Instead, the stranger stood there chatting, as if lightly tapped with a spoon. The stuff of tales and half-remembered stories was standing in front of him. To Mudfish's own surprise, fear was not the first thing he felt. His heart was pounding, yes, but it was exhilaration as much as terror. This was madness. This was dangerous. This was thrilling. "Healthy. Brave are we," Barnet remarked lightly. "Good. It means your caution comes from sense, not cowardice." The fact that this man had just plucked the shape of his thoughts from the air made Mudfish's skin crawl. There was nothing of the sea's rough honesty in him. No open threat, no obvious weapon. Just that quiet, awful certainty. "If you do not mind," Mudfish said carefully, "may I address you as Master Barnet?" Barnet laughed, a rich, genuine sound. "Master, is it? So you have guessed what I am." "Yes. I am a wizard of sorts, though we prefer to call ourselves magicians." The word hung in the air like smoke. Seeing no point in further denial, Mudfish pressed on. "Then, Master Barnet, what sort of trade do you wish to discuss with the likes of me?" His heart, which had been clenched tight as a fist, eased very slightly. If the man wanted him dead, he would be dead already. You did not spend this long creeping through someone's life in another man's skin, just to kill him in his own back room. "I want you to do us a small favor," Barnet said, "and in return we pay you up front." "A small favor," Mudfish echoed. "Such as, why, to split apart the kingdom of Aldo, of course." There was a long, eloquent pause. "I must beg your pardon," Mudfish said at last, "but in what world does that qualify as a small favor?" Barnet's lips curled. "Compared to our ultimate goal, it is a trifle." Mudfish snorted. "You have the wrong man, Master Barnet. I have a little over 200 rogues and a few tired hulks to my name. Any minor lord with real soldiers could beat me bloody. I am hardly the one to go tearing kingdoms in half." Barnet waved a hand, as though brushing aside a cobweb. "I did say we would pay you first. Why not ask what the payment is before you sell yourself short? You might find your confidence improves." "Very well, then. What fee do you propose to pay in advance?" The wizard smiled slowly, like a man unveiling a masterpiece. "We shall help you unify the pirates of the Northwest Bay and become a second Edward. How does that sound as an opening offer?" For a heartbeat, Mudfish forgot to breathe. To become another Edward. The name alone was enough to set the blood of any sea thief racing. To command every pirate crew from cape to cape, to force the lords of the Northwest to recognize your waters as your domain. That was something no one had done before. Edward's name was etched into history, for good or ill, in strokes that would never fade. Of course, Mudfish Garden had dreamed of such a thing. When he first took to the sea, young and hungry, that had been the secret fantasy tucked away behind every raid. That he might one day be more than a footnote. That when people cursed his name, it would be for generations. Until now, it had remained just that, a dream. An idle fancy he let himself taste when the rum burned his throat warm, and his wounds were bound and bleeding. "With Edward's strength," Barnet went on silkily, "you will be able to wrestle the lords of the Northwest for real. You will not need to crawl in the shadows any longer." He leaned back, fingertips steepled. "Understand, we do not intend for you to march inland and fight the kingdom of Aldo head-on. That would be wasteful. We simply want you to tie up their forces along the coasts and seas, hit their supply lines, force them to divert troops to deal with you. From time to time, you will carry soldiers and grain by sea for us. The rest, deep inland, is already arranged." On the face of it, the tasks did not sound difficult. Raiding, harrying, transport. These were things pirates did as easily as breathing. If he truly could rise to Edward's stature, such favors were a small price to pay. Yet doubt gnawed at him. Could this bold, tattooed enigma and his hidden arcane society really lift a middling raider like Mudfish Garden to that height? It sounded absurd. Unless, of course, they meant to use actual sorcery. He glanced at the fallen dagger and suppressed a shiver. Magic, witchcraft, call it what you liked, it was clearly not just tavern talk. "I know what you are thinking," Barnet said, eyes glinting. "You are wondering whether we truly have the means to pay such a handsome fee." He reached into his robe and drew out a tiny pill, the size of a fingernail, and set it delicately on the table between them. "Shall we settle your doubts? Have you the courage to swallow one of these? It will introduce changes to your body, changes that will give you a first taste of the arcane society's power." Mudfish picked the pill up between thumb and forefinger, studying it. It was a deep, uniform red, giving away nothing of its composition. No smell, no hint of what it might do. He hesitated. Seeing his uncertainty, Barnet spoke again, tone almost conversational. "To be perfectly frank, overindulgence in this medicine does carry certain side effects. But I give you my word, once or twice will do you no harm worth mentioning." Mudfish weighed the little sphere in his palm. If Barnet had ever intended to kill him, he had already had more than enough chances. The mask, the quiet entrance, the empty corridor outside. If death had been the aim, Mudfish Garden would already be a memory. For my future, then, he thought. For more than scraps. For more than being just another name spat into the sea. He made his choice. With a flick of his wrist, he tipped the pill into his mouth. It was tasteless, smooth. He swallowed, feeling it slide down his throat and vanish into the dark. Chapter 113. The gift of strength mere seconds after Mudfish swallowed the pill. A savage heat blossomed in his belly and spread outward like wildfire through his veins. This feeling, this sensation, a confidence unlike anything he had ever known surged through him. He felt invincible, unstoppable, as though he could take on 10 men, 20, 100, it would not matter. His body was a weapon. His limbs were iron. He clenched his right fist almost experimentally and watched in astonishment as his forearm erupted with muscle. Veins stood out like cords, his biceps swelling to an absurd, grotesque size. The heat intensified. Every nerve burned. Every fiber screamed for release. "Ah!" Mudfish roared and drove his fist forward in a blind rage. His knuckles met the corner of the heavy oak table. The table simply gave way. Oak as thick as a man's leg, crumpled like damp pastry under the impact. The tabletop exploded into splinters. One leg shattered completely, and the whole structure toppled sideways with a sound like a felled tree. crashing to the floor in a wreckage of splintered wood and scattered papers. Mudfish stared at the destruction, breathing hard. In any normal circumstance, it would have been his hand that broke, his bones that splintered. Yet when he raised his palm to examine it, there was nothing. No wound, no swelling, no sign of injury. Only the faint ghost of pressure where his knuckles had met solid resistance. The urge rose in him, primal and terrible. He wanted to kill. He wanted to smash something living. He wanted to feel this power unleashed on flesh and bone. Barnet observed the transformation with clinical detachment. Perhaps I should have reduced the dosage slightly. His constitution appears unusually sensitive. The pirate captain had undergone a startling metamorphosis. From his usual lean, wiry frame, Mudfish had swollen into something altogether more bestial. A muscled giant with a face contorted by barely restrained madness, every muscle twitching, every breath a snarl. Yet Barnet seemed entirely unconcerned. He simply raised one hand, palm outward, directed at Mudfish's chest, and began to speak in a language that sounded like no earthly tongue. The syllables fell from his lips like stones into still water, harsh, guttural, utterly alien. As the strange words washed over him, Mudfish felt the fever break. The burning retreated. The manic hunger for violence faded like a bad dream upon waking. His body shrank back to its normal proportions. His breathing steadied. Sanity returned like a man surfacing from beneath deep, dark water. "Apologies," Barnet said with a slight shrug, his tone utterly devoid of genuine remorse. "I misjudged the dose." Mudfish stood panting, hands trembling. Master Barnet, that sensation was indescribable. He stared at his palms as though they belonged to someone else, turning them over and over. "I felt stronger than ever before in my life. Invulnerable." Surely that was illusion. The wreckage of the table lay at his feet, a solid refutation of any such doubt. "Your strength has not entirely dissipated," Barnet remarked with an amused smile. "You could experience it again if you wished." No, Master Barnet, I am convinced," Mudfish said quickly. "You have proven your ability to pay. If my men could take such a draft, if I could control the dose as you have done, clearing out the small-time corsairs infesting the Northwest Bay would be trivial by comparison." The memory of his near madness was still fresh, yet he could not deny the exhilaration beneath it. And this wizard had restored his sanity as easily as one might dismiss a servant. A man capable of that was operating on a plane of power Mudfish could scarcely fathom. He felt the strength still coursing through him, diminished but present, like a fire banked for the night. "How long does this effect last?" "It varies depending on the individual," Barnet replied. "But generally speaking, 3 to 4 hours is a reasonable expectation." "How many doses can you provide to us?" 50 per week until you have unified the pirate crews of this region. After that, your ongoing allocation will depend on your performance, though by then you may have no further need of them." Mudfish shook his head. "No, Master Barnet, I suspect I shall require your supplies for quite some time yet." Becoming a second Edward was merely the opening move. Looking at this miraculous draft, Mudfish saw vistas of possibility spreading before him. This wizard spoke of stirring unrest, fragmenting kingdoms. If armies could be toppled through such means, why could not the pirate lord himself seize a portion of the spoils? Barnet's smile evaporated. His expression hardened into something cold and analytical. "So, you have made your decision to work with us then?" Mudfish nodded eagerly. "I am honored to collaborate with you and the arcane society you represent. But I confess I am curious. Why did you choose me specifically?" "You are not my only recruit," Barnet replied. "Others have been selected as well. The reasons will become clear in time. As for you in particular," he tilted his head, a thin smile crossing his tattooed features, "I have evaluated many candidates through various means. You, Mudfish, are among the least foolish. You understand restraint. You know when to advance and when to withdraw. In this Northwest region, such wisdom is rarer than you might think." Mudfish was not sure whether to feel flattered or insulted. "Did our conversation today alone convince you of my abilities?" "No," Barnet said simply. "I have been observing you for quite some time." A chill raced down Mudfish's spine. How long had this creature been shadowing him? How many blind spots had he missed? How thoroughly had he been examined like a merchant inspecting a bolt of cloth? Barnet seemed to take satisfaction in that reaction. It was exactly what he intended. Unlike men like Count Maltz Kent, lords still nominally bound by ties of fealty and social obligation, Mudfish Garden was already at war with the kingdom of Oldo. There was no need for elaborate manipulation, no necessity to forge psychological chains. The pirate lord was predisposed to resist the crown already. All Barnet needed to do was point him in the right direction. Moreover, Mudfish had a certain shrewd cunning that Barnet appreciated. Not brilliant, perhaps, but clever enough not to turn the arcane society into a laughingstock through stupidity. A fool might cause all sorts of inconvenient complications. The society was not yet ready to be revealed to the wider world. For those individuals who suited Barnet's purposes, he was content to employ what one might call gentler methods of recruitment. Unlike the elaborate coercion and psychological bondage he had woven around Count Kent, his approach with Mudfish had been almost cordial, straightforward negotiation between interested parties. Well, except for the unfortunate swordfish. But one could not make an omelette without cracking eggs. Still, Mudfish's current military strength was laughably weak. That suited Barnet perfectly. The more feeble Mudfish's starting position, the greater his dependence upon his new patron. Weakness bred loyalty far more reliably than any other mechanism. Barnet decided to add a final incentive, a little fuel thrown on the fire. Tell me, Captain Garden, do you know what happened to Edward, the original master of the Northwest Bay? Mudfish's eyes widened. Great Edward! Where did he go? It was indeed a mystery that had puzzled the entire region. The legendary corsair had simply vanished at the start of the year, sailing away with his personal flotilla and never returning. In his absence, the other pirate crews had begun to squabble, losing the restraint his iron authority had imposed. Shark had grown bold enough to murder Olda's old lord, an act of staggering stupidity that had provoked Paul Grayman into vendetta. And now there was a navy and hunted crews, and the whole delicate balance had collapsed into chaos. Edward, Barnet said with evident amusement, is now working with us. Mudfish's jaw went slack. He is collaborating with the Arcane Society. Indeed. And thanks to our enhancements, his power has only increased from its former heights. Mudfish fell silent. His mind churned through the implications like a grinding millstone. He stared at nothing, processing, calculating, understanding. At last he looked up. His eyes had changed. Where there had been caution and curiosity, there was now hunger. Master Barnet, he said slowly, let us discuss the specific terms of our arrangement. Chapter 114, Teaching the Blue-Striped Dogs a Lesson, Captain. Captain, the voices of his men pulled Mudfish Garden back from his reverie. He had been lost in thought, turning over the implications of Barnet's revelation about Edward. What is it? He asked, blinking. The ship is loaded, sir. We should depart. Right. Get everyone aboard. Mudfish led his remaining crew down to the shoreline with brisk, purposeful strides. Under the pale moonlight, 4 substantial pirate vessels rocked gently on the black water, their silhouettes stark against the starlit sky. From their masts hung the skull and crossbones, the universal symbol of piracy, ancient and feared. They clambered into a small dinghy and began rowing toward the anchored ships, their oars cutting through water that gleamed like polished obsidian. The larger vessels had to keep their distance from shore. Running aground would turn a successful raid into a catastrophe. Once alongside, the men scrambled up the rope ladders, boots scraping against salt-stained hemp until they emerged onto the pitching deck. A lieutenant approached, saluting. All ready, Captain. Mudfish gave the command with evident satisfaction. Set sail. The 4-oared galleys lurched into motion. The newly enslaved men, wretches hauled from the burning village, were already being put to work at the oars. The sound of the overseer's whip cracked across the deck, followed by hoarse shouts and the soft sobs of those learning the first harsh lesson of bondage. Below deck in the captain's quarters, Mudfish gathered his senior officers to discuss their next moves. One of them brought intelligence. Our people in Port Fulan have sent word, Captain. The blue-striped dogs have equipped themselves with a new class of vessel. They say it requires no oarsmen. The thing moves on wind alone, swift as a hunting hawk. Mudfish raised an eyebrow. Truly, Our man saw it with his own eyes. And they are recruiting constantly. They mean to hunt us down. Every last one of us. Mudfish stroked his jaw, mind working through the implications like a merchant calculating profit margins. In the weeks since Barnett had first provided him with the enchanted pills, Mudfish had wasted no time in testing them. But caution, that old friend that had kept him alive when bolder men had died, made him start small. He had invited a minor pirate crew, barely 30 strong, to a joint raid on a village. They had come unsuspecting. What awaited them was 10 men transformed into barely human monsters by the drug's effects. The battle, if it could be called that, lasted 5 minutes. When it ended, nearly half of the small crew lay in pieces, literally torn apart by hands and teeth. The survivors lay on the ground, trembling so violently they could not stand, their minds shattered by the sheer horror of what they had witnessed. Even now, remembering the screams and the sight of bodies coming apart, Mudfish felt a familiar queasiness in his stomach. But the success was intoxicating. Emboldened, he had set his sights on a larger prize, a pirate band 200 strong. This time he sent 30 of his enhanced men. Again, victory came swiftly. The enemy, realizing they were fighting against opponents who were simply not human anymore, who had strength and speed that bent the laws of nature, had simply knelt and surrendered rather than be slaughtered. A third band followed, then a fourth. His crew had swollen to over 600 souls, each one loyal, each one knowing that their captain possessed access to power beyond mortal ken. Yet Mudfish had grown thoughtful. Brute force alone would only carry him so far. Many of these pirates, for all their rough code about might makes right, harbored resentment at being conquered by violence. To truly unite them, to command not just their submission but their respect, he needed something more. He needed to become legend. And the perfect opportunity presented itself, the Olden Navy. That force had been the scourge of every pirate crew in the Northwest Bay. To stand against them and succeed, that would make Mudfish Garden a hero among corsairs, a symbol of hope, a leader worth following not from fear, but from pride. Yet he was not foolish enough to meet them in open battle. Not yet. His training from Barnett continued, but he needed time to consolidate his gains. Instead, he had orchestrated a series of smaller strikes, raids on coastal villages timed to coincide with Navy patrols, carefully planned harassment that let his name spread through pirate circles like wildfire. Most of his ambushes had succeeded. Even those that failed had cost him little. And with each success, his legend grew. Mudfish, the blue-striped dog's nemesis, the other pirate crews had begun to call him. The name was starting to eclipse his old epithet. Among corsairs facing the relentless Navy, the thought of Mudfish Garden was becoming one of the few things that brought any comfort. Now, seated in his cabin with his lieutenants, Mudfish had reached a decision. It seems our long period of restraint has given those blue-striped dogs an inflated sense of their own importance, he said coldly. Time to remind them of their place. The officers leaned forward, excitement crackling between them. The captain was about to make a bold move. Here is what we shall do, Mudfish continued, addressing the officer who had brought the intelligence. We stage a false attack, something to draw their main forces away from Port Fulan. While their garrison is depleted, we strike at their new vessel. Let us see if we can capture this marvel they have been bragging about. The officer's grin was feral. Yes, Captain, that is inspired. Only you have the daring for such a move. Mudfish waved away the flattery. Increase intelligence operations in Port Fulan. Everything depends on drawing out their main fleet. That is the crux of the entire plan. The room erupted in excited chatter. For too long they had been confined to small raids, quick strikes, shadow work. Now, finally, they would strike directly at the Olden Navy itself. It set the blood racing. With the drug-enhanced men at their disposal, with a leader who possessed access to such miraculous power, defeat seemed almost inconceivable. We will make those blue-striped dogs regret the day they ever entered our waters. Once we have one of their ships, every pirate crew will be begging to join us. I always said sticking with Captain Garden would lead to glory. The excitement was palpable, infectious. They spoke as though victory was already assured, as though the Olden Navy were already a fading memory. Mudfish suddenly slammed his palm down on the table with stunning force. The sound was like a thunderclap. Every man jerked back mid-sentence. The captain's face was dark with anger. Enough! Silence fell like a dropped stone into still water. You lot have grown cocky, he said, voice sharp as broken glass. Our crew has barely begun to flourish, and already you strut about as though you own the world. You have forgotten yourselves. He rose to his feet, and despite his relatively modest frame, he seemed to loom over the assembled men. Listen well. We are still the weaker force. Yes, we number 600 or 700. Yes, that exceeds the Navy's personnel. But you forget, Grayman commands over 1,000 soldiers on land. He commands infantry, cavalry, archers. You remember how the Quake Gang and the Shark Gang ended, do you not? That was mere months ago. Have your minds already grown so soft? He paced the cabin like a caged tiger, his diatribe continuing for a full half hour. His men sat in chastened silence, absorbing every word of censure. Finally, exhausted, Mudfish reached for a water pitcher and drank deeply, several long pulls that seemed to drain it halfway. Then he sat, glowering, saying nothing. One of the braver officers ventured carefully, "Captain, you are right to correct us. We have been letting success go to our heads. It is only because your leadership is so extraordinary that our crew has grown so quickly. We promise to shed this arrogance and serve you with proper discipline." The others quickly added their own assurances. "Absolutely, sir. We have been foolish these past weeks. We expanded so rapidly, we forgot to stay humble." Once they had all made their contrition clear, Mudfish's expression softened slightly. "I am not truly angry with you," he said, his tone now more measured. "Every man here has contributed to what we have built. I know what sacrifice it has taken, which is why I feel such responsibility. Every day I walk a knife's edge, terrified that one mistake will shatter everything we have worked for." His words struck deep. The officers felt a genuine surge of loyalty, of connection to their captain. They reaffirmed their commitment, pledging themselves anew. Mudfish nodded in acknowledgement. "Good. Now let us return to planning. How exactly do we draw the Olden Navy's main force away from Port Fulan?" The officers bent their heads together once more, minds sharp with purpose, ready to wage war against the one force that had seemed invincible. Chapter 115. The web of whispers the room hung in silence, broken only by the metronomic tick-tock of a grandfather clock standing sentinel in the corner. This was the commandant's office at Port Fulan Naval Headquarters, a space that bore little resemblance to the stark, joyless chambers of certain nobles. Here, several potted plants thrived under attentive care, their leaves glossy and green. A framed oil painting dominated one wall. A crimson sun rising from an endless sea, its light bleeding across the waves in strokes of gold and amber. The office's occupant, Admiral Austin, sat behind his desk, eyes closed, apparently at rest. Yet his mind churned relentlessly. Too many threads demanded his attention. First, there was the shipbuilding. A new batch of sloops was taking shape in the shipyard's dry docks. He called it a batch because 2 keels were being laid simultaneously. These new vessels were not mere copies of hope. On one hand, after personally experiencing the trial voyage, Count Grayman had introduced a novel concept: ergonomics. He demanded that crew comfort be improved wherever possible without compromising combat effectiveness. The deck layout must be tidy and logical, not a chaotic jumble that made a sailor's head ache. Sail handling procedures must be refined and simplified. In short, the Count wanted the men to feel at home aboard their ship. Naturally, a small vessel like a sloop offered limited scope for such improvements. But Lord Grayman insisted this design philosophy carry forward into the larger warships they would build later. Everyone understood the logic. A comfortable crew was a happier, more efficient crew. "But I stress," Count Grayman had added, "this must not come at the expense of fighting power. Combat effectiveness is the foundation of everything." On the other hand, while Hope's sea trials had been largely successful, Quake and his crew had identified various minor flaws during intensive training. These imperfections, along with suggestions from the sailors, were relayed immediately to the shipyard, so that Reuben and old Benjamin could revise the designs and incorporate improvements in the new hulls. Both aspects presented the shipwrights with considerable challenges. Then there was the pirate problem. Not only Count Grayman, but Austin himself suspected that the Mudfish gang had planted spies within the Navy or among the local populace. He had tasked Captain Walk of the Naval Provost Corps and Durand, the intelligence officer Cecil had stationed at Port Fulen, with investigating the matter. He wondered when they might have answers. If spies truly existed, the Navy's planned offensive could already be compromised. A sharp rap at the door interrupted his thoughts. He opened his eyes. Enter, the door swung inward and two men stepped inside, Captain Walk and Durand. Austin gestured for them to sit. I trust you bring good news. The two exchanged glances. Durand motioned for Walk to speak. The Provost captain straightened. Commander, we have both good news and bad. Austin replied at once, give me the bad first. At least he would have the good to soften the blow afterwards. The Navy is indeed harboring pirate spies. Well, that was not catastrophic. He had already considered it likely. And the good news, we have identified the spy. Walk handed Austin a sheaf of documents. The Admiral skimmed through them, his expression hardening into resignation. It seems Lord Grayman pays his sailors rather too well. They have spare coin for such diversions. The pirate agent in Port Fulen was none other than the proprietor of the town's sole brothel, a man named Clement. His methods of gathering intelligence were obvious. Is the evidence solid? Absolutely. We tailed one of his contacts. How many naval personnel have visited his establishment? So far we have confirmed 48 individuals, including 6 officers. Austin's face grew rigid. His temper flared. Dozens of fools had likely let slip secrets between the sheets. Throw every last one of them out of the Navy, he wanted to roar. Ban every man from ever setting foot in a brothel again. But he bit back the outburst. Instead, he said, identify precisely who leaked what. Apply the naval code as written. Yes, Commander, Walk acknowledged. Durand spoke up. Should we not have the town council close the brothel outright? Austin shook his head. No, I have been searching for a way to trap Mudfish. This may be our opportunity. We can use this spy to bait a snare. In any case, let us have a proper conversation with this Clement fellow. Clement hung suspended in a hidden room within his own brothel, bound hand and foot, his mouth gagged. He struggled and moaned, but the sound was muffled to nothing. The room's thick walls, designed to ensure patrons' privacy, now ensured his captivity. A voice spoke. Remove the gag. Clement, if you scream, you will regret it. The towel was yanked from his mouth. He gasped, sucking in air greedily, then began to babble. Naval sirs, I confess everything. The officer who had spoken gave a thin, predatory smile. Confess what exactly? I confess to tax evasion. A stinging slap cracked across his face, making his jowls wobble. Tax evasion is not our concern, the officer hissed, leaning close. Speak softly. Are you a spy for the pirates planted here in Port Fulen? I am innocent. I would never deal with those murderous scum. The officers produced evidence that left Clement gaping like a landed fish. A knife pressed against his cheek, its edge cold and sharp, persuaded him to admit his connection to Mudfish's gang. The officer patted his fleshy cheek, as though he were a pig being led to slaughter. According to Admiral Austin's orders, he said, voice dripping with false sympathy, once you confessed, we were to execute you on the spot. Clement's eyes bulged with terror. He opened his mouth to plead, but a hand clamped over it again. However, the officer continued, there is a chance for you to survive. Whether you can seize it is up to you. At the promise of life, Clement nodded frantically, despite the hand still covering his mouth. Chapter 116. The courier autumn wind bit through the collar of Taut's tunic, raising goosebumps along his neck. He drew his cloak tighter and muttered a curse under his breath. Damned miserable weather. The Mudfish gang had recently ransacked a village, making off with livestock and casks of wine. True to the pirates' creed of living for today, the crew had spent the past several days in continuous celebration, feasting on roasted meat and swilling strong drink with enthusiastic abandon. But while his brothers-in-arms reveled, poor Taut had been dispatched by the vice-captain on a rather less glamorous errand. He was to meet with the gang's contact here in Port Fulen and receive new instructions. He approached the brothel, the only establishment of its kind in the entire town, and strolled inside with the casual air of a regular. "Well, well." A familiar face. A woman called out, her voice dripping with practiced warmth. Several heavily painted courtesans immediately surrounded him, though Taut harbored no illusions that they actually remembered him. Such pleasantries were part of the trade. Despite the appeal of a few of the women, business came first. He found a seat and spoke loudly enough to carry. "I am here on commercial matters. Fetch your proprietor." The women exchanged knowing glances and giggled. "Sir, you know what our trade is. Why not conduct business directly with us?" Taut shook his head. "The matter I have requires the proprietor's authority. It concerns a substantial transaction." One of the courtesans, recognizing him from previous visits, appeared. "Ah, Taut, sir. Please follow me. The master said if you came, I was to bring you to him at once." She led him through winding corridors to an opulent chamber. Upon entering, Taut stopped short. The proprietor, a man named Clement, sat before him with a thoroughly battered face. Blackened eyes, swollen cheeks, bruises in various stages of healing. "Clement, what in the name of the depths happened to you?" The brothel keeper made a woeful expression. "Do not ask, I beg you. I may have neglected to pay the full tax assessment a few months back. The tax collectors sent soldiers to investigate, and they did not bother asking questions before they started swinging." Oh, his facial movements aggravated his injuries, and he winced. Taut could not quite suppress a smirk. "You had the nerve to shortchange the Lord's taxes." Clement bristled. "Whose side are you on?" "Yours, of course, brother," Taut said smoothly. "These wretched nobles. They will not lift a finger to help you, but dock a single copper, and they send soldiers to beat you senseless. It is the way of things." Clement's expression twisted with indignation. "I cannot swallow this insult. These bloodsuckers, all for a few coins." Taut placed a hand on the older man's shoulder. "Take heart, brother. Very soon we shall give your precious Lord Grayman something to think about." Clement's eyes sharpened with interest. "You will have your vengeance for me." Taut bit back a laugh. "As if you were important enough." Instead, he said, in a manner of speaking, "Though this is not merely about you. Grayman has made enemies of all of us who live by the sea. He and my crew have more than enough cause for conflict. Our leaders are preparing something significant." He spat. "Shark is hanged. His killer's vengeance is complete. So why does Grayman continue harassing those of us who have no part in his blood feud?" The old agreement was that lords and pirates maintain separate domains. The man who breaks such agreements deserves a sharp lesson. Clement gave an inward snort of derision. Yes, and how well has that lesson worked so far? He knew full well that the olden navy had spent recent months thrashing pirate crews across the Northwest Bay. The corsairs had been reduced to raiding remote settlements the navy could not easily reach. Years ago, Clement had himself sailed with the corsairs, a time when he and Mudfish were both minor crew members scraping out a living on the waves. Those days seemed like another lifetime now. He had eventually scraped together enough to buy passage to respectability, opening his establishment in Port Fulan. It was not honorable work, but it was safer than the sea. When the olden navy was first established, Mudfish had sent agents to find him. The pirate captain had made his intentions clear. Clement would serve as an informant, or his past would be revealed to Lord Grayman, a man notorious for his hatred of corsairs. Clement, facing the prospect of execution, had capitulated. After all, passing along the occasional tidbit of information seemed a manageable risk if he was careful. Yet careful had not been enough. He had been caught, beaten, and given a choice: become a double agent or lose his head. So here he was, playing both sides. Now, hearing Taut's bold claims, Clement arranged his battered features into an expression of shared outrage. "Brother Taut, if there is even a chance to teach that young upstart a lesson, I am willing to do whatever is needed. What brings you here today? Tell me and I shall move heaven and earth to assist." "Ah, well, the task is much the same as before," Taut said with a grin. "Keep careful watch on the blue-striped dog's movements. But going forward, I need the intelligence to reach us more swiftly. Especially if they march their forces away from Port Fulan, such intelligence must reach us immediately." Clement looked troubled. "I would gladly speed up my reports, but the mechanism is difficult. How am I to get word to you faster?" Taut smiled knowingly. That is precisely why I am here. He opened the wooden box he had been carrying. Rather than the aphrodisiacs his crude joke had implied, it contained a bird. The creature sat utterly still and silent, unbothered by the confined space or the presence of a stranger. Clement recognized it at once. A peregrine, a bird of the northern waters, rare and notoriously difficult to tame. Pirates who captured such birds usually watched them, starve themselves to death, rather than accept captivity. Yet here was a perfectly healthy specimen, calm and content. Taut explained, "This is how we shall communicate henceforth. Feed this creature well for a few days, and it will learn to recognize your location as home. It can carry messages to us and return to you. Simple, swift, invisible to prying eyes." Clement studied the bird with obvious fascination. This is indeed convenient. When the Navy departs Port Fulan, learn their numbers if you can, Taut instructed. This information is vital to us. You have my word. Consider it done. Clement paused, then asked carefully, "Can you tell me what grand scheme you are planning?" Taut shook his head. "I know only that we are to teach the blue-striped dogs a proper lesson. The captain gives his orders, and we follow them. That is all I need to know." To avoid arousing suspicion, Clement did not press further. He reached out hesitantly toward the peregrine. "Will this savage creature bite? Once tamed, it is docile enough. Go on, hold it." Taut thrust the bird into Clement's arms. The brothel keeper, though cautious at first, soon found himself captivated by the creature. He stroked its feathers experimentally, and the bird accepted his touch with serene indifference. At last, Clement smiled. "You have traveled far to bring this, brother. The least I can offer is hospitality. Would you not stay a while before departing? Enjoy some of the hospitality this establishment provides." Taut's face lit up. "Well, if you insist, I would be a fool to refuse." Chapter 117, Faint Encounter. Based on our analysis, there is no doubt that Garden is preparing an attack against us, the intelligence officer stated, his voice carrying the weight of careful deduction. "We believe his strategy is to mount a false assault to draw away our main forces, while his true objective is Port Fulan itself." The briefing room fell silent for a moment as the implications sank in. Admiral Austin frowned. "Port Fulan is the heart of our naval operations. The audacity is almost impressive." The intelligence officer continued, "Captured prisoners confirm that Garden has recently absorbed several smaller pirate crews. His total strength now numbers between 600 and 700 men. This sudden expansion has likely given him confidence to challenge us." Austin nodded thoughtfully. "So while we have been hunting him, he has been hunting us." Captain Quake, commander of Hope, spoke up. "Sir, what if we turn this to our advantage? Keep our main force here in Port Fulan, wait for him to come, and crush him when he arrives." Austin shook his head slowly. "We lack direct evidence of his true intentions. We cannot simply sit idle while his forces raid undefended settlements elsewhere. If that feint turns out to be genuine, if there is a real assault somewhere, we would be caught napping. Curse it all. If only the Navy had more personnel, they could divide their forces without hesitation." After the Shark Gang and Quake's former crew had been destroyed, only scattered minor bands remained, 100 men here, 100 there. The Navy could handle them piecemeal, but now Mudfish's strength had swelled dramatically. Dividing forces was a dangerous gamble. One of the captains ventured a suggestion. "If we had sufficient manpower, we could defend Port Fulan while simultaneously reinforcing any threatened settlements. Major Joyce's 3rd Infantry Company is currently conducting exercises nearby." All eyes turned toward the officer who had spoken, Captain Armin, commanding one of the oared sailing vessels. Under the weight of their collective gaze, Armin hesitated slightly. "Perhaps we should consider requesting assistance from our army colleagues. The 3rd Company could garrison Port Fulan while we concentrate our naval forces at the point of attack." The response was immediate and sharp. "That is unthinkable," Quake objected loudly. "Eliminating pirates is the Count's mission to the Navy. Asking the Army for help would make us look incompetent." Quake had his reasons for this bristling reaction. As a pirate, he had been thoroughly thrashed by the 1st and 2nd Companies at Lakeshore Town. He harbored a grudge against the Army that ran deep. When Austin had recruited him, Quake had specifically asked about the Navy's composition, relieved to learn that only Austin had an army background. The rest were either new recruits or converted corsairs. The other officers, though silent, bore expressions that suggested they sided with Quake. But Admiral Austin had other thoughts. "Gentlemen, we must prioritize completing the mission. Any means to that end is acceptable, including asking for help." He leaned forward. "The second batch of sailing ships nears completion. Once finished, they must sail south to open trade routes. We cannot afford further delays with the pirates. Our primary objective has always been to eliminate Mudfish Garden. If he walks willingly into our embrace, that is ideal. And by consolidating the other crews under his banner, he saves us the trouble of defeating them piecemeal." He turned to the intelligence officer. "Use Clement effectively. Determine Garden's true intentions with absolute certainty." Faced with such clear direction from their commander, the other officers acquiesced. The conference concluded with a decision to coordinate with the 3rd Infantry Company. Austin immediately sent a messenger to Lakeshore Town to request authorization from the Chief of Staff. In the days that followed, Mudfish Garden's fleet went mysteriously quiet. No raids struck Olda. No reports came from neighboring territories. The Corsair was clearly gathering strength, perhaps servicing weapons, perhaps consolidating his newly absorbed crews, perhaps simply preparing for the storm to come. The Navy, in response, intensified training across all ranks. Austin received authorization to take temporary command of the 3rd Infantry Company, stationed not far from Port Fulan. Meanwhile, Intelligence Officer Durand arranged several more meetings between Clement and the Mudfish Gang's representatives. Each contact confirmed their earlier suspicions. Garden was indeed planning a feint-and strike maneuver, with Port Fulan as the true target. But the exact date of the assault remained unknown. On the 10th of October, a beacon fire suddenly blazed across the sky, a distress signal. The Navy immediately dispatched ships at full speed, leaving the 3rd Company to garrison Port Fulan. Under Durand's orchestration, Clement released the Peregrine with a simple message: "The naval main force has departed." When the relief fleet arrived at the burning settlement, the pirates had already fled. Local militia reported that the Corsairs had merely made threatening gestures outside the fortress before withdrawing. The raiding party had been small. Austin recognized it immediately for what it was: a test. Garden was verifying whether his feint could successfully draw out the Navy's strength. 1 week later, on the 17th of October, around midday, Hope and several escort vessels concluded a training exercise and returned to base. The crews had been practicing a new system of flag signals for naval communication. Sailors scrambled down from the rigging and inspected the hulls for damage. Finding all secure, most men began heading toward the mess hall, discussing lunch options with the casual ease of those whose minds had already turned to food rather than duty. Then, without warning, the alarm bell tolled. Quake muttered under his breath, "Finally. Let's see if this is the real thing, you scoundrel Garden." He and the other officers rushed toward the war room, while ratings raced to man the combat stations. In the hastily convened briefing, Austin made a swift decision. The Navy would remain to defend Port Fulan. The 3rd Infantry Company would respond to the distress call. Since observers noted the threatened settlement lay along a route more suited to land travel than maritime approach. Once again, Clement released the Peregrine. The bird's message was simple: the Navy has abandoned the port. Hours later, on the waters near Port Fulan, 10 vessels bearing the skull and crossbones appeared on the horizon. Mudfish Garden, receiving the signal confirmation, immediately ordered his fleet to change course. The skull-emblazoned sails caught the wind, and the pirate flotilla surged toward their target. Standing on Hope's deck, Garden bellowed orders. "When we land, I want a spectacle. Pillage with theatricality. Show these people what real pirates are capable of." He raised a hand, commanding silence, then continued with grim precision. "But listen well, we have exactly 5 hours. Not a minute more. When the time expires, we return to the ships. I do not care if everyone is aboard or not. The fleet sails then. Death to Greyman," the Corsairs roared, their bloodlust barely contained. Garden drew his cutlass and pointed it eastward. "Forward, toward Port Fulan. Burn it," the fleet surged ahead, oars churning the water into foam. Then a voice from the crow's nest shattered the moment. "Captain, wait!" The lookout's cry cut through the air like a bell. Garden's euphoria evaporated, replaced by irritation. "What is it, you dog?" The man in the rigging pointed with a trembling hand toward the east. His voice cracked with fear. "The Navy, sir. They are still here. They are charging straight at us." Chapter 118. Fight to the death at sea. Thanks to their telescopes, the patrol craft of the olden Navy spotted the enemy long before the pirates saw them. Out on the gray-green water, skull-marked sails pricked the horizon. Glass lenses caught the shapes and carried them straight to Port Fulan. The sailors on patrol did not waste a heartbeat. Muscles burning, they bent to their oars and drove their boats back toward base, hulls hissing through the chop. Even before they crossed the harbor mouth, flags were already whipping up the signal mast, the newly drilled code snapping out across the bay. The final message repeated the same phrase 3 times, insistent and unmistakable. "This is not a drill. This is not a drill. This is not a drill." Inside the naval base, the alarm bell clanged again, its iron voice echoing off stone and timber. Men who had just disembarked spun on their heels and ran, boots thudding, voices shouting as they reformed by companies. "So Garden really has gone for the feint and strike trick," one officer muttered as reports came in. "Looks like the 3rd Infantry Company will have marched for nothing." The moment they learned the pirates were approaching Port Fulan itself, there was a ripple of grim satisfaction. Admiral Austin's decision to keep the fleet home had been vindicated. The glory of crushing Mudfish Garden's armada, it seemed, would belong to the Navy alone. Austin gave his orders crisply. Every available sailor to the ships. The fleet would meet the corsairs head-on at sea. At the same time, messengers sprinted to the town hall, carrying instructions to muster the militia along the shore to catch any stragglers who slipped past the cordon. He chose Hope as his flagship, her sleek hull and tall rig a sharp contrast to the older oared galleys. With Hope in the lead and 6 oared sailing ships in line behind, the olden Navy surged out to meet the black-sailed raiders. This would be Hope's first true battle. From keel to masthead, her crew felt it keenly. On deck, Captain Quake strode back and forth, cloak snapping in the breeze, voice raised to carry above the creak of timbers and the slap of waves. "Our ship is the finest warship in the Northwest Bay. Give me even a 10th of the discipline you show in drills, and we will feed those fools to the fishes." At last, a chance to run Mudfish Garden to ground. In these waters, only that one pirate captain could muster so many hulls at once. For Quake, the moment was personal. As a corsair himself, he had always loathed Garden's sly, cautious nature. And he still remembered the sting of that old betrayal at Lakeshore Town, when Garden had slunk away and left him to face Lord Greyman's wrath alone. Steel-armed sailors gripped cutlasses and boarding axes, eyes fixed on the dark smudges of pirate ships ahead, ready to leap the gap if it came to close combat. The musketeers checked their weapons with nervous precision, fingers running along oiled wood and cold metal. They lit their match cords and nursed the smoldering tips, blowing gently to keep the embers glowing orange in the brisk sea wind. Below and along the gun deck, the cannon crews moved like a well-oiled machine. This would be their first real sea engagement. Months of bruising drills now had to prove their worth. "Ease the guns," came the shout. Men bent to the heavy work. Ropes and block and tackle were loosed from the gun carriages, the stout breeching lines that lashed the cannon firmly inboard cut free. The wheels creaked as the iron monsters settled on their trucks. One sailor braced himself with both hands on the carriage, keeping it from rolling uncontrolled as the deck pitched. "Level the barrels." The gun captains crouched beside their pieces, turning the screw under each breech, coaxing the barrels up or down until they lay perfectly horizontal, ready for a direct shot across the waves. "Run in. Draw the tampions." The guns were heaved back from the ports until the muzzles sat safely inside the hull. As each cannon rolled an arm's length inboard, the crew snagged it with the breeching ropes, holding it steady. A man at each muzzle hooked out the wooden tampion that had plugged the bore against spray and salt. Load. From powder lockers and shot racks came the charge bags and iron spheres. One sailor thrust the cloth-wrapped charge deep into the barrel, followed by a 6-pound ball. Another drove the rammer home with practiced force. the thud of each stroke echoing down the line as powder and shot were pressed snug against the breech. Run out, hands seized the side tackles and hauled. The carriages rumbled forward until their thick cheeks kissed the inner planking of the hull. Iron snouts slid through the opened gun ports, peering out at the distant enemy. The slack of the tackles fell in neat coils at their feet. At the rear of each gun, the captain took up a slim brass pricker and drove it down through the touch hole, piercing the cloth of the powder bag hidden within. Then, from a small horn, he poured finely ground priming powder into the pan and along the vent, one hand cupped beside it to shield the grains from the wind. When the trail of black dust satisfied him, he hung the horn back on his belt. Nearby, the men detailed to fire stood ready, their linstocks bearing lengths of slow match that smoldered and smoked. Every few moments they blew gently on the tips, coaxing the ember brighter, ready for that single, decisive touch to the primed vent. Beside each gun, the loaders clutched the next charge and bowl, waiting to repeat the cycle under fire. Ahead, the pirate fleet loomed larger, hulls and rigging gaining detail with every passing heartbeat. With hope at their head, the 7 warships felt like springs wound tight, straining for release, every man aboard humming with tension as the distance dwindled. On the other side of the approaching storm, the mood aboard Mudfish Garden's ships was anything but confident. They had sailed in expecting an empty harbor and a panicked town. Instead, they had discovered an armed, ready fleet bearing down upon them, white and blue uniforms bright against the dark sea. On Garden's flagship, chaos rippled across the deck. The pirate lord seized the front of his deputy's tunic and dragged him close, eyes bloodshot with fury. "What in the hells is this?" he roared, spittle flying. "You tell me, what is this?" I do not know, Captain," the deputy whimpered. The Peregrine's message was clear. It said the Navy had left Port Fulan. The slap cracked across the deck like a pistol shot. Garden's hand left a livid print on the man's face and sent him sprawling, the boards rattling under his fall. He lay there groaning, half-stunned. One of the lieutenants called out, voice tight, "Captain, shall we do as before? Dose the rowers, turn about, and row for our lives." On several occasions when the olden Navy had nearly trapped them, the Mudfish fleet had used the mysterious red pills to wring impossible strength and stamina from their chained oarsmen, driving the slave crews to row like possessed men until the Navy fell behind. Harsh testing had allowed them to calibrate the doses, so the slaves grew strong but not strong enough to break their shackles. The suggestion cleared Garden's mind like a slap of cold water. Fight or flee. For a few heartbeats, he frowned, thinking hard, the shouts and creak of rigging swirling around him. Then he straightened, decision made. "All hands take the secret draft," he bellowed. "We stand and fight. We settle this with the blue-striped dogs once and for all." He would not run. Not this time. The Mudfish fleet was no longer some ragged band of 100 curs chased across the bay. If he wanted to unite the Northwest Bay under his flag, if he wanted to become a second Edward, he had to prove himself here, against the one force the pirates feared most. Keep dodging the Navy, and his name would sour into a joke. His men's respect would rot from within. A nearby officer pumped his fist in the air. "That is more like it, Captain. We will follow you into the jaws of hell." These were men who lived for blood and thunder. Since their leader had brought them the strange, empowering pills and devoured rival crews with terrifying ease, their confidence had swollen near to bursting. Many had quietly grumbled at Garden's habitual caution. Now, with the order given, their pent-up aggression exploded. "Kill every blue-striped dog and sack Port Fulan. I will tear them to pieces with my own hands." Messengers ran along gangplanks and shouted across decks, pounding the order into every corner of the flotilla. On each ship, pirates produced the red pills that had been quietly distributed before sailing. One by one, with jeers and boasts, they swallowed them down. Within minutes, the noise on the decks swelled to a fever pitch. Laughter turned to snarls, boasts became roars. Below, in the stinking darkness of the oar deck, overseers stalked up and down the benches, whips lashing out at any slave who did not pull hard enough for their liking. Out on the open water, the two fleets surged toward each other, canvas billowing, oars digging deep, iron and oak and human, while hurtling toward a collision that would decide far more than just the fate of Port Fulan. Chapter 119. The Dream. Allen, come now. It is time to wake up. A gentle voice drifted through the boy's drowsy mind like mist across still water. "You little lazybones, the sun is already climbing. Come along now." 12-year-old Alan rolled onto his other side, mumbling into his pillow. "Mum, just a bit longer. Oh, you are incorrigible. Sleeping in like this, no girl will ever fancy you, you know." I know, Mum, just a little while more." The boy's words slurred as sleep claimed him again. Time passed in that peculiar way of dreams. Eventually, he felt his mother's hands gently shaking him, her voice taking on a firmer edge. "This time you must truly get up." Alan reluctantly abandoned his dreams and opened his eyes to find his mother standing with hands planted firmly on her hips, her expression caught between exasperation and affection. He crawled out from beneath the blankets, covered his mouth with one hand, and yawned enormously. "Ah, yes, I am getting up," he said without conviction, beginning the slow, painful process of dressing himself. His mother sighed with theatrical despair. "Honestly, look at young Tom next door, up with the dawn to help his mother cook. Nothing like you and your shameful laziness. Wait a moment, what on earth happened to you?" Alan jerked fully awake, stammering, "Nothing happened to me. I tripped yesterday, that is all." But his mother was having none of it. She grabbed his arm and yanked up his shirt. A constellation of bruises bloomed across his ribs and shoulder, dark purple and sickly yellow, the unmistakable marks of a beating. His mother's expression transformed instantly into one of worried concern. "What happened? How did you get these?" Alan attempted a tone of casual indifference. "Really, it is nothing, Mum. I was coming down the slope yesterday when I tripped. Rolled all the way to the bottom. These bruises are just from the tumble." But mothers, it seemed, possessed an almost supernatural ability to detect falsehood. She fixed him with a searching stare. "Have you been fighting again?" "I have not," Alan began to protest, but the moment his eyes met hers, his voice crumbled to a whisper. He hung his head. "I am sorry, Mum. I promise I will never do it again." His mother studied him for a long moment, her eyes reflecting a deep, weary sadness. She did not press further, she already knew the reason. Alan was kind by nature, possessed of a compassion unusual for his years. He did not quarrel easily. Only one thing could provoke him to violence: anyone who dared mock his mother. Alan had never known his father. The man had died before his son was even born, leaving Alan's mother a widow while still carrying him in her womb. She had never remarried, choosing instead to raise her boy alone through years of backbreaking labor. Being a young widow in a small village meant whispers, no matter how carefully one behaved. The adults held their tongues in her presence out of courtesy, but they gossiped all the same behind closed doors. The children, however, felt no such restraint. They repeated what they had overheard from grown-ups, trading secrets like trading marbles. And when childhood quarrels flared, they weaponized those secrets, hurling epithets like bastard and worse at Alan, mocking the circumstances of his birth. Each insult was kindling for the boy's wrath. "You promised me," his mother said now, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You swore that next time, you would let such words pass through you like wind through an open window. You promised not to let them hurt you." His mother was gentle by temperament, and the thought of Alan resorting to violence twisted her heart. He was her only family, her sole source of joy in a hard world. Anything that might bring him harm was something she desperately wished to prevent. Alan's heart clenched at the sight of her tears. He reached up to gently brush them away with his sleeve. "Mum, I promise you. I swear this is the last time. You always say it is the last time," she whispered. It was only Pine this time, spouting nonsense he had heard from gods nowhere. "I could not help myself. But we have made up now. You saw us walking home together yesterday, did you not?" Some of the worry drained from his mother's face, and she pulled him close in a fierce embrace. "Other people will say foolish things. You must simply ignore them. No more fighting, do you understand?" Yes, Mum. I understand. I hope you truly do. Now go wash your face and come eat breakfast." Alan made quick work of his ablutions, then sat at the small table where his mother had set out a simple breakfast: bread, some cheese, a small pot of weak broth. Yet somehow, even these humble provisions tasted like a feast, infused with love and care. His mother joined him, and they talked as they ate. The conversation turned, as it often did, to the matter that weighed most heavily on her mind: their livelihood. They made salt by boiling seawater, a trade that had sustained them for as long as Alan could remember. His mother's brow furrowed with concern. The salt merchants have been coming less frequently lately. The traders from Alda have not visited in weeks. Even the merchants from Belding do not come as often as they once did. The coins we earn have dried up considerably, she admitted. Alan had an answer ready. I overheard the blacksmith mention something. Apparently, Alda has built some sort of great salt works. They can produce enormous quantities all at once. He leaned forward eagerly, eager to brighten her mood. But do not worry, Mum. I will be formally apprenticed to the blacksmith very soon. He has even said I show real talent. When that happens, I will earn wages, not much for an apprentice, but enough to help support us. His mother smiled and ruffled his hair, her expression tender. This boy had always been so considerate, so aware of her struggles, so eager to ease her burden. Smithing is difficult work. You must apply yourself and learn from Master Thorn with all your heart. After breakfast, his mother cleared the dishes and returned to the table. Alan found this strange. Normally by now she would be outside, tending to the fire and beginning the long process of boiling salt. He stood to leave. Mum, if there is nothing else, I should head to the smithy. His mother caught his wrist gently. Alan, she said, her voice carrying a weight that made him pause. Besides not fighting, do not forget the other things I have taught you. Something in her tone troubled him, though he could not say why. I will not forget. Tell me, she continued softly, what have I always told you to do? Alan recited dutifully, eat slowly and thoroughly. Keep yourself warm under the blankets at night. Do not fight with others, and, she prompted, wake up early. His mother nodded slowly. When I am gone, you must remember all of these things. Promise me. Alan's blood turned to ice. Gone. Mum, where are you going? Before his mother could answer, something impossible began to happen. Her body grew insubstantial, fading like morning mist. The table behind her became visible through her form, then her features, until she was nothing but a transparent ghost. Alan thrust out his hand, desperate to grasp hers, but his fingers closed on empty air. Alan, I am sorry, his mother said, her voice growing distant. I cannot walk this road with you any longer. You must promise me you will take good care of yourself. And with those words, her image dissolved entirely, fading into nothingness. Alan stood alone by the table, tears streaming down his face. No, the boy's eyes snapped open with a gasp. This time, he truly had awakened from the dream. Chapter 120. Powerlessness. The boy Alan woke from his fitful slumber, mouth agape, eyes hollow and fixed upon the rafters above, tears trickling slow and steady from the corners of his eyes. Mum, though a fortnight and more had passed since that terrible day, he still could not bring himself to accept the truth of her death. The physical agony of fresh bruises and weeping cuts paled beside the vast, aching void her absence had carved in his chest. Nigh on a fortnight ago, Alan's village had fallen to the mudfish pirates. They had swept in like a tide of black iron and screaming steel, leaving naught but ash and weeping in their wake. Alan and a handful of other survivors had been dragged aboard their ships in chains, borne across the grey sea to the pirates' secret stronghold, a jagged, windswept isle the corsairs called Saltfang. The stronger men, the older lads, had been shoved straight into the rowing benches, chained to the oars until their backs broke or their hearts gave out. The younger children, Alan among them, were kept as cabin boys and drudges, running errands for the very men who had murdered their families. Every waking moment, Alan thought of his mother. He saw her face, heard her voice, felt the phantom warmth of her embrace. She had died protecting him, had thrown herself between her son and a pirate's blade, and the memory of her sacrifice burned in him like a coal that would never cool. He hated the pirates with a hatred that made his bones ache. He hated his own weakness, his own helplessness, his own cowardice in that moment when the world had fallen apart. He had tried to escape. 3 times he had slipped away. 3 times he had been dragged back, each failure earning him a beating that left him bloody and barely able to stand. The last attempt had taken him to the island's rocky shore, where he had stared out at the endless water and understood, with crushing finality, that there was nowhere to run. Saltfang was a prison of stone and sea. The bruises that mottled his skin were souvenirs of his defiance. He had refused to obey, refused to bow, refused to call any man master. In return, they had broken him again and again, until his body was a map of purple and black, a testament to his own feudal rage. "You're a pretty little thing, I'll give you that." His pirate owner had sneered after one particularly savage thrashing. "Otherwise, I'd have tossed you to the sharks long ago." As Alan lay on his pallet, lost in memory, the door creaked open. He recognized the newcomer at once. Tom, the neighbor's lad from his village, another child stolen from home. Many of the village children had been taken, even Pine, the bully who had always made Alan's life a misery. "Alan, you've been dreaming again?" Tom asked, noticing the tear tracks on his friend's face. I saw Mum." Tom's own expression crumpled with shared grief. His parents, at least, were still alive, somewhere, but he knew he might never see them again. After the beatings he had endured, he had learned to accept his fate as a slave, though acceptance brought its own kind of death. He swallowed his tears and moved to embrace his friend. Then another figure entered. An old servant who had been a slave on Saltfang for years, his back bent, his hands gnarled. Seeing the two lads thus, he knew they were mourning their families again. "Ah, lads," he sighed, his voice like dry leaves scraping across stone. "It's your turn to deliver the rations, Alan. Best be quick about it, or you'll have them angry again." Alan rose from his pallet, his body protesting every movement. He fetched a heavy food casket from the pirate's kitchen and trudged toward a walled courtyard at the heart of the compound. The courtyard was lined with small, separate chambers, each one a prison for a young woman. At his age, Alan did not fully understand why the pirates kept so many girls locked away, why they were not put to work like the rest of the slaves. He had once asked the old servant, who had shaken his head and muttered, "A terrible sin, that is. You'll understand when you're older." Under the watchful eye of a guard, Alan moved from door to door, doling out portions from his casket. The last chamber held a girl only a few years older than himself, with delicate features that should have been bright with youth. Instead, her face was blank, empty, as though her spirit had already fled. Alan placed her meal on the small table inside. She gave him a tiny nod, but no emotion touched her eyes. As he turned to leave, a commotion erupted outside. "Hi. At last, my turn for a bit of fun. I fancy something younger this time." "You're keen, coming here at the crack of dawn," the guard replied. "Stood watch all night. Haven't slept a wink." A pirate swaggered in, reeking of rum and sweat. He spotted Alan, and the brand mark on his arm that identified him as slave property. He waved a dismissive hand. "Bugger off, boy. You're spoiling my mood. Fun." What did he mean? Alan saw the girl's blank face twist with terror. Instinct told him this man meant her harm. "What are you going to do?" Alan demanded. The pirate blinked, surprised, then bared his teeth in a vicious grin. "What business is it of yours?" "Fine, I'll tell you. I mean to have my way with this little wench." "Want to watch? Don't hurt her." The boy thought the pirate meant to beat her. He summoned his courage and spread his arms wide, a tiny, frail barrier between the man and the girl. The pirate stared in disbelief. This scrawny slave boy dared to speak to him thus. Did he not know his place? Well. Look at the little hero, playing at knights and damsels. The man's malevolent aura made Alan tremble from head to toe, but he did not move, his jaw set in stubborn defiance. A massive hand closed around his collar, lifting him as easily as one might lift a kitten. "Seems you're new here, boy. Let me teach you the rules of the house." "Let me go." Alan grabbed at the pirate's wrist, trying to pry the fingers loose, but the hand was like an iron vise. He kicked and thrashed to no avail. "What you're doing is wrong, wrong." "Ha," the pirate laughed, a sound like breaking bones. "This is a pirate den, lad. The strong do as they please to the weak." He swung his arm, smashing Alan's head against the stone wall. Pain exploded through the boy's skull. The world spun and tilted, everything blurring into a sickening whirl. The pirate leaned close. "Still want to play the hero?" You, it's not right," Alan managed, blood trickling from his nose. The man's fist, big as a ham, crashed into Alan's face. Blood sprayed. The pirate would have gladly finished the boy off. Slaves were the crew's common property, after all, but killing one without permission brought consequences. As he raised his hand to strike again, a small palm touched his arm. It was the girl. She shook her head, her eyes pleading. HMPH. Fine. I've better things to do than waste time on this whelp. The dazed Alan was dragged outside and tossed onto the ground like a sack of rubbish. A boot to the head sent him into darkness. When he woke, he was back on his pallet in the room, his skull throbbing so fiercely he nearly passed out again. Thank you, a voice. He turned his head. The girl sat beside him, apparently unharmed. No need to thank me, Alan said. He felt a kinship with all the slaves here, but especially with those locked in this courtyard, who could not even walk the compound as he could. He rose, steadied himself, and left. What could he change? Nothing. All he could do was express his futile rage in ways that only brought more pain. He was powerless. Chapter 121. Fire over Saltfang Bay. Are the guns all set? Captain Quake of the Hope bellowed over the wind. All laid and ready, sir. We can fire at your word. The gunnery officer snapped back without hesitation. The air had a knife-edge chill to it now. Cold from the land spilled down toward the sea, and the seasonal winds blew from shore out over the water. That meant the Olden squadron, sailing out from Port Fulan, held the weather gauge, while the pirate flotilla lay to leeward. Quake raised his voice so every man could hear. Listen up, lads. The wind's with us today. We have the upper hand, so do not waste it. A sailing warship armed with cannon gained more than pride from the windward position. With the breeze pressing into her sails, the hull heeled over and the guns on the lee side, those aimed at the enemy, tipped ever so slightly downward. It was a small tilt, but it helped the gunners strike the enemy at the waterline, where a single ball could turn a sound ship into a sinking coffin. Smoke, too, favored the weather side. After a broadside, the white fog of burnt powder would billow away downwind, leaving the windward gunners with clearer sights for their next shot. The leeward vessels, by contrast, choked on their own smoke and that of their foes. Yet the weather gauge carried its own dangers. On a ship with several gun decks, a heavy heel in rough seas could drag the lower ports so close to the waves that they could not be safely opened at all. A single misjudgment could see sea water pouring in through the gun ports faster than any pump could clear it. Leeward ships, for their part, always had the option of flight. If the battle went against them, they could simply bear away and run before the wind, leaving their pursuers struggling uphill, so to speak. A ship to windward that lost its nerve might find escape far harder. Even so, in most hard-fought actions, the ships that held the windward position were far more likely to send their enemies to the bottom. Quake had read enough of old sea lore to know how navies in another world had once fought, how land powers had treated their fleets as glorified escorts, snatching whatever advantage they could from the leeward side so they could fire a token broadside and then slip away, and how true sea powers had cultivated a proud tradition of always seeking the windward side, not to scare off their foes, but to annihilate them. That, today, was the role the Olden Navy meant to play. As the distance closed, Quake took the helm himself. The Hope needed to come around just so, angling her hull so that the guns along her flank could bear squarely on the leading pirate ship. Turning with the wind at one's back was always tricky. Done badly, it could spill the sails and leave a ship wallowing helplessly. At such a moment, with lives and reputations in the balance, Quake trusted no hands but his own. On the lee side, the gun crews stood taut as bowstrings. Every man at the port side guns fixed his gaze on the oncoming pirate hulls, waiting for the gunnery officer's shout. On the pirate side, Mudfish Garden and his lieutenants were also finally getting a clear look at the enemy line. The Hope, cutting through the swell at the head of the squadron, was impossible to miss. So that is the famous strange ship, someone muttered at his elbow. No oars that I can see. As a seasoned corsair, Garden knew ships. He had spent his life living on them, fighting from them, running from them. The sight of the oarless Hope made his blood quicken. The pill he had swallowed earlier was beginning to burn through his veins now, filling him with a towering, irrational confidence. The initial jolt of panic he had felt upon discovering the Olden fleet still in harbor was gone, burned away and forgotten. Now his thoughts circled only one question: how best to capture that marvel and add it to his personal collection. Drive the slaves harder, he roared. All hands prepare to board. I want our hull alongside theirs. Below decks, the overseer's whips cracked louder and more often. Up ahead, the Hope had reached her moment. The foremost pirate galley was angling in, trying to bring its flank snug alongside Hope's hull. On its deck, corsairs loosed the occasional arrow that arced high and fell hissing against Hope's planking or rigging. The gunnery officer watched, gauged the distance, felt the rhythm of the ship under his boots, and then his eyes flashed. Fire! The word had barely left his lips before the 4 gun crews on the port side slammed their burning matchcords down into the vents. With a roar that shook the timbers, 4 guns spoke as one. Flames spat from the muzzles, dense smoke boiled out, and 4 iron shot hurtled low across the gap. On the pirate deck, all they saw was a sudden flare of fire and smoke along the enemy's flank, 4 dark tubes spitting light. "What in blazes?" one of the boarders started to say. "Have they set their own bloody ship on fire?" Those pirates poised at the rail, fingers itching to grab grappling lines and swing across, stared in bewilderment at the billowing cloud now wrapping Hope's side. Then the world heaved. Their own deck bucked under their boots, as though some colossal beast had rammed it from beneath. Planks screamed and split. Men lost their footing and went sprawling, arms pinwheeling. A tremendous cracking noise boomed through the hull, like giant hammers smashing timber to splinters. That was the work of the cannonballs. Compared to the Hope's thick, carefully seasoned hull, the oared galley's planking was flimsy stuff. The iron shot punched through her side as easily as a child's fist through wet paper. The galley had 2 decks, with the oarsmen chained in the cramped space between lower deck and upper. The cannonballs tore straight into this tier, smashing men apart in their passing. Heads, shoulders, torsos vanished in sprays of blood and meat. Those who were not directly struck fared little better. The shattered planks exploded into jagged fragments that flew through the cramped space like a storm of knives, driving themselves deep into flesh and bone. Screams erupted at once. Men who moments before had been grunting with the rhythm of the stroke were suddenly writhing on the deck, hands clawing at faces, throats, bellies where wood and iron had torn them open. Others lay disturbingly still, their chains the only things keeping them upright. Even those miraculously untouched by splinter or ball were stunned senseless by the shock. Many had been thrown from their benches by the impact, tangled in chains and limbs. The overseers themselves had been knocked sprawling. For several heartbeats, the entire oar deck simply stared at the shattered section of hull, 4 gaping holes where sea and light now streamed in. Then panic found its voice. "Devil's weapons," someone screamed. "They are using witchcraft. It's sorcery." Sorcerer's fire. Chaos broke over the deck like a wave. Men tried to crawl away from the breached side, tripping over chains and each other. No one spared a thought for the oars. The horror below decks spread swiftly. Word reached the main deck that some new, terrible weapon had torn the ship open from afar. This was not how battles were meant to be. Battles were meant to be fought with blades and hooks, hull to hull, man to man. Some of the more traveled corsairs, those who had once sailed far to the south, knew that certain foreign navies used great ship-mounted crossbows and siege engines. But those hurled spears and bolts, not invisible iron fists. Nothing they had ever seen spat fire and belched smoke before unleashing such clean, surgical ruin. No ballista in the world could strike so accurately at this distance, or with such horrifying power. The galley's captain recovered his wits first. "First mate," he barked, "get below and drive those curs back to their oars. If we do not close the distance, we are dead men." The first mate jolted as though waking from a trance. "Aye, Captain." He clattered down the ladder into the smoky gloom of the oar deck. "You useless bastards," he roared, voice echoing between the blood-slick benches. "What are you staring at? Get this ship moving." The lash flicked out with sharp, ugly cracks, biting into bare backs and shoulders. "Back to your places. Row, curse you." "Row," the slave masters took up the cry, baring their teeth and their whips. Under a rain of blows and the cold promise of a short, ugly death, the surviving oarsmen stumbled back to their benches, hands slipping on bloody wood as they gripped their oars and heaved, to steady their rattled nerves, and to prevent their groans from infecting the rest. The first mate went to each man who lay writhing too badly injured to row, and without a word opened his throat with a knife. Better dead than dragging the living down, in his calculus. Gradually, the chaotic thrashing resolved back into the awful, familiar rhythm of chained men pulling in unison. The galley lurched forward again. its wounded side leaving a thin trail of debris and red-tinted foam. While all this unfolded, the Hope's gun crews had not been idle. Along her port flank, the 4 cannon that had just spoken were already in motion again. Breaching ropes slowed their recoil. Swabbers ran wet mops down the barrels to quench any lingering sparks. Fresh charges and balls were rammed home with practiced efficiency. The first broadside had worked like a charm. Spirits soared along the Hope's decks. The gunnery officer, chest swelling with pride, drew his sword, leveled the blade straight at the wounded galley, and shouted, "Fire!" The smoke from the first salvo had not yet fully drifted away when the second broadside thundered out. "By all the dead gods, they have more." The pirate captain snarled, just as the deck beneath him bucked again, even harder than before. He did not need to see the impact to know they had been hit. The vibration sang through the planks and joints, a shudder that told him, in no uncertain terms, that more of his ship was dying. He found himself, absurdly, praying that the lower deck still held enough oarsmen to give him a chance to close with that cursed strange ship. His prayer was answered almost at once, in the worst possible way. "Captain," a hoarse voice shouted from below, "we are taking water. The hold is flooding." Chapter 122. Tempest and iron. With the heave of the waves tilting her hull, the Hope's second broadside struck true at the waterline of the lead pirate galley. The impact punched through the planking, and seawater began to pour into the hold below. A cheer erupted across Hope's deck as the gun crews sprang into motion, already preparing their third salvo. On the stricken galley, it was another matter entirely. The captain's face had gone gray as ash. "Plug the breach," he roared, his voice cracking with desperation. Below decks, men scrambled frantically with whatever stopgap measures they could improvise. Rags, canvas, wooden wedges, anything to slow the torrent. But even as they worked, the air above trembled with the thunder of cannon fire once more. The third salvo from the Hope cut through the smoke like a reaper's scythe. The captain descended into the chaos to assess the damage himself. One look told him everything. The gap in the hull was widening as more planks splintered and buckled. The water was rising faster than any pump could manage. Seawater, black and relentless, was claiming his ship inch by inch. The Hope's third broadside had, impossibly, struck the waterline again. Luck, or perhaps the devil's own favor, had guided those shots. The pirate captain stared at the Hope with eyes full of impotent rage, then turned away and barked an order to signal the fleet. "Abandon ship. Send word to the others, we must scuttle her." The sight of their flagship going down sent a ripple of alarm through the rest of the pirate flotilla. Mudfish Garden, watching from his own deck, felt the first seeds of doubt begin to take root. What in the hell's happened? He demanded of no one in particular. They had not even closed with the enemy, and already one of his ships was dying. He grabbed up a speaking trumpet and bellowed across the water, his voice strained and raw. Full speed ahead. We board them now. Grapple and cross." Garden's conviction remained unshaken. No matter what strange, distant weapons the olden navy possessed, once the vessels were hull to hull and his warriors poured across the gap, the advantage would swing to them. Hand to hand, blade against blade, his men would be unstoppable, just as they had been when absorbing the other pirate crews. A second galley surged forward to pick up survivors from the dying ship. Pirates scrambled over the rails, leaping from one hull to the other as their comrades hauled them aboard. The Hope swiveled to meet this new target, her gun ports belching fire. Only one shot connected, striking the upper deck, but it was enough. An iron sphere tore through a knot of corsairs, leaving 3 of them scattered like dolls, and smashed the mainmast clean in half. The timber came crashing down in a tangle of rigging and canvas, taking another half-dozen men with it. The Hope's stunning performance had drawn the pirate flotilla's full attention. 3 more ships veered toward her, hungry for revenge. From his command position, Admiral Austin observed it all through his telescope. Without hesitation, he lowered the glass and spoke to his signaling officer. "Relay to all ships. Support the Hope but maintain separation. Do not interfere with her gun crew's fields of fire." The other naval vessels accelerated, beginning to maneuver, cutting off escape routes and forcing the corsairs into an ever-tightening box. On the Hope, the gunnery officer was already shouting new orders. "Shift to canister. Swivel guns, stand by. The deck became an inferno of smoke. The stench of burnt gunpowder hung thick enough to choke on, acrid and suffocating. Through the murk, the officer tried to keep his eyes on the approaching enemy ships. A scream split the air. One of the gun crews, hands shaking and minds panicked, had failed to properly swab out their barrel before ramming home the fresh charge. Smoldering residue still lingering in the bore ignited the new powder the instant it was pressed home. Fire erupted from the touch hole, spraying out across the face of the loader standing just behind the gun. The man went down, hands clawing at his face, howling in agony. It was the first accident anyone had witnessed, and for a moment the gun crew stood frozen in shock and horror. But Captain Quake would tolerate no hesitation. "Get that man below to the surgeon," he snapped, then rounded on the startled gun crews. "Back to your stations, now, and follow the firing sequence exactly. Every single step." The men scattered like frightened birds, each desperate not to draw the captain's ire again. Within moments, the gun crews were back at their posts, movements quick but deliberate, every action precise and calculated. The nearest pirate ship was now less than 40 feet away, close enough that men on both decks could see each other's faces. The gunnery officer saw his chance and took it, voice cracking with the strain of command. Fire! 4 6-pounder cannon and 2 swivel guns belched their deadly cargo of canister, essentially thousands of musket balls packed in a canvas sack. When the sack burst, it became a storm of iron, a wave of destruction that swept across the pirate deck. The corsairs, standing ready to leap the gap and commence their boarding attack, never saw what hit them. One instant they were bracing themselves for the leap. The next, the air itself seemed to turn to knives. Men simply vanished. Whole sections of the deck became charnel houses. Bodies flew, limbs spun through the air, and screams of agony cut through the wind and spray. The very hull was shredded with holes, as though by invisible hail. One pirate stared in horror at his right arm, nearly severed by a canister bowl that had torn straight through. The drug still coursing through his veins had accelerated his heart rate and blood flow, and now that same effect became a curse. His blood fountained from the wound, spraying in terrible crimson arcs that he could do nothing to stop. My arm, he babbled, pressing his left hand against the wound with trembling fingers. But the blood would not be stanched. It pumped out between his fingers, faster and faster, each heartbeat another surge of his life spilling across the deck. The terror that flooded him was worse than any pain. His vision dimmed. His legs buckled. A wave rocked the ship, and he tumbled to the deck, gasping. Within moments, he lay still, his eyes open but seeing nothing. He was far from alone in his fate. Across the pirate deck, the wounded who survived the initial barrage soon discovered there was no salvation for them. Wounds that severe, made worse by the drug that had set their hearts racing, simply meant faster bleeding. The screams and moans gradually faded as shock and blood loss claimed their due. "Get down! All of you down!" Someone with presence of mind shouted, and the surviving corsairs pressed themselves flat against the deck, trying to make themselves small, trying to present no target to the guns that had proven so devastatingly accurate. The 2 ships that had been rushing to support their comrades saw the carnage and faltered. Their speed dropped. The drug-fueled madness that had driven them forward suddenly encountered the harsh reality of what lay ahead. On those ships, the captains felt their blood cooling, the irrational confidence that the pills had given them beginning to crack. They exchanged glances thick with doubt. Closing with that strange, deadly ship suddenly seemed far less appealing than it had a moment ago. Mudfish Garden, watching this hesitation with growing fury, felt his careful plans beginning to unravel. His face twisted with rage. "What are they doing?" he snarled. "Do they not understand? The enemy has powerful ranged attacks. If we stop, we can only be pounded from afar." He drove his fist down onto the deck with such force that the timbers groaned. The drug was still burning through his system, and in his current state of chemical-fueled aggression, rational thought was becoming harder to grasp. Any deviation from his plan felt like a personal betrayal. One of his lieutenants, eyes fever-bright, leaned close. "Captain Garden, these newcomers are proving unreliable. Let us lead the way ourselves. We will tear the blue-striped dogs apart, then deal with these traitors afterward." The 4 forward ships had come from the smaller crew's garden had recently absorbed or who had agreed to join him. He had placed them at the vanguard specifically to test their reliability and gauge their combat strength. After all, even if the Navy's main force had sailed away, they would likely leave some defenders behind at the base. Better to use expendable ships to scout and harass. Instead, Garden's feint had walked them straight into the jaws of the full Olden fleet. With a roar of frustration, he drove his fist into the mainmast. The timbers creaked under the impact, the whole spar shuddering. "Enough," he spat. "Those idiots up front are drawing their fire. We take the other ships, the slower ones, the oared galleys. Attack them instead." 6 pirate ships adjusted course, peeling away from the Hope and her murderous guns, turning their predatory attention toward the other Olden vessels. Chapter 123. Steel and gunfire musketeers ready. Hand grenades stand by. Swivel guns prepare to fire. The 6 oared sailing ships of the Olden Navy carried no massive cannons, but they bristled with smaller, nimble swivel guns that could pivot and track targets across the decks of enemy vessels. The sailors aboard were divided into 2 distinct groups. The first carried cutlasses, axes, and boarding pikes, heavy weapons suited to close combat, ready to meet any corsair foolish enough to jump across the gap between hulls. Each man in this group also carried several earthenware hand grenades, slung in bandoliers across their chests. The second group bore muskets. They stood behind the frontline fighters, ready to deliver fire from short range, to put bullets through any pirate locked in close combat with their comrades before that pirate could inflict serious harm. The Ordnance Department, recognizing that shipboard battles would likely remain dominated by boarding actions for some time to come, and anticipating the need for close-quarters weapons in potential future street fighting, had tasked the weapons engineers, particularly a man named Herman, with developing a specific kind of firearm. These were large bore muskets with relatively short range but the capability to fire scattered shot. Buckshot, pieces of metal, anything that could be packed into a cartridge and hurled downrange in a deadly spray. Sailors had christened them thunderbuses, and the name was apt. They were essentially hand-held cannons, capable of turning flesh into red ruin across a spread of 30 meters. When the scatter shot struck a man, it embedded itself so thoroughly into skin and muscle that extraction was agonizing and often impossible. Nearly half of the musketeers aboard carried these devastating weapons. As the pirate ships drew near, the sailors armed with longer-barreled muskets opened fire first. The volley caught the corsairs as they were tensing to attack, and the impact was immediate and devastating. Men crumpled, blood sprayed, and the confident charge became a desperate scramble for cover as the survivors dropped flat to the deck, trying to make themselves small. When the ranges had closed to boarding distance, each of the 6 pirate hulls had managed to latch onto one of the naval vessels. Grappling hooks throw, the pirate captains roared. Corsairs, heedless of the musket balls that picked men off around them, hurled massive iron hooks attached to rope lines toward the naval ships. When the hooks caught hold of a rail or gunwale, the pirates threw their weight into pulling, hand over hand, dragging the 2 vessels closer together despite the musket fire still raking their decks. In response, the naval sailors heaved hand grenades toward the pirate ships. These clay pots, packed with black powder and iron nails, exploded on impact or after a brief delay, filling the air with fragmented death. Even pirates hugging the deck were not safe. A grenade landing nearby would shred whoever was within its radius. But the cold autumn air meant everyone wore heavy leather and wool, which provided at least some protection. Still, many corsairs went down bleeding, fragments of iron buried in their flesh. Lower the boarding planks, a pirate captain bellowed. Heavy wooden ramps, their undersides studded with iron nails for purchase, came crashing down onto the naval ship's rails. "Charge! Kill them all!" the corsairs roared as one, surging to their feet and stampeding across the narrow bridges toward their enemies. "Now, open fire!" the naval officers commanded. The 6 swivel guns erupted in unison, each one packed with canister, thousands of musket balls clustered tight. The scatter shot swept across the boarding planks like an invisible scythe, and corsairs simply vanished. Bodies tumbled from the bridges into the sea, arms and legs flailing as they fell. "Go! Go! Push through!" the pirate officers screamed, rallying their men. "Cross over! Crush them! Some of the boldest corsairs, eyes wild with the chemical courage the pills had given them, charged the planks a second time. Boom! Boom! The thunderbuses opened fire from close range. The scatter shot tore men apart at 10 meters distance, and several corsairs staggered backward, their bodies riddled with lead pellets, blood pouring from 100 tiny wounds. On the narrow, pitching planks, footing was treacherous. A man hit by that kind of fire could not stay upright. Down they went, splashing into the dark water below, their screams cut short as the cold claimed them. Everyone, forward! Cut them down! The naval captains drew their swords and rushed into the fray. The boarding actions became a chaos of tangled combat, with men hacking and slashing in the confined spaces of the deck. Fire and blood mixed with the salt spray. Captain Armin found himself facing a corsair of tremendous size and strength, a man whose eyes had the glassy, fevered look of someone chemically intoxicated. When Armin raised his blade to parry the pirate's downward slash, the impact nearly tore the sword from his hands. His arms went numb from wrist to shoulder. This was no ordinary brigand. The man possessed strength that seemed almost inhuman. The corsair attacked with wild, uncontrolled fury, all brute force and no technique, hacking and slashing, showing no regard for his own defense, fighting like a man possessed by demons. Saliva dripped from his mouth as he shrieked, "Come on, you blue-striped cur. I'll tear you apart." Armin, sensing the pirate's recklessness, waited for his moment. When the corsair committed fully to a wild overhead blow, Armin pivoted low and swept his leg. The pirate's feet flew out from under him, and he hit the deck hard. The wind knocked from his lungs. Before the man could recover, Armin drove his blade home through the corsair's back. The fight was over. Armin pulled his sword free and took a moment to survey the battle. The preliminary volleys had taken a heavy toll on the pirates. They were now outnumbered by the naval crews, yet each corsair who made it aboard seemed to possess the strength of 3 ordinary men. The naval sailors were holding, but only barely. It took 2 or 3 of them to counter each drug-fueled attacker. This is wrong, Armin thought. I have never seen anything like this. Are these men giants? But the naval crews were no longer the raw recruits of weeks past. Discipline, training, and accumulated experience had hardened them. They had fought dozens of boarding actions along the coast, and they had learned to work as cohesive units. Moreover, they maintained their nerve. Fear had no place in the ranks anymore, not after seeing their discipline rewarded with victory time and again. And they still had their guns. Not all of the musketeers had thrown down their weapons to join the melee. A small but crucial contingent remained at the rails, firing methodically into the fray. These were chosen men, their reflexes sharp, their aim true. Each was supported by a team of assistants trained specifically for ammunition handling. A musketeer would fire, then hand his weapon to an assistant who would quickly measure powder, insert a ball wrapped in cloth, and tamp it down. Meanwhile, the shooter would take another pre-loaded musket from a second assistant and resume firing at his next target, a deadly rhythm that maintained constant, devastating fire. Unlike the glamorous depictions in certain adventure tales, where heroes absorbed multiple bullets and still fought on, the reality of a lead ball striking human flesh was far different. One shot was generally enough to drop a man. And these were not gentle impacts. This world had no international conventions limiting weapons. Alda's military used lead balls specifically because the metal was soft. Upon impact, the ball would flatten and fragment, transferring all its kinetic energy into the target. The results were catastrophic. Temporary wound cavities many times the diameter of the bullet itself, massive tissue destruction, organs destroyed, blood vessels ruptured. If fragments remained in the body, they would cause lead poisoning, as well as the acute trauma. The drug that Garden's pirates had consumed could enhance their strength, speed, and pain tolerance, but it could not make their bodies bulletproof. It could not make flesh withstand a lead ball traveling at hundreds of feet per second. And because the drug also accelerated their heart rate and circulation, any hit to a major artery resulted in catastrophic bleeding that no amount of strength could overcome. On the other hand, while smoothbore muskets were notoriously inaccurate at distance, at the close range of a ship's deck, barely more than 20 or 30 feet, They were practically point-and-shoot weapons. The shooters needed only concentrate on not accidentally putting a bullet through one of their own. As the muskets spoke in rapid succession, corsair after corsair fell. Those shot through the heart or head died instantly. Those hit in the legs or arms went down and never rose again. A fellow sailor would finish them with cold efficiency before moving on to the next target. The balance of the battle shifted with sudden, inexorable weight toward the olden navy. Chapter 124. The Last Roar of Mudfish Garden Captain. The vice-captain's voice shook as he edged closer to Mudfish Garden, salt wind whipping at his cloak, screams and gunfire echoing across the blood-slick sea. "Captain, maybe we should pull back. Their weapons are too strong. We cannot win this." Those few officers who had not taken a second dose of the sorceress pills still had their wits about them. Fear, yes, but clear thought, too. Garden did not answer. He simply stood there at the rail, staring across the chaos as his men were cut down, one by one, in twos and threes, by the merciless volleys of the olden navy. His eyes were unfocused, expression blank, as if his mind had slipped its moorings. Captain Garden, the vice-captain, tried again. No response. He reached out, very gently, and patted Garden on the shoulder. Things happened very quickly after that. Mudfish Garden spun around with inhuman speed. His right hand shot out like a striking viper and closed around the vice-captain's throat. With a single, effortless lift of his arm, he hauled the man off his feet. The vice-captain's boots dangled a good handspan above the deck. A low, animal growl vibrated in Garden's chest. "Coward," he snarled. "If it were not for your incompetence, we would not be here. We would not be losing." The vice-captain's protest dissolved into a choking cough. He clawed frantically at Garden's fingers, but the hand around his throat might as well have been a steel clamp. Tendons stood out along Garden's forearm like cables. The grip did not yield. The other pirate officers stood frozen, too stunned to intervene. The man hanging in Garden's grasp had been second in command a heartbeat ago. Now he was nothing more than a rag doll, twitching in the captain's fist. Color drained from the vice-captain's face, first to a mottled red, then to a sickly, liver-colored purple. His struggles weakened. His kicks slowed. Then finally, they stopped altogether. He hung limp, his body swaying gently with the motion of the ship, eyes bulging and sightless. With a roar of pure frustration, Mudfish Garden tightened his grip. His fingers sank into the flesh of the man's neck, as if it were soft clay. With a hideous tearing sound, Garden wrenched his hand back. A great flap of meat came away in his palm, throat, windpipe, a good portion of the front of the neck, leaving the rest of the body to drop onto the deck with a wet smack. Blood sprayed in an arc, splattering the planks and the boots of those too close, running in thin rivers toward the scuppers. The vice-captain convulsed once, twice, and then lay still. The ruin where his throat had been gaped like a second mouth. The remaining pirate officers stared, stunned into silence. They had followed Mudfish Garden for years, some out of respect, some out of fear, most for profit. But never, not once, had they seen him like this. The cautious man who had always swallowed his anger, who had waited and watched and struck only when advantage was certain. Where was he now? This creature, standing above a butchered comrade with blood on his hand and madness in his eyes, was someone else entirely. Garden took a few deep breaths, staring down at the corpse as though it might yet say something to him. Then, abruptly, he raised his head and turned that wild gaze on the officers clustered nearby. "What," he asked, voice cold as deep water, "are you lot still doing here?" None of them dared answer. What were they supposed to say? "We are waiting to die. We are watching you lose your mind." No one wanted to be the next example. "Go," Mudfish hissed. "Go and kill." His voice rose, cracking, each word laced with madness. "Go and fight. Go and get over there and die for me." He was screaming now, spittle flying from his lips. "All of you. Over there. Fight to the last. Bleed for me." As the last bellow left his throat, a stray bullet whined across the gap between ships and struck one of the officers square in the temple. The lead ball blew the top of the man's skull clean off, sending shards of bone and a spray of gray matter splattering across the men to either side. The ruined body folded to the deck like wet laundry. That was all it took. With a panicked splash, one officer hurled himself over the side. Then another, and another. Within moments, every last surviving officer on Garden's ship had abandoned him, diving into the freezing sea and striking out toward a nearby Olden warship where the fighting had largely died down. "We surrender," one of them cried between frantic breaths. "We surrender. We surrender." Others echoed, voices cracking with sheer primal terror. Their thugs and cutthroats were mostly dead. Their captain was clearly unhinged. Their ship was half snarled with the enemy's vessels. There was nowhere to run, no way to fight free. Surrender was the only sensible path left. Glorious last stands were for heroes in bardic tales. These men were pirates. They knew the value of a well-timed capitulation. On the Olden decks, sailors and marines were still busy subduing resistance, securing lines, tending to their own wounded. No one had time to pull drowning pirates aboard just yet. "Stay where you are," one officer shouted down to the flailing men in the water. "Keep floating and wait. Try anything clever and we shoot you where you swim." That was good enough for the pirates. Treading water was better than bleeding out on a splintered deck. Meanwhile, the Hope had finished her deadly dance with the 3 pirate ships that had tried, and failed, to close with her. Those 3 hulls might have swarmed her if they had simply accepted the risk, driven straight through her broadsides, and committed fully to the boarding actions. With their superior numbers, they could well have overrun her decks. But they were newcomers to Mudfish's banner, brought in through recent mergers and alliances. Their captains had never truly bent the knee. They had merely bowed for convenience, biding their time. Old loyalties and private ambitions still held sway. Each ship's master had been unwilling to risk his own vessel for the collective good, hoping the others would take the brunt of the danger. No one wished to be the one to charge into the maw of the Hope's guns. So they had hung back, edging forward by cautious degrees, letting the others test the strange ship's fangs. With no hull pressing in close enough to throw grapples and planks, the Hope had enjoyed all the time she needed. Her guns spoke again and again, iron shots smashing through planking, rigging, and bone. Not every round struck true, but enough did. Men died. Masts cracked. Morale crumbled. From their wavering positions, the Corsairs watched as Mudfish's core followers hurled themselves in a frenzy against the other Olden ships. Half naked, veins bulging, roaring like beasts under the influence of the wizard's draft. They watched those same men cut down, one by disciplined ranks of steel and lead. Reality hit like cold water. The mysterious pills, the whispered assurances of invincibility, the promises of becoming the next Edward of the Northwest. All of it disappeared under the simple, brutal fact of defeat. The battle was lost. The Navy would not break. When the last of Mudfish's elite fell or were dragged down, one pirate ship seized its chance. Sails filled, oars churned, and she turned tail, fleeing for the open sea, abandoning allies and captain alike. The remaining 2 hoisted makeshift white flags, bits of sailcloth, shirts, anything pale enough to signal intent, and surrendered to the Hope rather than risk another of those annihilating broadsides. Across the scattered vessels, the fighting tapered off quickly. Most pirates were dead. A fair number had thrown down their weapons and surrendered. Others lay wounded and unable to move, soon to be taken prisoner whether they liked it or not. Guided by cowed captives, Olden sailors' attention finally turned to the last, solitary figure still standing untouched upon a pirate deck. Mudfish Garden. The warships eased in around his crippled vessel, hemming it in on all sides. Lines were thrown. Anchors dropped. The ring closed. "Give it up," someone shouted across the gap. "You have nowhere left to run. To hell with giving him a chance." Another voice snapped. "Let me put a bullet through his skull now. Use the cannon," a third suggested, half laughing. "It would be more satisfying." On the surrounded ship, Mudfish Garden heard none of it. He stood alone amidst the wreckage, shoulders rising and falling with harsh, ragged breaths. His eyes were wide and glassy, staring at a future that had just crumbled into dust. "This is wrong," he muttered. "This is not how it was meant to be." His mouth twisted, stretching back at the corners into something that might have been a grin if not for the utter despair in his gaze. He had spent years creeping and scheming, hoarding strength, choosing every move with painstaking caution. His crew had finally grown into something more than a band of scavengers. Then Barnet, the self-proclaimed wizard of the arcane society, had appeared like a shadow in his path, offering power. Drugs that turned men into monsters, help consolidating crews, whispers of greater plots that would shake kingdoms. For a while, it all seemed to work. The mudfish fleet swelled, rival pirates knelt or died, and the dream of becoming another Edward, a true sea lord of the Northwest Bay, had finally begun to feel real. He had seen himself at the center of a storm of steel and sail, a name that lords cursed and ballads praised. And now, one misjudged strike, one decisive loss, everything drowned in gun smoke and blood. "This is not how it should end," he said again, louder now, voice cracking with anguish. "This is not how it ends." His shout drew the eyes of every sailor and marine in earshot. Conversations broke off mid-sentence as rifles and pistols were brought to bear, fingers tightening on triggers, men ready for any last, desperate charge he might attempt. Under their baffled gaze, Mudfish Garden reached down to his belt and untied a small leather pouch. He appended it into his mouth, shaking it again and again until the last red pill rolled past his lips. A nearby captive, treading water with his hands bound, and a rope looped under his arms, cleared his throat and called up to the olden officer watching him. "He is taking the wizard's draft. The more he swallows, the stronger he gets." Curiosity rippled along the decks. Muskets stayed leveled, but for the moment, no one fired. Men leaned on rails and gunwales, staring at the lone figure as though watching some grotesque stage play. "What is happening to him?" one soldier whispered. The answer came quickly. "I will kill you all," Garden screamed. "Every last one of you." His body convulsed. Muscles bulged beneath his skin, cords and knots swelling until they threatened to burst through. He grew, bones cracking and stretching, joints popping audibly. Within heartbeats, he loomed nearly twice the height of an ordinary man. Cloth shredded and split. His tunic tore apart along the seams. His trousers burst at the thighs, hanging in tatters. Veins rose along his arms and neck like ropes. His chest, shoulders, and legs became a grotesque catalogue of overgrown muscle, each line and ridge overdefined, obscene. His face twisted, jaw jutting, brow thickening, cheekbones warping until he no longer resembled the cautious pirate lord the Northwest Bay had once known. Veins crawled across his temples, pulsing visibly beneath the skin. His eyes were red, shot through with broken vessels, wild and unfocused. His fists were the size of cooking pots, each finger a thick, knotted cylinder ending in a nail sharp and curved like a small dagger. He was no man any longer. He was a monster, and he was in agony. Even from a distance, the Alden sailors could see it in every movement. His roars were not battle cries. They were the screams of someone being torn apart from the inside. He thrashed like a beast in a trap, the power coursing through him too much for flesh to bear. With a howl, Mudfish slammed his forehead into the mainmast. Once, twice, again. Each impact made the timber shiver. Cracks spidered along the grain. The entire mast swayed dangerously, lines creaking. Then he turned his claws on himself. He raked his chest, arms, and sides with those dagger-like nails, tearing at his own skin as though trying to claw the power out of his body. Flesh peeled away in strips. Blood poured down his torso, painting the planks beneath his feet a deep, gleaming red. Men on the surrounding ships watched in horrified silence. Some felt revulsion. Others, despite everything, felt a flicker of pity. This was a cruel end, even for a pirate lord. Admiral Austin exhaled slowly and shook his head. "End it," he said quietly. A line of musketeers along the rail raised their weapons in unison, sights settling on the thrashing giant at the center of the doomed ship. The order rang out. The volley cracked across the water like a final thunderclap. Lead slammed into Mudfish Garden's warped body, chest, throat, skull. He lurched, staggered, and then toppled like a felled tree, crashing onto the blood-soaked deck. A moment later, the only sounds were the slap of waves against hulls, the creak of timbers, and the slow, heavy breaths of men who had finally, after so many long months, put an end to the terror of Mudfish Garden. Chapter 125. An unexpected gift. Ever since the day Alan had been knocked unconscious, something in the girl's manner toward him had quietly changed. Her face remained a pale mask, eyes flat and unreadable, but whenever he brought her food now, she always whispered a soft, almost automatic, "Thank you." Alan had tried more than once to start a conversation. Each time he ventured a question, her replies were limited to the smallest of gestures, a nod or a slow shake of the head. Eventually, his words would trail off, his courage with them. Only once did something different happen. That day, after he had set the wooden bowl down on the low table, the girl suddenly lifted her gaze and fixed him with those distant eyes. "Would you be my friend?" she asked. The question hit Alan like a slap. He had honestly thought "thank you" were the only words she remembered how to use. "Oh, of course," he blurted, sweat prickling at the back of his neck. "I would like that." "Thank you," she murmured again, and just like that the wall came back down. Days slid past, one indistinguishable from the next. The weight of slavery settled over everyone like a damp blanket. Routine dulled their thoughts. Even Alan found himself thinking less and less about escape. It was not that he had given up, more that his mind shied away from the constant ache of impossible hope. On the 17th day of that grim month, before dawn had even grayed the sky, the crack of whips and the squawk of harsh voices shattered the uneasy sleep of the slaves. Overseers stormed through the barracks, yanking men and boys from their pallets, ordering them down to the docks. Even the younger ones, Alan, Tom, Pine, were driven along with the rest. The harbor was a natural cove, a jagged bite taken out of the island's coastline, sheltered from the worst of the open sea. The mudfish pirates had turned it into a full-fledged base. Piers, ramshackle warehouses, watchtowers, and crude slipways crowded the shoreline. When Alan arrived, the place was already a hive of frantic activity. Slaves staggered under crates, barrels, coils of rope, bundles of sailcloth. Anything that could be carried was being hauled onto ships. The boy's arms burned as he hefted smaller boxes and sacks, just within his strength but hard enough to leave his shoulders screaming. The pirates cared nothing for age. If Alan could stand and walk, then he could work. After several brutal hours, the sun finally heaved itself above the horizon, washing the harbor in pale gold light. Only then did Alan get a proper look at the gathering of ships. There were more than a dozen hulls crowded into the cove, their masts like a forest of bare winter trees against the morning sky. He had never seen so many pirate vessels assembled in one place before. The sheer number made his stomach twist. Several hundred pirates milled about on the stone quay, voices loud and eager, like men on the verge of a festival rather than a battle. They pushed and jostled to reach gangplanks, laughing, swearing, shoving one another aboard. Slaves destined for the oar benches were driven onto the ships in grim, silent columns. Once they reached their places, chains were snapped around ankles and wrists, bolts shot home with cold finality. Not every oarsman was a slave. Some of the newest recruits, still low in the pecking order, were forced to take up the heavy sweeps as well. No one was exempt from drudgery at the bottom of the ladder. Skull-marked flags unfurled from the masts, snapping in the breeze. Orders rang out. Oars dipped. Sails unfurled. One by one, then in small groups, the pirate ships slid out of the harbor and into open water, leaving only rippling wakes behind. "Back to your posts, all of you," the overseers bawled, whips lashing the air. "This is not a holiday. Back to work. No loitering by the sea." Reluctantly, Alan and the others tore their eyes away from the shrinking line of black sails and shuffled back toward the slave camp. He walked side by side with Tom and Pine, the three of them speaking in hurried whispers, glancing around to make sure no overseer was close enough to hear. "What do you reckon that lot are up to?" Tom muttered. "I heard something," Pine said, lowering his voice even further, his face suddenly grave in a way Alan was not used to seeing. "One of the pirates was drunk last night, dead drunk. He was rambling about going to war with the Olda Navy." "Olda," Alan blinked. "Is that not the county north of us with the young lord?" "That is the one," Pine said. "The place everyone now calls the pirates' graveyard." Tom nodded. "The grown-ups used to talk about it, back home. They said the Lord of Olda spent the last half-year hunting pirates like rats. Ever since Great Edward disappeared, the two strongest crews in the Northwest Bay, Sharks and Quakes, both got smashed there," Pine added, his eyes shining with a strange mix of fear and awe. "They say the Lord there is barely older than us. So these island pirates," Alan said slowly, "are going to pick a fight with Olda. That takes some nerve." Pine looked up at the pale morning sky, his lips moving as he whispered, "O Lord of Light, our Father in heaven, please watch over the people of Ulda. Let them destroy these butchers, and if you would be so kind, rescue us as well." The quiet conviction in his tone left Alan a little stunned. For all Pine's bratty swagger back in the village, there was earnest faith there too. To live in Ulda, Alan thought, must be a wonderful thing. To have a lord strong enough to drive pirates away, to sleep without fear of sails on the horizon. That must feel like living under a great, unwavering shield. "Oi, what are you whispering about?" An overseer barked, whip cracking dangerously close. All three boys jumped and clamped their mouths shut at once. Not long after Alan and the others had been herded away, a small boat slipped quietly into the now emptier harbor and nosed up to the pier. The sentry on duty recognized the vessel as one of their own. The trouble was, the last he had heard, both the boat and its original crew had been handed over as a gift to some important patron. He scratched his head, unease fluttering in his gut, and quickly sent for his direct superior. A little later, a figure swathed head to toe in a black traveling cloak stepped onto the dock. When the summoned pirate officer caught sight of the face beneath the hood, his demeanor changed at once. Gone was the lazy arrogance. In its place came wary deference. He bowed quickly, voice dropping into something almost respectful. "Master Barnett, sir, you have returned." A dry, slightly rasping voice drifted from the shadow of the hood. "Yes, take me to your captain." The pirate leader's subordinate shifted awkwardly. "Ah, your timing is a bit unfortunate, master. Our captain took the fleet out at first light. If you need to see him urgently, I can dispatch a fast boat to fetch him back. Assuming we can catch him, that is." Barnett waved a hand. "No need. I am here to deliver supplies, not to seek him out." He gave another name as alternate contact, did he not, for exactly such a situation? He recited the name. "Yes," the officer said at once. "He is still on the island. I will take you to him immediately." The man who handled Barnett's visits in Mudfish Garden's absence was an aging pirate with gray streaked hair and a wooden peg leg. The way he carried himself, measured, cautious, eyes always assessing, marked him as one of those rare corsairs who relied as much on their wits as their swords. Barnett handed over a sealed crate of the crimson pills. The old pirate's gratitude was almost embarrassingly effusive. As Mudfish's most trusted advisor, he knew just how much their sudden rise owed to this unsettling, tattoo-marked wizard. After exchanging a few perfunctory words, Barnett let his shoulders sag, remarking that the sea crossing had been tiresome and that he required rest. The old corsair, no fool, understood the hint. He made his excuses and withdrew, but not before instructing the escorting officer to see that Barnett wanted for nothing. Left alone with the cloaked stranger, the junior pirate's mind whirled. Here was an opportunity. He had seen with his own eyes how Mudfish Garden transformed in Barnett's presence, from a rough, domineering captain into something like a polite retainer. If he could curry favor with such a man, who knew what doors it might open. How does one please a man like that? He wondered, chewing on his lip. Then an idea struck him like a spark to dry tinder. "Of course," he murmured to himself, smacking his fist into his palm. "A man of taste deserves proper entertainment." In a surprisingly tidy chamber, a room clearly set aside for high-value guests, Barnett sat with eyes closed, letting the silence wash over him. The faint tang of salt still clung to his nostrils, and the muffled boom of distant surf underscored his thoughts like a slow drum. A knock sounded at the door. "Who is it?" he asked without opening his eyes. "Master Barnett, it is only me," came the wheedling reply. He recognized the voice, the eager underling who had escorted him earlier. "Come in." The door creaked open. The officer entered with a deep, obsequious bow, a greasy smile plastered across his face. "What is it?" Barnett asked, already suspecting he would not like the answer. "Master," the man said, rubbing his hands together. "The journey must have been exhausting. I thought you might appreciate a little relaxation. I have brought you 2 gifts to ease your fatigue." He leaned back toward the open doorway. "Bring them in." 2 females stepped through. The first was a tall woman of middling looks, but with a striking figure. Curves outlined even beneath the plain dress she wore. Her eyes darted about, wide and frightened. The second was shorter. A girl, really. Very young, with a face so delicate it might have been carved from porcelain. Yet her expression was almost blank, eyes unfocused, her gaze drifting somewhere far beyond the walls. Barnett did not need a map to follow the officer's intentions. These animals, he thought, anger flaring hot in his gut. They see me as nothing more than another rutting brute to be bribed with flesh. He very nearly acted on that anger. His hand lifted, sleeve falling back to reveal the tattooed skin beneath. Power prickled along his arm, ready to be shaped into something swift and terminal. Just before he unleashed it, his gaze slid back to the younger girl, and lingered. There was something about her, something underneath the numbness and fear, a faint, familiar resonance that tugged at instincts, honed over long years of dealing in secrets and sorcery. It was like hearing a single note from a distant melody he knew by heart, the quiet echo of a trait he recognized in himself and in his fellows of the arcane society. His killing intent ebbed. The hand that had nearly delivered a death curse shifted instead, one finger extending to point directly at the girl. "She stays," Barnett said. "Take the other one away." The officer blinked, thrown for a moment, then recovered with an oily chuckle. "Healthy. Master, your tastes are distinctive." Barnett shot him a cold glare. "Get out, yes, yes. At once. I will leave you to enjoy yourself." Still utterly unaware of how close he had come to dying, the pirate hustled the taller woman out of the room and shut the door quickly behind him, a smug thought already forming. "Hi. Wizard or not, strip away the trappings, and he is just like the rest of us," he sneered inwardly. "Give a man power, and his vices only grow." Chapter 126. Parting tides, Alan pushed through the doorway with a yawn stretching his jaw and came to an abrupt halt. Standing before him was the girl. His eyes went wide. They let you out," he stammered. "How is that possible?" The women confined in that place, the courtyard of captives, were never permitted to leave. Yet here she stood, moving freely through the corridors of Saltfang. The girl simply nodded, and then, to his absolute shock, she spoke. "I am leaving this island." Alan's mouth fell open. "Leaving?" The girl who had barely spoken a dozen words in all the weeks he had known her was leaving. Had the pirates released her? It seemed impossible. Pirates did not simply set captives free out of the goodness of their hearts. They had no such organ. "Are they moving you somewhere else?" he asked, desperately grasping for some explanation that made sense. She shook her head. "No. The pirates will have no claim on me anymore." "How?" The word came out almost as a plea. "How is that possible? Barnett is taking me with him." "The pirates cannot stop him." "Barnett? Who is that?" The girl did not answer, only shook her head again. Alan's heart began to race. Could he take me too? And my friends? The girl's gaze dropped. She would not meet his eyes, and in that moment of silence, Alan understood the answer before she spoke it. The disappointment that crashed over him was almost physical, a weight pressing down on his chest, stealing his breath. He wanted to cry out, to rail against the unfairness of it, but instead he forced a smile. "Well," he said quietly, "at least you are getting out. I am glad for that." Truly, to his surprise, the girl's eyes widened slightly, and a faint flush crept across her pale cheeks. She seemed to struggle with something for a moment, then her small fists clenched with determination. "I will come back for you," she said, her voice firm despite its quietness. "I will save you from this place." The promise hung between them, and Alan was not entirely sure whether to believe her or not. But he held onto the words anyway, the way a drowning man clings to driftwood. "Thank you," he whispered. That means more than you know." The girl's face flushed deeper, and she seemed suddenly uncertain. "Your name?" she asked. "I have never asked your name." It struck Alan as odd that they had known each other for so long, if knowing could be applied to their strange, limited acquaintance, without ever exchanging names. Yet it was true. "Alan," he said. "Alan Alfred. What about you?" The girl opened her mouth, then closed it again. Her eyes became distant, sad. When she finally spoke, her voice was small. I do not have one." Alan felt a sudden surge of sympathy. A girl with no name, no past, no identity beyond her captivity. It was like being a ghost while still living. "Then I shall give you one," he said impulsively, "if you would like that." The girl's eyes widened, and though her expression remained largely composed, there was a sudden brightness in her gaze, a warmth that had not been there before. She clearly wanted this very much. Alan pressed his palms together and closed his eyes, thinking hard. What name would suit her? What single word could capture the essence of this strange, quiet girl? Mary, he murmured. No, too ordinary. Carol, he shook his head. No, that does not feel right either. The girl watched him in silence, her dark eyes unblinking, waiting. Then it came to him, like a spark striking stone. Christy, he said, opening his eyes. I shall call you Christy. Christy, she repeated, testing the syllables. Yes, it means crystalline ice, a pure and transparent soul. Alan spoke with the confidence of someone who had just performed some great work of genius. It suits you, I think. The girl, Christy, nodded slowly, accepting the name. Christy, she said again, as if embedding it into her very being. I am Christy now. She reached up to her wrist and without hesitation removed a delicate bracelet of worked silver. She held it out to him. For you, she said simply. But that is a girl's bracelet, Alan protested weakly. Christy's eyes hardened, becoming immovable as stone. The look was so fierce that Alan swallowed his objection and took the bracelet, sliding it onto his left wrist. It fit almost perfectly, as though it had been made for him. Thank you, he said. I will treasure it. He fumbled with the small pendant that hung around his neck, a blessed amulet his mother had given him years ago, carved in the shape of two fish touching tail to tail. With a gentle twist, he separated the two halves. The silver came apart cleanly in his hands. My mother told me this was blessed by a priest, he said, offering one half to Christy. If you thread it on a cord and wear it close to your heart, it will protect you. It will keep you safe. Christy stared at the pendant, then at Alan, her eyes holding his for a long, breathless moment. Then she snatched the amulet from his palm, as though afraid he might change his mind, and tucked it away with fierce protectiveness. I will save you, she said again, and this time there was absolute certainty in her voice. I promise. I know you will try, Alan said gently, but promise me something in return. Promise me you will keep yourself safe first. Promise me you will survive. Before Christy could answer, a figure swathed in a black cloak appeared in the corridor, voice sharp and commanding. Child, we must depart. Now, Christy looked back at Alan, and for a moment neither of them moved. Then slowly, reluctantly, she turned toward the cloaked figure. I have to go, she said. Please take care of yourself. You too, Alan called after her, the words tumbling out desperately. Please take care. Be strong. As Christy walked away, she suddenly paused and turned back. Her face, usually so blank and composed, softened. And then impossibly, she smiled. It was a real smile, genuine and warm, and it transformed her entire face. In that single moment, she looked almost like a different person. A person who had known joy. Alan stood frozen, unable to look away, scarcely able to breathe. Then she was gone, disappearing around the corner with the wizard, and the corridor was empty once more. She can smile, Alan thought in wonder, pressing his hand to the bracelet on his wrist. Of course she can smile. How could I have thought otherwise? He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted after her, hoping his voice might reach wherever she was. You take care too, Christy. Stay safe. Christy stood at the rail of the departing vessel, watching as Saltfang Island shrank behind them, becoming smaller and smaller until it was nothing but a dark smudge against the glittering sea. Could you not bring him as well? She asked Barnet, her voice betraying the ache in her chest. The wizard shook his head for what felt like the 100th time. Ever since learning he would remove her from captivity, this small girl had asked the same question, over and over. First in the chamber where they had met, and now, again and again as they made their way to the ship. I have explained this already, Barnet said, his tone edged with impatience. He is not like us. He is merely human, a creature of flesh and mortality. I do not bring mortals into our ranks. Christy said nothing more, but her eyes remained fixed on the receding island. Perhaps she finally understood that further argument was futile. The ship had already set sail. There was no turning back. Sensing the disappointment radiating from her, Barnet continued, his voice taking on an almost professorial tone. You will understand in time, child. You and I, and the others of the arcane society, who will welcome you into our fold. We are not like common folk. We will wield powers beyond imagination. We will reshape the world according to our will. Those ordinary mortals, they are but shadows, living and dying in the twilight of their petty existences. He gestured dismissively toward the disappearing shore. When you have learned to command true power, you will look back on this moment and marvel at your own naivete. That boy, that island, all of it will seem like a child's dream, half remembered upon waking. Christie did not argue. Instead, she said quietly, I have a name now. Barnet gave me one. Well, a boy did. Alan did. I am Christie. The wizard chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. Did he indeed? Well, it saves me the effort of naming you. Christie, then. Very well. The girl continued to stare toward the island, even as it vanished below the horizon. I will return here someday, she said, her voice barely audible above the sound of wind and wave. Revenge, Barnet asked, amusement coloring his tone. Against those who imprisoned you for so long. A natural enough impulse. Perhaps, Christie murmured. Then with a cold certainty that seemed far too old for her young face, she added, when I return, they will all kneel before me. Barnet smiled, clearly pleased by the sentiment. That is the proper attitude. Strive to become powerful, little Christie, and all those who held you captive will be yours to command. Every last one of them will become toys in your hands. As the ship cut through the deepening blue, carrying Christie away toward an uncertain future, Alan remained on Saltfang, still clutching the fish pendant in one hand and wearing Christie's silver bracelet on his wrist. He did not know, could not have known, that their parting was not an ending but a beginning. That the girl he had befriended, the one he had given a name to, would one day walk paths of power and shadow that he could never follow. All he knew was that she was gone, and the island felt emptier for her absence. Chapter 127. Aftermath. Ever since the day Mudfish Garden had led over 10 ships out to sea, Saltfang Island had grown unnaturally quiet. For the slaves, it was a blessing. Fewer pirates meant fewer overseers wielding whips, fewer demands, fewer moments of terror. Alan, Tom, and Pine found themselves almost enjoying a strange, temporary reprieve, a pocket of relative peace in their ongoing captivity. But peace, they would soon discover, is often a mask worn by darker truths. The atmosphere on the island began to shift, subtle at first, then increasingly unmistakable. The pirates who had remained behind began to exhibit signs of profound anxiety. Men paced the docks at night. Arguments broke out over trivial matters. Fear hung in the salt-tinged air like fog. It was Pine, as always, who first caught wind of the rumor. "Have you heard?" he whispered during their meager midday meal, his eyes bright with the kind of morbid excitement that only bad news seems to kindle. The pirates took a beating, a real one. Alan and Tom exchanged glances, their hearts quickening. A pirate defeat. Was it possible? Might the world outside finally be turning in their favor? "Tell us everything," Alan urged. "The fleet that set out days ago, the one Mudfish led himself. It has been 3 days now. Not a single ship has returned. You are saying they are all dead," Tom whispered. "What else could it mean?" Pine shrugged. "They must have tried to fight the Alden Navy after all. And they must have lost." Tom's voice trembled with desperate hope. "Do you think the Alden people will come here? Could they rescue us?" "Probably not specifically to save us," Pine said, though his tone suggested otherwise. "We are not their citizens, after all. But the pirates have treasure hoarded here. Gold, jewels, goods from 100 raids. Would the Alden Navy ignore such wealth? I think not. And if they come to take the plunder, well, freeing us would be a small matter, would it not?" All three boys bowed their heads, and in the privacy of their own hearts they prayed. To whatever gods might listen, they begged for salvation, for rescue, for the chance to see sunlight that did not shine through iron bars. The Alden Navy, meanwhile, was licking its wounds. The victory had been magnificent, nearly total. Of the 10 pirate ships that had sailed out under Mudfish Garden's banner, 9 had been captured or destroyed. Only one had managed to slip away into the darkness. Pirate casualties were staggering. Over 300 dead, nearly 200 captured. Yet the cost had been steep. The Hope had suffered minimal damage, her superior construction and firepower keeping her largely safe from close combat. But the other 6 vessels bore the scars of brutal boarding actions. Over 50 naval personnel lay dead, many more grievously wounded. Almost every survivor carried at least one injury. from deep lacerations to musket wounds that would trouble them for months to come. For a fledgling navy of Alder's modest size, the loss was profound. The source of the carnage was now evident from interrogating the captured corsairs. That mysterious drug. Ordinary men, upon consuming it, became something altogether different, stronger, faster, harder to kill. If not for the Alden Navy's superior technology and training, if not for the fact that boarding planks forced the drugged pirates to funnel through in manageable numbers, the battle might well have ended differently. And then there was Mudfish Garden's final transformation. The sight of him swelling into a towering monstrosity, tearing at his own flesh, screaming in agony before the musket volley put him down. It haunted every officer and sailor who had witnessed it. What manner of sorcery produced such a substance? From whence had it come? The captured pirates could offer little illumination. They knew only that Garden had obtained the pills from some mysterious figure, either through direct delivery to Saltfang or via meetings on the mainland coast. As for how they were made, or who truly controlled their supply, those secrets died with Garden. Admiral Austin issued strict orders. All who had fought were to be silent regarding the details of the engagement. The victory itself would be trumpeted across the land. It was good for morale, good for the Count's prestige. But the specifics of the battle, particularly anything concerning the drug, were to remain classified. Still, one thing was clear. Mudfish Garden's fleet had been decimated. The pirate leader was almost certainly dead. What remained of his organization, scattered across the islands and coastal hideaways, was likely no more than a fractured, leaderless rabble. Intelligence gathered from the captured corsairs revealed the location of Garden's main base, an unnamed island with a natural harbor and extensive facilities. That would be the next target. But first, recovery. First, the wounded needed tending, the ships required repairs, the crews needed rest. The Hope, by contrast, had performed brilliantly. She had pinned down 4 enemy vessels single-handedly, sinking one and capturing 2 others. Her gun crews had proven devastating, her design superior to anything the pirates possessed. She had earned her name 100 times over. Now she would earn it again, in a different way. The Hope was assigned a new, critical role, reconnaissance. She would shadow Saltfang, watch for any attempt by the surviving pirates to flee, and report back to base. A fast messenger ship would relay crucial intelligence back to Lakeshore Town, detailing not only the tactical victory, but emphasizing 2 key points: the threat posed by the mysterious drug and the overwhelming superiority of the new sail-powered warship design. More vessels of her class should be built. Many more. The engagement was recorded in the naval annals as the 10th-month victory, a glorious chapter in the fledgling Alden Navy's history. On Saltfang Island, meanwhile, panic was spreading like a contagion. The senior officers gathered in hushed, anxious clusters. The lower ranks gossiped nervously, spinning theories into certainties. Mudfish Garden had sailed out with his fleet and never returned. By any rational measure, he was dead or captured. Various rumors circulated. Some claimed Garden had surrendered to Alda to save his own skin. Others insisted the entire fleet had been sunk, sent to the ocean's bottom. A few whispered that Garden had discovered the whereabouts of the legendary Edward, and had abandoned his present followers to seek out that ancient pirate king. Then word came from the mainland, carried by traders and fishermen. The Alden Navy had won a tremendous victory off Port Fulan. The rumors were confirmed. Their fleet was destroyed. Their captain was gone. In the days that followed, worse news arrived. Scouts had spotted a strange ship, prowling near the island's waters. A naval vessel, almost certainly. This meant their sanctuary, their secret base, had been discovered. The hunters were coming. Captain Quake stood at the rail of the Hope, telescope pressed to his eye, studying the distant island with the focus of a predator assessing wounded prey. "Damn that backstabbing coward Garden," he muttered, his voice thick with jealousy and anger. "All those years we sailed together, and I never knew he had carved out such a perfect lair. This cove is magnificent. Why did I never find something like this first?" The island lay before them, its natural harbor opening like a welcoming mouth. Within it, visible even at this distance, was a bustling port facility. Docks, warehouses, various structures suggesting years of careful construction and use. Smoke rose from chimneys, indicating the presence of workers, forges, kitchens. Quake lowered the telescope and looked toward his gunnery officer, whose jaw was practically vibrating with barely suppressed eagerness. "Do not even think about it," the captain warned, though there was an amused lilt to his voice. Ever since the officer had coordinated the devastating broadside at Port Fulen, the man had been insufferable, eager, hungry, restless. He polished the cannons obsessively, as though the touch of his hands alone could keep them sharp. "Sir," the officer ventured carefully, "do we simply wait? Watch them." Not even what?" Quake raised an eyebrow. "Not even a warning shot, sir. Just to let them know we are here." Quake smiled. It was a predatory smile. "A warning shot. I like the way you think, lad." He turned to his helmsman and boatswain. "Bring us in closer to the harbor mouth. Nice and slow. Let them see us. Let them wonder what we intend." His second officer, a cautious man by temperament, stepped forward with a frown. "Captain, with respect, if we provoke them, they might rush out. We are only one ship. If they mass their forces, with what?" Quake laughed. "Those little rowboats parked in the harbor. Let them come. I would welcome it." The second officer opened his mouth, closed it, and nodded reluctantly. "Aye, sir. As you say." The gunnery officer's eyes gleamed. "Shall we heat some shot, sir? Show them what Hope's guns can do." Quake drew his sword and pointed it toward the harbor with theatrical flair. "Aye, Peters. Heat them red hot. Let us give these pirate dogs a taste of olden hospitality." Chapter 128. The surrender. In a stone-walled chamber deep within Saltfang's central compound, the surviving pirate officers had gathered, a grim assemblage of weathered faces and frightened eyes. The air was thick with despair. Men sat hunched in their chairs, jaws clenched, eyes fixed on the scarred wooden table before them. No one spoke. The silence was absolute, suffocating. At last, old Donald, the eldest among them, a scarred veteran whose hair had gone white years ago, broke the terrible quiet. "Well," he said, his voice gravelly from disuse, "if any of you have suggestions, now is the time to voice them. After today, I suspect there will be precious few opportunities left for speaking." For a long moment, nothing. Then a younger officer, voice barely above a whisper, ventured, "They must have interrogated the prisoners. Word of this place, it has to have spread." As if that needed stating, another man snapped. "That ship out there, you think it sailed here for pleasure? For the views?" A third officer, desperation creeping into his tone, suggested weakly, "Perhaps we should consider surrendering." "Surrender?" A heavy-set man with scarred knuckles slammed the table so hard dust billowed from its surface. "Coward! We have built something magnificent under Mudfish. We still have 4, perhaps 5 seaworthy vessels. We have stores of the pills. When the blue-striped dogs arrive, we make them pay in blood. We go down fighting, 4 or 5 vessels." Someone shot back with bitter laughter. "You mean 4 or 5 rowboats, surely? You craven fool, and you are a mindless brute." The argument was rapidly escalating, voices rising, hands moving toward sword hilts, when a low, distant rumble cut through the heated exchange like a physical blow. It was faint by the time it reached the chamber, but enough to freeze every man in place. A cannon. They all knew the sound by now. The sound of olden guns. "Adjust the angle. I want the next shot on target," Captain Quake barked, lowering his telescope. The first shot had been merely exploratory. A warning, really. The iron ball had screamed over the harbor, missing the alert ship entirely, and plunged into the sea beyond with a tremendous splash. The Hope had proceeded cautiously into the harbor mouth, and the small pirate scout vessel, barely 30 feet long, crewed by perhaps a dozen men, had nervously approached to investigate. The olden crew had responded with the most eloquent argument they possessed. On the Hope's deck, a charcoal fire roared in a purpose-built iron brazier. Within it, several cannonballs glowed cherry red, their surfaces rippling slightly from the heat. A crew member, using specially forged iron tongs nearly as long as a man's arm, carefully lifted one of the incandescent spheres and carried it to the gun. Another sailor had already inserted a wooden plug into the touch hole, a precaution against the burning shot igniting the powder charge prematurely. The heated ball was gently rammed home. The gun crews positioned themselves and made their adjustments, aiming at the pirate scout ship that was desperately trying to flee back toward the safety of the harbor. It was a target almost impossible to miss. The scout ship was perhaps 35 feet in length, crewed by a handful of frightened corsairs. Compared to the Hope, it was a minnow fleeing a shark. When the cannon fired, the sound was apocalyptic. The heated shot passed so close overhead that several pirates felt the whisper of its passage, heard the terrible hiss as it split the air. It struck the water beyond them and threw up a column of spray that drenched the deck. "It is the olden weapon," someone screamed. The dreadful olden cannon. Tales of the olden Navy's mysterious artillery had spread throughout pirate circles, whispered warnings of a power that could strike from impossible distances, that could tear wood and flesh apart as though they were gossamer. The reality of it, the sheer terror of something so fast and so terrible, sent every man on that vessel into a panic. They rowed as though their lives depended on it, because they did. The pirates left behind at Saltfang were by and large the dregs. The wounded who could not sail, the aged and infirm, the newest recruits deemed too unreliable to risk on the voyage. Asking them to stand and fight against such enemies was asking them to walk into the jaws of death itself. Quake consulted with his gunnery officer, made a minute adjustment to the gun's angle, and gave the order to fire. This time, all 4 guns along the port side erupted as one. The volley was devastating. 3 of the 4 shots struck true. The pirate scout ship suddenly sprouted gaping holes in her hull, water beginning to pour in with inexorable urgency. 2 pirates fell, torn apart by the impact. The remainder, screaming, rowed with renewed fury toward the dock. The Hope's crew erupted in cheers. There was something intoxicating about it. The power, the precision, the absolute inability of the enemy to resist or retaliate. They had become gods of this little harbor. Rather than pursue the fleeing boat, Quake ordered the helm adjusted. The Hope glided deeper into the harbor, moving with deliberate slowness toward the pirate docks. The survivors from the scout ship had already scrambled ashore, gasping out their tale of horror to the officers gathered there. The description of the weapon, of the shot that had passed overhead like the breath of something vast and wrathful, had drained all color from every face that heard it. Plenty of time for target practice. Quake mused, nodding toward the 5 small pirate vessels moored at the dock. Destroy those, and they have no means of escape. No hiding places, no last chance for flight. The Hope began a methodical bombardment. Shot after shot rang out. Smoke billowed across the harbor, the acrid stench of burnt powder mixing with salt air. The pirate captains ashore stood frozen, helpless. Not one of them had the courage to attempt sailing out to engage the Hope. To do so would be suicide. Solid shot was difficult to use for sinking vessels. It required a lucky strike at the waterline. But the Hope's gunners were skilled and patient. They fired volley after volley, methodically targeting each ship. 2 were eventually lost. One simply filling with water and slipping beneath the surface. Another set ablaze by heated shot that ignited the canvas and wood of her superstructure. Fire, spreading with terrible speed, consumed her entirely. The remaining 3 vessels were rendered useless, riddled with holes, splintered and buckled, impossible to sail or even to float much longer. Finally, the Hope's gun barrels grew too hot to bear. The metal glowed faintly with residual heat, and continuing to fire risked catastrophic failure. Quake ordered the bombardment ceased, and the guns swabbed and allowed to cool. "Did you hear that?" Alan asked the other slaves, who were laboring over coils of rope and salvage materials. "Hear what?" Tom replied, though the tremor in his voice suggested he had heard it perfectly well. That sound. Alan was practically vibrating with excitement. His hands stopped moving, his whole frame tensing like a drawn bowstring. "That is it. That is the Thunder's wrath." "The what?" Pine asked. "The Thunder's wrath." Alan was on his feet now, words tumbling out in a breathless rush. "Do you not remember the stories? Count Paul Grayman of Alder used such a weapon to destroy the pirates that threatened his lands. It makes a sound like thunder itself splitting the sky, and it is 10 times more powerful than any crossbow or trebuchet. They say it can shatter castle gates." "You mean?" Tom's eyes widened. "The Olden people," Alan finished. "They have come. They have actually come." The news spread like wildfire through the slave population. Within moments, the barracks and work areas erupted in chaos. Some slaves wept openly, others laughed with near hysterical joy. The weighted chains of despair, so carefully imposed by months of captivity, suddenly felt a little lighter. The overseer standing guard at the entrance heard the commotion and began to stride inside, ready to dispense punishment for the disruption. Then he paused, seemed to reconsider, and simply turned around and walked away. There was little point in maintaining discipline now. Everything was coming apart anyway. Emboldened by the overseer's sudden absence, Alan stood abruptly. "I cannot wait any longer. I am going to the harbor. I need to see." "Wait," Tom called after him, but his objection lacked conviction. "We do not know for certain it is Olda. What if it is another pirate crew? What if we escape one nightmare only to wake in another?" But Alan was already moving, urgency driving him forward like the tide. Pine hesitated only a heartbeat before following, and within moments, a stream of slaves had broken free and were racing toward the docks. Back in the stone chamber, the gathering of pirate officers had reached its breaking point. "If you ask my assessment," old Donald said, his voice heavy with the weight of experience, "we surrender. That ship is no accident. They have not come alone, that is a probe. The main force is certainly on the way. They are waiting for reinforcements before they spring their trap. Our only choice is capitulation." No one disagreed. No one even attempted to argue. A messenger rushed in moments later, breathless and pale. He poured out the story in gasping fragments. The Olden ship, the guns, the complete and total destruction of all 5 of their remaining vessels. 2 pirate ships already sunk or burning. The others crippled beyond use. All resistance evaporated. Old Donald exchanged glances with the other officers, men whose fire had been quenched, whose fight had died before it had truly begun. He nodded to the messenger who had brought the news. "Go to the harbor," he commanded. "Raise a white flag. Tell them we surrender." The messenger looked profoundly relieved. He nodded and hurried out, feet pounding toward the dock with almost joyful haste. "Well then," old Donald said to the assembled officers, his weathered face twisted into something between a grimace and a smile. "Shall we go greet our conquerors?" Chapter 129, Landing on Saltfang, train your sights on those dockside warehouses, pray they've got something combustible tucked away. Captain Quake of the Hope gave the order to his gunnery officer, his voice cutting through the salt-laden air like a blade. The gun barrels had cooled sufficiently, and a fresh batch of iron shot had been heated until each sphere glowed a malevolent cherry red. They were rammed home with practiced efficiency and sent screaming across the harbor. Within moments, thick black smoke began to billow from the pirate warehouses, and hungry flames licked at the wooden walls. The pirate officers who had been huddled in their council chamber now emerged onto the quay, their faces illuminated by the firelight as they watched their stores burn. The scene was one of utter desolation. Old Donald, the grizzled veteran, cursed under his breath. Why in the 7 hells hasn't the white flag been raised yet? A trembling underling stepped forward, his voice cracking. "The messenger we sent. He went into the warehouse to find a white canvas, sir. But the moment he stepped inside, that cursed ship opened fire on the building. I don't think he's coming out." Donald's jaw tightened. "Then find something else, anything white. Tear your shirts if you must, but get something waving in the air before they decide to burn the whole island down." Aboard the Hope, the officers peered through their telescopes, watching the frantic activity on shore. "They're waving white things, sir," the gunnery officer reported, a note of disbelief in his voice. "Shirts, trousers, one fellow's even got his underclothes on a stick." Quake stroked his thick beard, considering. "So the rats want to abandon ship. Can't say I blame them, though it does take the shine off what might have been a proper scrap." He weighed the options. A surrender would be a clean victory, no more blood, no more risk to his crew, and forcing an entire pirate stronghold to capitulate with a single ship. That would be a feather in his cap, no mistake. "Right then," he said, a grin spreading beneath his whiskers. "Stop the bombardment. Bring us in, slow and careful. No telling if this is genuine or some pirate trick." "Aye, Captain." The moment the guns fell silent, the pirates on shore let out a collective sigh of relief that seemed to ripple across the entire harbor. The Hope began to glide toward the dock, her hull cutting through the water with predatory grace. The pirates shouted across the gap, "We surrender. We surrender." But the warship halted a safe distance away, her guns still trained on the quay. The pirates' hearts climbed back into their throats. Then a small boat was lowered from the Hope's side. 2 men climbed aboard and began to row steadily toward the shore, cautious as cats in a dog kennel. The pirates surged forward, eager to meet them, but old Donald held up a hand. All of us rushing at once. They'll think we're trying to take them hostage. Stand back. I'll go. He walked alone onto the wooden pier, his peg leg thumping a steady rhythm against the planks. The 2 olden sailors stepped onto the dock. Their muskets, those dreaded fire sticks that could spit death from a distance, leveled at Donald's chest. You wish to surrender? One asked, his tone carrying the unmistakable arrogance of victory. Donald swallowed his pride. Aye, sirs. You've won. We're beaten. Do with us as you will. The sailors glanced at each other, then back at the pirate. Our captain's orders are clear. Gather every last man. Bring all weapons and drop them here. He stamped his boot on the dock. That is everyone, save for the slaves. I'll have them bring their arms now. Then, the second sailor continued, pointing to a flat stretch of ground nearby, you'll all sit down, hands on your heads, and wait. Donald's face flushed crimson. The humiliation of it, sitting like beaten dogs, hands clasped behind their skulls, was almost more than he could bear. But the dark muzzles of the muskets were steady, unwavering. Fine, he ground out. We'll do as you say. 87 pirates knelt on the ground, hands laced behind their heads. The 2 sailors counted them twice, then signaled back to the Hope. Quake led 30 armed men ashore, their boots thudding in unison on the wooden planks. They spread out, forming a perimeter around the kneeling captives, muskets held at the ready. Isn't that Quake? One of the pirates whispered, recognition dawning. The old Quake himself. A man began to rise, a smile of recognition spreading across his face. Captain Quake. It's me, remember. We sailed together. A sailor's boot caught him square in the chest, sending him sprawling. Stay down, you dog. That's Captain Quake of the Olden Navy now. Murmurs rippled through the prisoners. The revelation spread like wildfire. Quake, the notorious pirate chieftain, had not only surrendered to the Olden nobility, he had joined them. The transformation was remarkable. The wild, unkempt beard was now neatly trimmed. His posture, once a slouch of casual menace, was now upright, disciplined. He moved with the precision of a trained officer, not the swagger of a brigand. So the rumors were true, one pirate muttered. He's turned coat. Sold us out. Quake raised his pistol and fired a single shot into the air. The crack silenced every voice. The pirate you knew is dead, he announced, his voice carrying across the dock. What stands before you now is Captain Quake of the Hope, servant of Count Paul Grayman and the Olden Navy. He began to recite the standard terms of surrender, but his attention was drawn to movement in the nearby trees. Several figures, small and furtive, were watching from the shadows. Go see what that is, he ordered. A squad of sailors moved out, muskets ready. Moments later they returned, herding 3 boys before them. Let us go, the boys protested. We're not pirates, not pirates, Quake raised an eyebrow. Then what are you? The brown-haired boy stepped forward, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and desperate hope. Are you from Olda? My name is Alan. This is Tom and this is Pine. We're from Little Horn Village in Skarno. Pirates raided our home, killed our families, brought us here as slaves. There are dozens more, hundreds, scattered across the island. Can you take us home, Skarno? Quake knew it well, a coastal county south of Olda, ruled by a minor baron. He looked at the boys, at their thin frames and the bruises that spoke of hard labor and harder masters. Then he looked at his own men, at the disciplined ranks that had transformed him from predator to protector. Show us where the others are, he said, his voice gruff but not unkind. Tell them Count Grayman's navy has come to set them free. He gestured grandly, a sweeping motion that encompassed the entire island. Today, Saltfang falls, and every soul in chains walks free. Chapter 130. A duke's last remedy in the northwestern marches of the Kingdom of Uldor, the most powerful of the royal vassals was Duke Ferdinand, a man no longer young, soon to celebrate his 45th birthday. Yet when people spoke of the Duke, they often said that though his body might be aging, his appetites, especially where men and women were concerned, had never quite settled down. Only that past 7th month, Duke Ferdinand had taken yet another concubine into his household, counting his lawful duchess. That made 7 women officially under his roof, with rumors of others kept more discreetly elsewhere. To say he was fond of female company would be an understatement, but Ferdinand's weakness for women was not driven purely by lust. As Duke of the Northwest, more than half the lords in the region, and many of their own sworn vassals besides, owed fealty to him in one way or another. Even the crown's other direct vassals in these parts tended to measure their actions against his mood. When quarrels broke out between local nobles and could not be easily resolved, they invariably ended up before Duke Ferdinand for judgment. In wealth, land, and influence, the Ferdinand family sat squarely atop the northwestern noble pyramid. For a man of his rank, there was almost nowhere higher to climb. Any further step upwards would mean following the path of traitors like Giles, raising banners in open rebellion. After so many years at the very pinnacle of power, Ferdinand had indulged in nearly every luxury a nobleman might imagine. He had good food, fine wine, rich clothes, and soft beds. By rights, he should have had no regrets left. And yet he did. For all his wives and concubines, Duke Ferdinand had never sired a son. Daughters, yes, 3 of them, bright and capable in their own ways, but no male heir to bear his name forward. Whenever he considered the day he would finally stand before the light and leave this world behind, the thought that his ducal coronet would pass sideways to a distant cousin's branch of the family tree stuck in his throat like a bone. So he had pinned his dwindling hopes on that newest concubine. Perhaps with one last effort, he might yet father a boy. But age, combined with a lifetime of overindulgence, had finally caught up with him. In the matter of the marriage bed, the Duke found himself disappointingly unequal to the task. Fortunately for him, his most loyal hound, Earl Maltz Kent, claimed to have found a cure. Maltz Kent was, without question, the Duke's most reliable vassal. When Ferdinand said, "Go east," Kent did not drift west. When Ferdinand said, "Chase the chickens," Kent did not wander off to beat the dogs. Every command was carried out precisely, and usually with results that warmed the Duke's heart. Over time, Duke Ferdinand had come to think of Maltz Kent as the blade in his hand. A keen weapon he could use to cut down rivals and malcontents who threatened his family's position. With each success, the Duke's trust grew, and with trust came confidences. Now and then, Ferdinand would share matters of a more private nature with his loyal Earl, hoping the man's resourcefulness would yield solutions where his own mind faltered. So when Ferdinand had, in a rare moment of candor, confessed his difficulties to Earl Kent, the latter had taken the problem seriously. And now, to the Duke's delight, Kent had reported that he had found an answer, a physician of sorts who claimed to treat just such infirmities. Speed and initiative, Ferdinand thought with satisfaction. That is why I keep him so close. Now the Duke sat alone in the great hall of his castle, shifting restlessly on his high-backed chair as he waited for his vassal to arrive with this alleged healer. The hall was cool and echoing, banners hanging motionless along the stone walls, the faint smell of beeswax and old smoke lingering in the air. A servant hurried in and bowed. "My Lord Duke, Earl Maltz Kent begs an audience." "At last," Ferdinand said, rising half out of his seat. "Show him in at once." Maltz Kent strode into the hall, boots clicking smartly against the polished stone. Behind him walked a man wrapped head to toe in a black traveling cloak, the hood pulled low over his face. "You are finally here," Ferdinand said, barely masking his impatience. The Earl's lips curled in a slight, smug smile as he bowed. "Your Grace, I have brought the man we spoke of. Allow me to introduce Master Barnet, a traveling physician of some repute." With that, Kent stepped aside. The cloaked figure lowered his hood and stepped forward, bowing with surprising grace. "Your Grace, Barnet pays his respects to the Duke of the Northwest." Ferdinand studied the man before him. There was something unusual about Barnet's face. Not ugly, exactly. More that his features did not quite fit the mold of any nation the Duke knew. The angles were a little too sharp, the skin a shade too pale, the eyes a touch too cold. Well, Kent had mentioned that Barnet possessed foreign blood. Perhaps this was simply how his people looked. In any case, the Duke reminded himself, foreign blood was often accompanied, so rumor would have it, by strange knowledge. Folk in these parts believed that people from other lands sometimes carried odd remedies, secret herbs, and uncanny techniques capable of treating ailments ordinary physicians could not touch. If this strange man could restore his virility, Ferdinand cared not a whit whether he had horns and a tail. "You have heard about my condition from Maltz, I presume," the Duke said, unable to keep a faint, embarrassed cough from creeping into his voice. "What can you do for me?" Barnet inclined his head. "Your Grace, in matters such as this, I must examine the body myself before prescribing any treatment. Only then can I match remedy to affliction." "I see. Very well. Come and take a look then." Barnet glanced around the cavernous hall, the guards lining the walls, the servants hovering near the doors, and allowed a hint of discomfort to reach his features. "Your Grace," he said delicately, "I fear this setting may not be ideal for that kind of examination." It took Ferdinand a couple of heartbeats to realize what the man meant. When it did sink in, color flooded his cheeks. Of course, one did not simply drop one's trousers in the middle of the great hall, surrounded by half a dozen armed guards and a gaggle of servants. "Quite right," he muttered. "Follow me." He rose, his cloak whispering against the floor, and strode out of the hall. Barnet and Earl Kent exchanged a brief, meaningful glance, then followed in his wake. Ferdinand led them through a short corridor to the heavy oaken door of his private chamber. "We shall speak within," he said, pushing it open. Barnet stepped in after him. The room beyond smelled faintly of lavender and old parchment. Heavy curtains framed narrow windows, filtering the light into soft, golden beams. A large bed dominated one wall, its posts carved with hunting scenes. A pair of chairs and a small table sat beside a crackling hearth. The two guards at the door, seeing a stranger entering their lord's bedroom, moved automatically to follow, hands resting lightly on the pommels of their swords. "Wait outside," Ferdinand said, after a moment's hesitation. "I will call if I require you." The guards exchanged a quick glance, surprise flickering in their eyes at the idea of leaving their duke alone with this broad-shouldered stranger. But they betrayed nothing on their faces. They bowed once, stepped back into the corridor, and pulled the door closed behind them. Ferdinand reassured himself. Every visitor to the castle was thoroughly searched before gaining entry. A wandering physician with no obvious weapons was hardly a danger. And even if the man did harbor ill intent, how much harm could one unarmed fellow do? The Duke might have passed his physical prime, but he still trusted his own strength in a scuffle. One shout, and the guards would be through the door with steel drawn. Inside the chamber, there were now only two men, the aging Duke and the cloaked physician. "Well then, Master Barnet," Ferdinand said, clearing his throat and trying not to sound as awkward as he felt, "do you require me to remove my trousers?" Barnet blinked, momentarily nonplussed. He had not, in fact, thought that far ahead. His plan had been simple: isolate the Duke, then strike. The matter of exactly how medical this encounter needed to appear had not troubled him until now. Still, a suspicious patient was a dangerous patient. "Yes, Your Grace," he said smoothly. "If you please." The Duke's face burned. For a moment he hovered, torn between dignity and desperation. "There is no need for embarrassment," Barnet continued, his tone as soothing as he could make it. "You are the patient. I am the physician. Within this room, there is nothing more natural than my examining you for the sake of your health." After a tense pause, Ferdinand let out a slow breath. "Very well," he muttered. "Let us be done with it." With fumbling fingers, he undid his belt and slid his trousers down, settling back into a high-backed chair with as much dignity as one could manage while half undressed. Barnet stepped closer, the soft rustle of his cloak barely audible over the crackle of the fire. "Forgive me, Your Grace," he murmured. "What I am about to do may seem discourteous." "Do what you must," Ferdinand replied, attempting a weak smile. Then everything happened very, very quickly. One instant, the Duke saw Barnet's hand reaching out as if to examine him. The next, he felt something clamp around his throat. A vice of impossible strength, fingers like iron bands locking across his windpipe. The speed of the attack robbed him of any chance to react. For a man who had always prided himself on his martial ability, the shock was profound. He had not even seen Barnet move. A heartbeat, too. His mind finally caught up with his body's panic. An assassin. I am being killed in my own bedchamber. Help, he tried to shout, but the word never fully formed. The grip on his throat tightened, crushing his larynx, cutting off both voice and air. His hands flew up, seizing Barnett's forearm. Muscles bunched in his shoulders as he strained to tear that merciless hand away. It did not budge. The fingers digging into his neck felt less like flesh and more like forged steel. His lungs began to burn. Black spots swam at the edges of his vision. The room blurred, the fire, the bed, the stone walls all smearing together into a wavering haze. The more he struggled, the faster the darkness closed in. Blood pounded in his ears like distant drums. His face flushed, then darkened, turning the shade of bruised liver. His legs kicked weakly against the floor. Thoughts scattered. Pride, anger, fear. All of it dissolved beneath the single, primal terror of suffocation. At last his strength failed. His hands slipped from Barnett's arm. His body sagged against the chair, head lolling to one side. As his eyelids drooped, the final image that seared itself into his fading consciousness was Barnett's face looming over him. No longer politely composed, but twisted into a mask of cold, murderous fury, eyes flat and pitiless as a snake's. Chapter 131. The brainworm. After Duke Ferdinand had slipped into unconsciousness from the choking grip, Barnett released his hand from the nobleman's throat. He exhaled slowly, flexing his fingers. The Duke had put up a surprisingly fierce struggle, far stronger than his age and girth had suggested. Thank the hidden arts that the enhancement spell Barnett had woven into his own flesh had not yet faded. He paused, listening. The guards beyond the door had heard nothing. Good. Now came the next phase. The wizard's lips moved rapidly, shaping words that seemed to twist the very air around them. He whispered the incantation 3 times, feeling the resonance build in his gut like a coiling serpent. A strange sensation began to stir in his belly, not quite pain, but a profound wrongness that made his stomach clench. The feeling intensified, becoming a wave of nausea that rose up his throat. Barnett clamped a hand over his mouth, fighting to keep silent. He could not afford to retch loudly, not now. But the urge was overwhelming. He doubled over, and a stream of foulness spilled onto the polished floorboards. When he straightened, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he looked down at the mess he had expelled. The sight of it nearly made him vomit again. There, writhing in the pool of bile and half-digested food, was a creature that defied nature. It was long and thin, the color of old bone, its body segmented like a worm's but moving with a horrible, purposeful intelligence. No head was visible, no tail, just endless, undulating flesh. The thing twisted and squirmed, its movements growing more frantic as the air touched it. It was dying outside a host, and it knew it. The arcane societies, master of mental domination, had recently perfected a spell that revolutionized the art of control. Unlike older enchantments, slow, uncertain, requiring hours of ritual, this new working was brutally swift. It could seize a subject's mind in moments, reducing a proud man to a docile puppet. But the price was steep. The spell required a living parasite, specially cultivated in the society's laboratories. They called it a brainworm, and the name was literal. The creature would burrow into the victim's skull, nestling against the brain itself, acting as a conduit for the wizard's will. The worm fed on the host's cerebral fluids, numbing pain and sensation even as it slowly devoured the mind. Victims grew sluggish, vacant, hollow. They rarely survived more than a few years. Outside a skull, the worm could endure only in specially prepared alchemical solutions, or briefly, within the intestinal tract of a willing vessel. Barnett had chosen the latter method to smuggle the creature past the Duke's vigilant guards. Swallowing it had been an act of supreme will. The sensation of the thing sliding down his gullet had been revolting beyond words. But for the society's grand design, such sacrifices were necessary. The worm would not harm him. He knew the charms to keep it docile, to prevent it from turning on its carrier. He knew, too, that this spell had been refined through countless live trials. The society cared nothing for the bodies they burned through in pursuit of magical progress. To them, every sacrifice was a step toward mastery. Now Barnett tore a strip from the hem of his cloak, gritted his teeth, and used the fabric to grasp the thrashing parasite. He lifted it, fighting his own revulsion, and pressed it against Duke Ferdinand's slack lips. The worm sensed the faint breath escaping the Duke's nostrils. Instantly, it ceased its writhing. With a speed that made Barnet's skin crawl, it extended one end of its body into the Duke's mouth and slithered inside. In less than a second, the entire creature had vanished down the nobleman's throat. Freed from Barnet's suppressive magic, the worm arrowed straight for the Duke's brain. Unlike ordinary parasites that might take days to reach their destination, this engineered horror moved with terrible purpose. Duke Ferdinand's eyes snapped open. The gaze that stared up at Barnet was not the Duke's own. It was empty, glassy, utterly alien. Barnet knew the worm had found its nest. He began the second incantation, hands weaving patterns in the air, voice dropping to a commanding whisper. The Duke groaned, clutching his head as if struck by a sudden migraine. He slid from the chair, collapsing onto the floor. Barnet pointed a finger at him. Silence. Ferdinand's mouth clamped shut instantly, though his eyes blazed with fury and terror. The Duke could feel the wrongness in his skull, a foreign presence, a squirming, feeding thing that was not him. He could sense his own will being overridden, his body responding to commands that were not his own. Panic flooded him. He fought with every ounce of his noble pride, shaking his head, trying to dislodge the invader through sheer force of will. But Barnet's voice droned on, each syllable a nail hammering into his mind. The resistance crumbled. The Duke's struggles grew weaker, then ceased altogether. He slumped, head bowed, kneeling on the floor like a broken puppet. Barnet moved to stand before him, seizing a handful of hair and yanking the Duke's head up so that their eyes met. Ferdinand's gaze was vacant, unfocused, utterly devoid of the sharp intelligence that had once ruled the Northwest. Barnet tested his control, speaking softly. Duke Ferdinand, the dull eyes flickered. A spark of something, recognition perhaps, or the last ember of the man that had been, struggled to surface. You, the Duke stammered, drool beginning to pool at the corner of his mouth. Barnet's expression hardened. I believe you should kneel before me and address me as master. This time, Ferdinand obeyed without hesitation. He knelt, pressing his forehead to the floor, and spoke in a voice that was his own and yet not his own. Master. Barnet nodded, satisfied. Let me teach you your new place in the world. A short while later, Duke Ferdinand and Barnet emerged from the bedchamber and returned to the great hall. Earl Maltz Kent, who had been pacing anxiously, sprang to his feet, his eyes darting between the two men, seeking confirmation. Barnet gave a subtle nod. Kent's relief was palpable. He had spent the last half hour preparing himself for the sound of guards crashing through the door, blades drawn, ready to cut him down for treason. That fear was now gone, replaced by a surge of exultation. He studied Ferdinand's face. The Duke appeared unchanged, same stern expression, same regal bearing. Barnet leaned close to Kent and murmured, "To avoid suspicion, both he and you must behave exactly as you always have. In public, nothing has changed." The three men resumed their seats. Ferdinand spoke first, his voice carrying across the hall with its usual authority. Master Barnet's skill is truly remarkable, he declared. I feel quite revitalized. He turned to Earl Kent. Maltz, you have served me well today. You shall be rewarded handsomely for your diligence. Kent bowed his head, playing the part of a loyal vassal. It is my honor to serve you, your grace. Several minutes later, Barnet and Maltz Kent walked out of the ducal castle into the crisp afternoon air. Master Barnet, Kent breathed, all coloring his tone, that was magnificent. During our conversation, I could sense the Duke's newfound deference toward you. It was subtle but unmistakable. Barnet tilted his head back, a smug smile playing on his lips. Mundane power, titles, lands, armies, means nothing before the arcane. 1,000 years ago, the Church's priests bent nobles to their will with nothing but honeyed words and promises of salvation. We wizards achieve the same ends through purer means, raw magic. Kent shivered, silently thanking whatever fates had placed him on the winning side of this hidden war. Master, he asked, what do we do next? I have secured a powerful ally at sea, Barnet replied cryptically. They will play their part soon. But first, we return to your castle. There I will lay out the full plan. He paused, his smile widening. The Northwest is about to change hands, Kent, and we shall be the architects of its new order. Chapter 132. The door to the invisible. The knock at the door had barely faded when a familiar voice from within called, "Come in." Two women stepped into Paul Grayman's study and halted just inside the threshold. The young count was completely oblivious to their arrival. He stood hunched over his broad oak desk, shoulders tense, one eye pressed intently to the end of a curious metal tube fixed to a small wooden stand. Sunlight from the tall window fell across his dark hair and the polished brass of the device, throwing bright gleams across the scattered papers. The contraption mounted on the desk was shaped like a short cannon, with none of the charm. A cylindrical metal tube, narrowing toward the far end, was held in place by two slender support arms fixed to a sturdy base. Hinges and screws allowed the barrel to tilt up and down, much like a piece of artillery being laid for range. At its business end, the tapered nose of the tube pointed down toward a thin slip of glass that caught the light in a faint, watery sheen. At the other end, the broader eyepiece all but swallowed Paul's right eye as he peered through it, utterly absorbed in whatever lay beyond that small circle of glass. Lord Grayman, Erin Diaz folded her arms and tapped one foot against the floorboards. Ignoring two ladies like this is appallingly bad manners, you know. One moment, nearly done. Microbes in both worlds really do look much the same. The words slipped out of Paul's mouth in a distracted murmur, more to himself than to his visitors. The two advisors exchanged a baffled glance. Both worlds. A few heartbeats later, Paul finally straightened up and blinked, as if surfacing from deep water. His face lit with boyish excitement. "You are just in time," he said. "Come and have a look at my latest toy, the microscope." Erin eyed the device with open suspicion. What on earth is this bizarre thing supposed to be? "It is a little machine that can make whatever sits on that glass slide appear several hundred times larger," Paul replied, patting the tube with obvious affection. "Through the microscope, you can see an entire hidden world you never even knew was there." He sounded almost reverent. Laddie, the quieter of the two, raised an eyebrow. Her gaze drifted over the contraption. The gleam of the lenses, the careful workmanship of the brass fittings. For all its oddity, there was a certain elegance to it. Paul went on, unable to restrain himself. "I hired a master lens grinder at considerable expense, and he finally managed to produce glass of the quality I needed. At first, the lenses were rough, blurry images, distortion everywhere. But he kept at it, refining his technique, and I set a few of his apprentices to experimenting as well. Piece by piece, surface by surface, they got closer to what I wanted." He chuckled. "Thankfully, the glass makers in this world already know what they are doing. If they did not, I would still be sweating over how to get clear glass in the first place." He gestured at the stand. "After more failed attempts than I care to count, we finally assembled this, our first working microscope. I would dearly love to compare it to Master Lee Yuenhoek's early designs, but sadly I have to make do with memory." That last name meant nothing to either woman, but they let it pass. Erin stepped closer, curiosity winning out over irritation. She bent down, imitating Paul's posture, and pressed one eye to the rear lens. "Ugh," she recoiled at once, turning her head sharply away, one hand clapped over her mouth. Her almond-shaped eyes were now round as saucers, and she shot Paul a look that could have stripped paint. "Are you mocking me, Paul Grayman?" She pronounced his full name syllable by syllable, teeth clenched, every word a tiny act of strangulation. Paul merely grinned at her, absolutely delighted with himself. "What is it?" Laddie asked, tugging gently at her friend's sleeve. For all her months working with him, she still struggled sometimes to reconcile this irreverent young man with the reality that he was, in fact, their liege lord. Hearing Erin address him in that tone made her scalp prickle. "See for yourself," Erin muttered darkly. "He has put something disgusting in there to startle us." "Something disgusting." Laddie hesitated, then leaned over the eyepiece and peered through it. She sucked in a sharp breath and jerked back, a hand flying to her chest. Within that little circle of magnified light, she had seen tiny, transparent shapes, like ghostly worms or tadpoles, wriggling and darting about in a strange, slow dance. They were too small for her to make out any real detail, but their movement was unmistakable. Whatever they were alive. "Lord Count," Laddie managed, forcing herself to meet Paul's eyes. Her tone carried equal parts accusation and unease. Instantly, Paul's expression shifted from mischief to wounded innocence. He lifted his hands, palms outward. "You wound me, truly. I did not go hunting for special little worms just to frighten you, and there are no creatures hiding inside the tube. He tapped a finger against the slender glass slip below the nose of the microscope. They are here. Both women bent closer to inspect the slide. To the naked eye, it held nothing more sinister than a tiny smear of moisture reflecting the light. There is nothing there, Erin protested. Think back to what I said just now, Paul replied. I promised to show you a world too small to see. A microscopic world, Laddie said slowly, tasting the unfamiliar phrase. You mean these things are so small we cannot see them with our eyes alone, only through this apparatus? Exactly. Paul clicked his fingers. The microscope works by using two convex lenses to bend light and magnify the image. Convex lenses? Erin asked, her curiosity already beginning to elbow her indignation aside. You have used them before, Paul reminded her. The telescope I gave you has a convex, objective lens. The little glass toys we used as children to scorch ants on sunny days were convex lenses as well. I did not spend my childhood torturing ants, Erin replied coldly. Right, sorry, Paul coughed. They leaned in again to study the instrument more closely. Now that they knew what to look for, they could see the structure clearly. A tiny, ground glass lens set into the narrow tip of the tube and a larger one at the eyepiece. The front lens faces the specimen, Paul explained. So I call it the objective. The rear one faces the observer's eye, so that is the eyepiece. Laddie frowned thoughtfully. And how did you persuade these little worms to gather on that piece of glass? Not worms, Paul corrected gently. I prefer the term microorganisms, creatures so small that the eye alone cannot see them. As for how they got there, I simply dipped the end of a rod into a jug of clean water, then let one drop fall onto the slide. His eyes shone with a peculiar mix of pride and something like unease. Most of them are transparent, like crystal ghosts. Even with the microscope, they can be hard to distinguish. Dyes help. We cannot make the lovely artificial stains I remember, no gentian violet, no acetic carmine. But the alchemists I hired from the royal capital have brewed up natural colorings. Litmus, hematoxylin, a few others. They cling to some of the microorganisms and make them stand out. Fascinating, Laddie murmured. She and Erin took turns at the eyepiece, this time prepared for the sight that awaited them. There really is another world here, Laddie breathed at last. An entire realm we had no notion of, Erin agreed quietly, teeming with life we never see. They fell into the soft, murmured tone they slipped into whenever conversation turned to scholarship rather than politics. To seek out such mysteries, Laddie said, to pry open the hidden corners of the world, that is our duty as scholars. It is certainly more pleasant than committee meetings, Erin muttered. Then mid-sentence, both women froze. You said, Laddie began slowly, that this was just an ordinary drop of water. Nothing special. Exactly, Paul replied. Erin swallowed. Her tongue felt oddly thick, which means that the water we wash with, day in and day out, is full of these things, Laddie finished, her usually steady face suddenly several shades paler. Paul folded his arms and, entirely failing to look innocent, allowed a wicked little grin to curl his lips. Congratulations, he said solemnly. You have just discovered the true nature of the world. Ah, a piercing scream split the air and then, crash, the door flew open so hard it smacked the wall. A squad of armed guards and Bernard, the chief secretary, burst into the study in a clatter of steel and boot heels. Assassins, one of the guards shouted. Where are they? They were met not with a bloodbath but with two decidedly green-faced ladies, and one count who looked, frankly, as if he had just played the finest prank of his life. Paul raised a calming hand. Gentlemen, there has been no attack. I was merely discussing tiny forms of life with my advisors. Tiny forms of life, Bernard repeated, his expression doing something complicated. With ladies, privately. His tone suggested he was drawing entirely the wrong conclusion, but he wisely kept it to himself. Several of the men shared looks of silent understanding. The young count was growing up, it seemed. One by one, the guards relaxed, sheathed their weapons and backed out of the room, faces carefully arranged in bland, knowing smiles. The door clicked shut. Two ladies of learning, Paul said, turning back to his advisors. There is truly nothing to panic over. As long as you do not drink raw water by the jugful, most of these little creatures will not trouble you. And I have discovered something else. If you boil the water first, it kills nearly all of them. That, at least, seemed to reach them. Boiling kills them, Aaron repeated. Exactly. Heat breaks whatever it is that keeps them alive. Paul tapped the glass slide thoughtfully. So from now on, we boil drinking water, particularly in the city, where wells are not always as clean as people would like to imagine. Laddie and Aaron exchanged a look. Boiled water. They repeated it in unison, as if committing a spell to memory. Boil the water. The door to the microscopic world might have frightened them half to death, but they would not walk away empty-handed. Chapter 133. The new life movement. It took quite some time before the two advisors stopped looking, as though they might be sick on Paul Grayman's desk. Even then, a faint, rattled look clung to their faces, as if some part of their minds were still staring down the barrel of the microscope, watching invisible things writhe in ordinary water. Laddie was the first to find her voice. My lord, I have been wondering about something for a while now. Why does Lakeshore Town have shops that sell boiled water by the bucket? That was your idea as well, was it not? It was, Paul replied, chest puffing out with unashamed pride. He thumped a hand against his breastbone. Heat water enough, and most of those little creatures die. I call the process disinfection. So yes, I have been encouraging everyone in the domain to drink boiled water. For a heartbeat, his thoughts slipped, unbidden, to another life, another world, where an empire had eventually taught its people that clear water was not always clean, where entire campaigns had been waged against parasites and cholera with nothing more exotic than a kettle and a bit of soap. Out here in the northwest of Oldor, disease was still a frequent visitor. Plagues, intestinal fevers, parasitic worms. These were as much a part of rural life as the changing seasons. Firewood was precious. Many peasants could not justify spending it on anything as frivolous as boiling water. So Paul had put his own coin to work. I pay for the fuel and the vessels, he went on. The shops in Lakeshore sell good boiled water for a single copper. A small bucket, but enough for a family to drink for a day. He tapped a finger against the desk, already thinking 2 steps ahead. I plan to extend the scheme across all of Alda and Berding in time. But this microscope is a recent creation, is it not? Laddie asked, her brows drawing together. Which means you were advising boiled water before you could see what was in it. How did you know there were so many microorganisms in there to begin with? Erin turned to look at him as well, curiosity now completely eclipsing her earlier indignation. Paul froze for half a heartbeat. Then he forced a laugh. Is it not common sense that drinking raw water often leads to stomach troubles? All I have done is connect what we just saw with what people already knew. The microscope gave us the why behind the old wives' tales. Laddie still looked unconvinced. Even so, the order of reasoning seems a little reversed. Causality, must everything be about causality? Paul cut in quickly, waving both hands as if to physically disperse the line of thought. Anyway, I called you here for actual work. Some of us are terribly busy, you know. Laddie hid a smile behind her hand. Then please, my lord, give us your orders. Her mind, however, was racing. Powerful new firearms, telescopes that could read a pennant from leagues away, fine porcelain, cheap paper, reaping machines that carved through harvest fields, full-rigged warships that needed no oars, and now this delicate, world-revealing microscope, all from the mind of a boy who had only just turned 15. If these had emerged from the scholar's tower in the imperial capital, produced by gray-haired men who had spent their entire lives buried in scrolls, it would still have been impressive. But from a border, count barely out of childhood, there was a secret coiled at the heart of Paul Grayman. Of that, Laddie was certain. But then, who among them did not harbor secrets? She herself was far more than the bookish advisor she appeared to be. Paul cleared his throat, looking only slightly abashed at having been caught out by Laddie's question. Right. First matter, I intend to establish a Ministry of Health. A Ministry of Health, Aaron echoed. Yes. An official office whose sole task is to promote healthier ways of living across Alda and Berding. It will also oversee certain medical affairs, training, facilities, that sort of thing. And what would you have us do, my lord? Laddie asked. I need the two of you, Paul said, pointing in turn at each of them. to assemble teams to write pamphlets and primers. Clear, simple texts that explain good habits, those already practiced by the upper classes, to the common folk. And not just the habits themselves, but why they matter. He gestured at the microscope. You have seen some of the microorganisms for yourselves. From what I have seen so far, they are not confined to water. They are everywhere, in the air, on our skin, in the dirt under our nails. Please stop, Erin said through gritted teeth, her complexion acquiring a faint green tinge again. Apologies, Paul coughed into his fist. The point is, some of these microorganisms are almost certainly harmless. Some may even be beneficial, but others are quite likely to be the culprits behind certain diseases. Let us call those troublemakers germs for now. He refrained from marching out words like bacteria or viruses. Explaining those would require lectures he did not quite know how to give without revealing far too much. What we can say, he continued, is that certain simple habits, bathing regularly, washing hands before meals, keeping one's surroundings clean, cooking food thoroughly, and of course boiling drinking water, will greatly reduce the number of germs people are exposed to. Fewer germs, fewer illnesses. Laddie nodded slowly. When you put it like that, it makes a great deal of sense. We have always washed and bathed primarily for comfort and propriety. Now it seems those customs serve a deeper purpose, preserving health. Exactly, Paul snapped his fingers. And I want these practices to spread downwards, not stay hoarded among nobles and rich merchants. Cleanliness should not be a luxury. You truly do care for your people, my lord, Laddie said softly. Few lords would spend coin to spare peasants so much as a cough. Erin glanced at him sidelong, the corners of her mouth softening. Care, Paul snorted. My people are valuable labor. I have no desire to watch them die of diseases that we could prevent with a bit of hot water and soap. Who would plow the fields on my model farms then? Who would run the looms and presses in my factories? The two women stared at him, matching black lines practically etched onto their foreheads. Lord Grayman, Laddie said dryly, I withdraw what I just said. Paul waved away their looks of disgust. Sentiment, practicality, it all leads to the same place. So, because most of our folk still cannot read, your pamphlets must rely heavily on pictures. Big ones, clear ones. Pick whichever little bugs you found most unpleasant, and have the artists draw them even more monstrous. The more grotesque, the better. We shall scare people into washing. Erin shuddered. Remind me why we agreed to work for you. I will have Morrison's propaganda teams carry your booklets to every village and hamlet, Paul went on blithely. They will hold public talks, show the pictures, answer questions. And for added conviction, I will see that each team carries a microscope as well. Let the villagers see the invisible with their own eyes. His mind raced ahead of his words. One microscope for Father Anderson at the Lakeshore Church. The priest was already half a physician, half a botanist, with his courtyard turned into a miniature botanical garden. He would be delighted. A few more instruments for West Academy, so the students could peer at pond water and onion skins and blood smears, learning early that the world did not stop where the naked eye gave up. Education, after all, ought to start with wonder. And then there is childbirth, Paul said suddenly, snapping his fingers. He had already had clerks gather numbers from across the Northwest Bay region. Over the past 10 years, for every 1,000 babies born alive, more than 200 had died before reaching their first birthday. It was a figure that stuck in his throat whenever he thought of it. So many lost, he murmured. If those infants had lived, how many more hands would we have in the fields? How many more workers in the mills? He shook his head sharply, forcing himself back to the point. We must summon experienced midwives from every corner of the domain. Have them share their best practices. Write those down and print them. At the same time, we teach them what we now know about germs, about the invisible creatures we saw under the microscope that can make people ill, and about disinfection. He began to pace, one hand clasped behind his back, the other ticking off points in the air. No more cutting umbilical cords with rusty shears. No more rinsing soiled cloth with unboiled river water. Boil the tools, boil the rags. Wash hands before touching the mother or child. These things must become rules, not suggestions. As he spoke, Erin quietly fetched paper and ink, and Laddie pulled a notebook from her satchel. They had learned, by now, that when Paul's ideas came, they tumbled out in no particular order. If they did not write quickly, half of them would drift off into the ether. "We are going to wage war," Paul declared at last, turning back to them, eyes bright. "Not on kingdoms or barons, but on ignorance and filthy habits. I intend to launch a movement, and I shall call it—" He raised his arms as though unveiling a grand banner. "The New Life Movement." Chapter 134, Homes for the Freed, Lord Grayman. After listening to Paul declare war on filth and ignorance like some crusading preacher, Erin Diaz decided it was time to splash a little cold water on his fire. "If we are to spread these ideas far and wide," she said, folding her arms, "we shall need a lot of pamphlets, will we not?" "Of course," Paul replied breezily. "Written in plain, everyday language, using words anyone can grasp. They will not only teach people about hygiene, they can double as primers. With a lecturer's help, readers might even start recognizing a few letters." "And who exactly is supposed to write all of these?" Erin pressed. "We shall need an army of copyists. The last round of examinations gave us a line of people with basic reading and writing. They have already been assigned to other offices. Their supervisors will not happily hand them over just because you had an idea in the bath." "That is a problem," Paul admitted. He closed his eyes for a moment, fingers drumming lightly on the desk. Then, suddenly, he snapped upright and slapped his palm down hard enough to make the inkwell jump. "I have it." The notion had been circling in his mind for months, half-formed, then buried under other concerns. Now it broke through at last. "Printing," he said. "We use printing." Erin and Laddie exchanged a look. "Printing," they echoed. "What does it do?" "Picture it," Paul said, leaning forward, his eyes alight. "You carve the text you want onto a wooden board in raised lines, backwards, mind, then smear ink across the surface. Press a sheet of paper onto it, smooth it down, peel it off." Realization dawned at the same instant in both their faces. "The words appear on the page," Erin breathed. "You print them." "Exactly," Paul said, grinning. "Ink, pressure, paper. One carved block, 100 copies." Laddie shook her head in wonder. "Such a simple idea. How has no one thought of it before?" "My lord, it seems you have just invented yet another remarkable craft." A faint blush crept up Paul's neck. "Invented is a strong word. Let us say rediscovered, from certain corners of the world." He could already imagine the reaction from the scribes and clerks when the first printed sheets began to circulate. Years of painstaking copying, undercut in a single season. He offered a token moment of silent respect for Bernard's former colleagues, then moved on. "With that settled," he said briskly, "let us return to the ministry's work. Make notes of everything we discuss now, then organize it properly. I will bring a clean draft to the council session, so nothing gets forgotten amidst the shouting." "Yes, my lord," both women replied. "Hansel will soon be riding south," Paul went on. "His task is twofold. First, to recruit the craftsmen and professionals we need. Second, to bring back a great many southern refugees to bolster our labor force. The Foster family have also promised to send some of the displaced folk under their care." He steepled his fingers, expression turning sober. "But there is a risk. These outsiders may be carrying diseases unfamiliar to our people. Handled poorly, we could see outbreaks, plagues even, which is why I believe the Ministry of Health must also take charge of quarantine. We must inspect the health of incoming migrants before we let them loose among our own." He looked from Erin to Laddie. "As scholars, you both know something of common ailments, do you not?" They nodded. "Good. Then please compile everything you know. Symptoms, signs, ways to recognize the sick at a glance. Those notes will become training material for our inspectors. Speak with Father Anderson as well. He has a fair grasp of medicine. Between you, you should be able to sketch a picture of the worst we might face." "You may rely on us, my lord," Laddie said. Paul drew a breath to launch into his next point when a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," he called. The door opened to admit Bernard, his chief secretary, a leather folder clutched in both hands. "My lord," Bernard said, striding forward, "an urgent dispatch from the general staff." He laid the folder on the desk with the gravity of a man placing down a live grenade. Paul broke the seal and scanned the top sheet. As his eyes flicked down the lines, his face shifted from neutrality to bright satisfaction. "Ladies," he said, looking up, "you may offer congratulations. Our navy has just scored a resounding victory. The slippery mudfish has been dealt with." Joy flashed between Laddie and Aaron, their eyes meeting for a heartbeat of shared relief. "That is wonderful news," Laddie said. "With the mudfish pirates broken, mopping up the smaller crews should be a simple matter. And your ocean-going trade plans can finally begin," Aaron added. "No more worrying about black flags on the horizon." "Have a look at the full report," Paul said, handing over the stack, save for the last 2 sheets, which he kept back. The advisors moved their chairs closer and read together, their shoulders almost touching. As they turned page after page, the smell of ink and wax mingled with the faint salt scent drifting in through the window. By the time they reached the section describing the liberated captives, both women's expressions had darkened. "Those vile, shameless men," Aaron hissed, "abducting commoners as slaves, children no less. And locking up the women for," Laddie's lips pressed together, "you know what?" Aaron's hands were shaking now, the paper crinkling slightly between her fingers. After her own ordeal, fleeing a forced marriage under her father's thumb, she had little patience left for a world that treated women as livestock to be traded. To see that same cruelty magnified into outright sexual slavery made her stomach twist. If she and her female guard had been a little less fortunate on their road north, she might well have ended in a cage like those poor women, used until she broke, then thrown away. The thought sent a cold shiver knifing down her spine. "I will see them punished," Paul said calmly, leaning back in his chair. Heavily, to him, the report was horrible but hardly surprising. In a world where a peasant's life weighed less than a sack of grain, pirate cruelty was not an aberration. It was a symptom. Even in that other, more civilized world he remembered, human trafficking had never truly vanished. "These men commit such atrocities," Aaron burst out, "and they fear no divine wrath. Lord Greyman, you must be harsh. Make an example of them." Her vehemence held more than righteous anger. It was shot through with personal terror, a desperate need to see some kind of justice done, if only to reassure herself that the world was not entirely without order. Beside her, Laddie's jaw was tight, but her voice remained level. Years spent wandering as an adventurer had shown her every kind of ugliness. Outrage, yes, but not surprise. "We shall deal with them," Paul said. "You have my word. But first, breathe. There is another question to answer. What shall we do with those we have freed?" "Send them home, of course," Aaron replied at once. "And if there is no home to send them to?" Paul asked gently. "Some villages were wiped out entirely. In some cases, whole families were butchered. For many, there is nothing left but ash and memory." Laddie looked at him carefully. "What do you propose, my lord?" There was a hint of tension in her eyes. Slavery still existed in their world, though the church's long campaigns had improved conditions somewhat. Slaves were no longer treated quite like beasts. They could, in some realms, own a scrap of property, but in law they remained bound to their masters. By right of conquest, Paul Greyman could claim every slave captured from the pirates as his own property. "My view is this," Paul said. "We are already seeking immigrants to swell our numbers. Those who have no homes to return to may stay. Let them settle here as free commoners under the council's authority. They will live, work, and pay taxes like anyone else." Laddie exhaled slowly, relief softening the lines around her mouth. "Thank you for your mercy, my lord. And the women among them?" Aaron asked quietly. She did not like the answer she expected. In this world, life as a lone, lower-class woman was perilous. Lacking strength or training, with little education, a woman alone had precious few ways to survive that did not involve binding herself, legally or otherwise, to a man. Marriage if she was lucky, prostitution if she was not. Paul thought for a moment, fingers tapping a slow rhythm on the desk. "Then we create a place for them," he said at last. "We establish a hospital. A proper one. We train these unfortunate women as nurses and attendants." He could already picture it. Whitewashed halls that smelled of soap and herbs instead of rot and filth, beds with clean linens, people whose job it was to care for the sick, not merely wait for them to die. They will have honest work, a roof over their heads, and with time a skill they can be proud of, he added. And we will, at last, have somewhere to send the ill besides the nearest priest with a prayer book and a bowl of vinegar. Aaron and Laddie exchanged another glance. Outside, the bells of Lakeshore Town told the hour, their sound drifting in through the open window like a promise of change, of new beginnings, and of a world that, under Paul Grayman's restless hand, would not stay the same for very long. Chapter 135. The officer cadets beyond the civilian hospital, Paul said, I want to establish a dedicated medical corps within the military. Battle wounds need prompt attention, and too many good men have died from treatable injuries. He was remembering the horror of Batuya prison camp, the rows of dying men festering in their own filth. And he remembered, too, waking from his fever to find Father Anderson hovering over him with a lancet, talking earnestly about balancing his humors through bloodletting. It was time this world's barbaric approach to medicine was dragged, kicking and screaming, into something resembling competence. Laddie nodded thoughtfully. I have not seen a dedicated place for medical care since arriving in the Northwest. This is a welcome reform. Then let us proceed, Paul said, rising. If there is nothing else, would you both return to your offices and organize today's discussion into a proper report? We will need it for the council. Yes, my lord, the women replied, gathering their papers. Paul watched them go, then turned to Bernard. Send for Cecil, our intelligence chief, Rod, the chief of staff, and the 2 company commanders stationed here in town. Bernard bowed and hurried out. Alone at last, Paul drew out the 2 pages he had withheld from his advisor's sight. He read them again, more carefully this time, and his frown deepened with each line. Massive strength increases. Speed beyond human limits. Transformation into something monstrous. He muttered the words aloud, as if speaking them might make them more sensible. In a world without chemistry, without pharmaceuticals, without laboratory equipment, or any of the infrastructure of modern medicine, how could anyone synthesize a drug capable of such effects? Within an hour, Cecil, Rod, and the 2 military commanders had assembled in Paul's study. They stood in a loose semicircle around his desk whilst he paced back and forth, occasionally pointing at passages in the naval dispatch. The report was troubling. A mysterious figure, Barnett, had been providing Mudfish with his enhancement pills. The captured pirates had been almost reverential when speaking his name, though they could offer precious little detail about him beyond that. Mudfish himself, unfortunately, had fed the fishes before anyone could interrogate him properly. This Barnett, Paul said, his voice tight with frustration, evidently does not fear me. Everyone in the Northwest Bay knows I have been hunting pirates. Yet this man continues to arm them, continues to support them. Either he does not believe I am a genuine threat, or he is backing we have not identified, Cecil finished quietly. A gray-haired man with sharp eyes and a reputation for reading between lines. He was good at his job. The surrounding lords, Rod suggested. Perhaps the Kent family. They have never forgiven your father for diminishing their power. Paul's jaw tightened. I want answers. Use every resource at your disposal. Bribe, threaten, infiltrate. I do not care what it takes. Find out who Barnett is and who stands behind him. He gestured to a locked chest beside his desk. The pills we captured from the pirate stronghold. I am turning them over to the alchemists from the capital. If anyone can reverse engineer this substance, it is them. The conversation shifted to brighter matters. The Hope, under Captain Quake, had performed magnificently. She had not only sunk 1 pirate vessel and pinned down 3 others during the engagement, but had then single-handedly assaulted and captured the fortified harbor. By the time a second Olden warship arrived to relieve her, the Hope's crew had already gutted the pirates' base, stripped warehouses, cataloged supplies, liberated captives. There is something else, Paul said, his expression softening slightly. Captain Quake has made a proposal regarding the freed slave children. Rod tensed slightly. He had seen what pirates did with young captives, and the idea of deliberately putting boys into a military environment gave him pause. He suggests we formally enlist them as junior officer candidates, Paul continued. They would live aboard our ships, learn seamanship and naval discipline from experienced hands. We would be building the next generation of officers. Absolutely not, Rod said flatly. Quake spent his early years recruiting boys into pirate crews. He wants to do the same thing here, just with better uniforms. Paul held up a hand. Consider the British model. Nearly 400 years ago, they created the midshipman system. taking boys of 13, 14, 15 years old and training them aboard ship. These young men learned by doing, climbing the rigging, swabbing decks, standing watch. Some of the greatest admirals in history began as midshipmen. He had read the accounts, memorized the names. Jellicoe at 13, Cunningham at 10, Fisher, Beatty, all boys when they first crossed a gangway. And Nelson, the legendary Nelson who had saved Britain from Napoleon's ambitions, had gone to sea at the age of 12. They learned leadership, Paul explained, by understanding viscerally what the ordinary sailor endured. They scraped and bled and sweated alongside the men they would one day command. And when they became officers, they led with wisdom earned, not merely granted. Rod remained unconvinced, but Schroeder, the gruff logistics officer, nodded slowly. "The boy makes sense," Schroeder said. "Ships are technical vessels. The work requires training I cannot provide quickly through lectures alone. Let them learn on the job. Young minds absorb such things like sponges, and their bodies are still adaptable. Better they start young than we waste resources struggling to teach grown men." Paul clapped his hands together. "Then it is settled. We take the orphaned boys, enlist them formally, and begin their training immediately. Assign them to the Hope first. Quake clearly has a talent for it." That same afternoon, in the central square of Port Fulen, official heralds proclaimed the news that had already begun to spread through merchants' gossip and tavern chatter. The Mudfish pirate gang had been annihilated. Crowds gathered to listen. Faces brightened. In a region that had lived under the constant shadow of pirate raids from neighboring territories, even if the Olden coast itself had been largely spared, the news felt like a wound finally beginning to heal. The celebration was almost universal. Almost. One figure stood apart from the revelry, swathed in black cloth from neck to ankles. The deep hood of his cloak pulled so low it cast his features into shadow. Barnett reached up and adjusted the hood further, ensuring his face remained hidden. Then so quietly that no one else could hear, he laughed. A thin, rasping sound like wind through a tomb. "Paul Grayman," he whispered to himself, watching the crowd celebrate, watching the banners unfold with their silver symbols. "So you are the one causing such disruption." His voice carried not the slightest trace of alarm, only contempt. "Only hunger. I wonder how long you will last when the Arcane Society finally decides to take notice of you. I wonder what it will feel like when true power arrives at your doorstep." He turned away from the cheering crowds and melted into the shadows between buildings, his black cloak rendering him nearly invisible as he walked. In his pocket, his fingers caressed a small glass vial filled with crimson liquid. Soon, he thought, very soon, the real game would begin. Chapter 136. Ink and Iron. After a long afternoon of debate with Erin and Laddie, Paul Grayman brought his fresh crop of ideas to the next regular session of the Council of State. He focused on two pillars: sanitation and printing. Each councillor, in turn, took a delighted, horrified peek through the microscope. One after another, they reeled back, muttering prayers or profanity, unable to reconcile the clear, placid drop of water on the glass with the teeming, wriggling world it contained. "I assure you, my lord," one senior official said breathlessly, "this will shake the academies to their foundations. Send your findings to the Society of Reason in the Holy Capital, and they will raise a statue to you in the central square." "Ah, well," Paul rubbed the back of his neck, suddenly awkward. It felt rather dubious to accept statues for something he had, in truth, merely recreated ahead of schedule. Alongside his campaign for boiled water and basic hygiene, Paul pressed for something more concrete: resources for people. He demanded funding and supplies so that Erin and Laddie could begin training proper medical staff. The plan was ambitious: health posts in every village and town, staffed by healers who understood more than leeches and prayers. For now, they would still charge for their services, but the seed would be planted. Yet, as the meeting went on, it became clear that, marvelous as tiny invisible beasts might be, it was not the microscope that truly set the councillors' eyes alight. It was the thought of ink on paper. "Imagine it," one treasurer said, almost licking his lips. Worthless blank sheets turned into books with a few strokes of a brush and some clever tooling. A stack of paper transformed into a volume that sells for 10, 20, 30 times the cost. Paul let them talk. They grasped, quite quickly, the two colossal advantages printing would offer. First, accuracy. A scribe copying a manuscript by hand would inevitably introduce mistakes, misstrokes, smudged lines, misread characters. Once a text was carved correctly on a printing block, however, every copy struck from that block would match the original exactly. Hire a skilled engraver to carve the characters neat and handsome, and you could outshine hand-written scrolls by a country mile. Second, cost. In a world where anyone capable of reading and writing was considered a treasure, hiring a roomful of literate copyists was ruinously expensive. Add in the sheer time they required to reproduce even a single lengthy volume, and hand copying became a bottleneck, strangling the spread of knowledge. Printing promised to blow that bottleneck apart. This is extraordinarily lucrative. One merchant turned official murmured, catching himself just before he said easy money aloud. Ahem. A great leap forward for civilization, of course. Our current method, Paul told them, is only the first step. I call it block printing. We carve whole pages on wooden boards. It will do in a pinch, but the labor required is still considerable. Engraving something the size of the Holy Scripture would take us an age. He let that image settle in their minds, artisans hunched over planks, chisel by chisel, line by line. My true goal, he went on, is something else, movable type. He described it as simply as he could. Individual pieces, each bearing a single letter or word, cast so that they could be arranged and rearranged at will. Line by line, page by page, then taken apart and used again. The counselors listened, rapt. When he finished, he slid a sheaf of papers across the table to the officials of the Ministry of Industry. Each sheet contained diagrams and notes. The basic principles of movable type, sketches of racks for storing letters, the crude outline of an early press. Take these to the machinists, he said. Gather your best metalworkers. We will need cleanly cast type, all of uniform size, or the pages will print unevenly. And we shall require proper printing ink, something that clings to metal and paper. Try mixtures of drying oils, soot, varnishes. Experiment. He outlined too the press itself. A heavy frame, two vertical posts, a solid cross beam, and a thick wooden screw driving a flat plate evenly downwards. He had seen something like it, once upon a time, used to press oil from flaxseed. Adapted to press paper onto inked type, it would become the beating heart of a printing house. Once the first press is working, Paul declared, we build a printing works here in Lakeshore Town, and then we spread the craft. School books, proclamations, religious tracts, the written word will no longer be a luxury. His smile turned distinctly fox-like. And that is not all. I have already asked Queller Foster to bring a wagon full of Southern books. Poetry, essays, romances, all the refined nonsense nobles adore. We shall print them, bind them beautifully, and ship them straight back south. Let the fashion-hungry lords pay us handsomely for the privilege of reading their own culture. 3 further pieces of good news brightened the session. First came a letter from Hansel, the envoy in the royal capital. He had managed to recruit more skilled people for their northern experiment, including several full-fledged alchemists. Better yet, he had been gathering refugees as he went. People driven north by southern wars, hungry and desperate enough to take any honest work. Southern lords are drowning in vagrants, Paul mused. They struggle to feed their own peasants. They have no coin or patience for mouths that owe them no allegiance. Hansel, traveling openly under a banner promising shelter and labor, had become a convenient solution. Some southern nobles laughed at him for his idealism, then quietly had their men herd troublesome refugees toward his way stations. Let the northern fool feed them. He estimates the first group will number between 600 and 700 souls. Paul read aloud. Can we handle that? The council is prepared, said Ford, the administrator overseeing logistics. We have built temporary housing on the south bank of the West River, separate from our own villages. We have also sent notices to factory owners and estate managers, urging them to come and hire as many hands as they can. Integration will be gradual. The second good tidings came from the arms manufactory. Through dogged trial and error, the powder makers had refined their recipes. They knew nothing of chemical formulas or ideal gas yields, but countless small batch tests had led them to 2 reliable blends, one for muskets, one for cannon. The musket powder contained slightly more charcoal, burning a shade slower and gentler, extending the life of the barrels while still driving balls with lethal speed. The cannon powder favored saltpeter, producing hotter, faster expanding gas that hurled iron shot with terrifying force. To make production safer and more consistent, the machinists had devised water-powered grinders and mixers. No more gangs of workers stomping powder by hand beside open flames. Water wheels now turned heavy stones, crushing and blending the ingredients with far greater uniformity, and far less risk of someone becoming an accidental firework. The third gift from the manufactory was, to Paul's mind, the most exciting of all. Springs, reliable ones. The gifted mechanics he had drawn from the capital brought with them knowledge of heat-treating metal, temperatures, quenching, careful reheating, that allowed them to make steel strips that bent and sprang back again instead of warping or snapping. With those in hand, the armorers had at last assembled their first true flintlock musket. The firing rate, even in early tests, was markedly better. Fewer misfires, more consistent sparks. Combine that with the improved powder, and they had a weapon whose shot would almost always leave the barrel when the trigger was pulled, instead of merely hissing and sulking. Continue improving the design, Paul ordered. Flintlocks mean tighter formations, greater fire density, and less dependence on perfect weather. One day, every soldier in our ranks will carry one. Then, another thought flicked across his mind. Springs, he said slowly. If we have good springs, why, in the name of all the saints, are our coaches still trying to shake their passengers' teeth loose? Images from his old world surfaced unbidden, carriages and wagons riding on leather straps and coiled metal, turning rutted roads into something almost tolerable. If others had used suspension to get rich, why should he not do the same? We should design a shock-absorbing system for carriages, he said. Use springs. The current ride is abysmal. The Ministry of Industry promised to put the idea before the machinists. In truth, some crude suspension already existed, leather slings and flexible axles. But no one had yet thought to combine such systems with carefully forged steel. By the time he had finished issuing orders and assigning tasks, the afternoon was nearly spent. One last matter tugged at Paul's thoughts. 2 new full-rigged warships had been completed at Port Fulan. One of them would soon be sailing southward to chart a new trade route, carrying the first Olden expedition into truly distant waters. Paul found he could not bear the idea of letting such a moment pass unseen. I will go to Port Fulan again, he decided. I want to see the expedition with my own eyes. What he had not expected was Laddie turning up at his door not long after the meeting, expression unusually solemn. My lord, she said, as soon as they were alone, I would like to accompany you on this journey. Paul tilted his head, studying her face. Laddie was not given to sudden whims. Her voice dropped a fraction. You may encounter unpleasant things on the road, Lord Grayman. The way she said it, quiet, certain, without drama, set a faint chill stirring at the back of his neck. Outside the study window, the autumn wind shifted, rattling leaves against the panes like fingernails. Chapter 137. The cloak upon the road, at Shu. Paul Grayman sneezed hard enough to make his horse stumble slightly. He fumbled for a handkerchief, dabbed his nose, and pulled his traveling cloak tighter around his shoulders. November had arrived with teeth. The cold bit through layers of wool, found every gap in his clothing, and nestled against his ribs with the persistence of something determined to stay all winter. His breath came out in white plumes that dispersed into the gray afternoon air. Once the shipyards finished their next batch, he muttered, more to himself than anyone, I am commissioning passenger riverboats. Public transport vessels, I shall call them, painted bright colors, fitted with proper cabins. They will ply the West River back and forth, carrying anyone with a few coppers to spare to wherever they wish to go. He warmed to the fantasy. No more freezing on horseback. No more wind-whipped mud in your teeth. Imagine a cozy cabin, a little brazier for warmth, hot wine, the riverbank sliding past the windows. Poetry in motion. Victor, the captain of his guard, made an appropriate sound of approval. It was his job to appreciate the Count's visions, and he performed it with the enthusiasm of a man who genuinely hoped some of them might come true. Paul glanced sideways at Laddie, expecting her to be distracted by scenery or lost in scholarly thought. Instead, he found her rigid in the saddle, eyes sweeping methodically across the road ahead and the tree-lined verges on either side. Her hand rested, quite openly now, on the pommel of her sword. Paul sighed and made a gesture to Victor. She has been like this since we left Lakeshore Town this morning. Twitching at shadows, Victor scratched his chin. Begging your pardon, my lord, but I would venture that laddie's caution is warranted, though it is unusual to see a lady scholar adopt such vigilance. The truth of it was stranger than that. When Paul had announced his intention to visit Port Fulen, Laddie had appeared at his study door with an extraordinary claim. She had cast the bones, read the omens, and divined that misfortune awaited him on the road. Of course, she had added hastily, this was merely possibility, not certainty. But caution cost nothing. Would he permit her to accompany him? Paul had found the whole thing rather ridiculous. A scholar genuinely believing in divination. And yet, when he had asked why she did not simply forbid him to travel, her answer had been disconcertingly practical. The bones suggested that staying in Lakeshore Town would make no difference. The trouble would find him regardless. In the end, he had given in. Laddie had traded her scholar's robes for adventurer's gear, the practical leather clothing she had worn before settling into academic life, and had even brought her bow, the one that had once felled a black-striped tiger. Paul had agreed to double his usual escort, and now they rode with 2 full squads of palace guards, perhaps 30 soldiers in total. Paul had been reflecting, rather sourly, on how even learned women were not immune to superstition, when Laddie suddenly snapped upright in her saddle. "Stop," she cried. "All of you halt." The entire column jerked to a standstill, horses nickering nervously at the abruptness of the command. Laddie pointed ahead. Perhaps 500 yards up the road, a solitary figure was walking toward them. Cloaked in black, moving steadily, neither hurrying nor loitering. "You are being paranoid," Paul said, though something in his gut tightened. "That is probably just another traveler." "I have been watching him for 10 minutes, Laddie replied, her voice sharp. "And my instincts tell me he means us harm. They have never steered me wrong, my lord. Please trust my experience. 10 minutes. We have only just spotted him. Your eyesight must be—" Paul stopped himself. The anxiety in her voice was not feigned. "Fine. Victor, send someone to question him." The captain was already reaching for his sword when something peculiar became apparent. The cloaked figure had noticed them too. He had stopped in his tracks, studied the column for a long moment, then resumed walking, directly down the center of the road. No attempt to yield. No acknowledgement that they were here at all, save for the fact that Paul's banner flew above them. A brilliant red cloth bearing the snarling silver dragon of House Greyman, unmistakable and impossible to miss. Only a fool or a madman or someone supremely confident of their own skill would block the path of a count's retinue. Victor's jaw tightened. "On guard," he bellowed. Steel screamed from scabbards. The guards closed ranks, weapons drawn, forming a protective cordon around Paul. The cloaked figure grew larger as he approached. Tall, broad through the shoulders, moving with an odd, fluid grace that spoke of terrible capability. His face remained hidden beneath the hood, but the way he carried himself, like a man walking through a crowd of sleeping children, made Paul's throat dry. Surely not, Paul thought, his mind racing through increasingly desperate possibilities. Surely this is not actually a lone warrior about to attack 30 armed men. That only happens in theatrical spectacles and tales told in alehouses. But some part of him knew, with cold certainty, that it was. Victor raised his voice to carry. "Stranger, stop where you are. You stand before Count Paul Greyman, Lord of Olda. Identify yourself and state your business." The cloaked man came to a halt approximately 50 yards distant. When he spoke, his voice was soft, almost gentle. Yet somehow it reached every ear with perfect clarity, as though he had whispered directly into each person's mind. "So you are Paul Greyman. How convenient. I was prepared to ride all the way to Lakeshore Town to find you. This saves me considerable effort." The casual menace in those words hung in the cold air like poison. Laddie stepped her horse forward, placing herself directly between Paul and the stranger. Her expression was granite. "My lord," she said quietly, not taking her eyes off the cloaked figure, "something unnatural is about to occur. Ready yourself." Paul wanted to ask what she meant, but the moment had passed. Whatever was coming, it was coming now. What troubled him most was the weight of the man's presence. Paul had 30 soldiers. The stranger had himself. And yet the balance of power felt grotesquely skewed. "Take him," Victor roared. 3 guards spurred forward, confident in their numbers. They rode up to the cloaked figure, and without preamble, 2 of them grabbed his arms, left and right, whilst the 3rd drew rope, preparing to bind him. For a moment, nothing happened. The cloaked man stood perfectly still, allowing himself to be seized, as though he were already resigned to captivity. Then his arms rose with sudden, terrible speed. Both guards found their necks seized in a grip like steel bands. Before they could scream, before they could even fully comprehend what was happening, the man drew them together with casual force. Their skulls met with a sound like porcelain dropped on stone. The sickening crunch echoed across the road. Both guards went limp. When the man released them, they crumpled to the earth like discarded dolls. The front of their skulls had been crushed inward, the impact so tremendous that their brains had simply stopped. Blood pooled beneath them, steaming slightly in the cold air. The 3rd guard, the one with the rope, simply sat down hard in the dirt, his mind refusing to process what his eyes had seen. The cloaked man shook his head and brushed at his cloak with fastidious irritation. "Filthy! I had just purchased this garment too. How irritating." He touched a finger to his lip where blood had spattered, then brought it to his mouth and tasted it. His grin widened. "Ah," he sighed, with the contentment of a man savoring an old memory. "I had forgotten how good this feels." "First squad, protect the count," Victor barked, his training overriding shock. "Second squad, with me. Advance." Half the guards wheeled their horses to form a human barricade around Paul, blades pointing outward in all directions. No telling if the stranger had Confederates hiding in the trees. The remaining 15 soldiers rallied behind Victor and began to advance on the cloaked man, swords and spears ready. The man began to walk toward them again, moving with that same impossible grace. His right arm rose, hand beginning to trace strange patterns through the air. His lips moved, shaping words in a language Paul did not recognize. "Stone skin," Paul caught a fragment. Or thought he did. It made no sense. Laddie's eyes had gone wide. She had begun to mutter something under her breath, her voice urgent, rhythmic, almost chanting. Her hand was pressed against her chest, against whatever amulet or charm she wore. Paul felt a sudden, peculiar sensation. His tunic grew warm where the stone charm hung against his heart. He looked down and saw it trembling. A small river stone he had carried for luck, its gray surface slowly, impossibly, turning black. Around him, the guards shifted uneasily, their weapons suddenly feeling very light in their hands, very inadequate. The cloaked man took another step forward, and the true battle began. Chapter 138. The arcane unveiled in the frozen moment that followed. Paul watched in mounting horror as the stone hanging against his chest continued its transformation. The pale gray had almost entirely faded to black. Abbot Leonard had pressed this charm into his hands before he left the monastery. The old man had been insistent, almost frantic, that Paul wear it. "It will warn you of wicked sorcery," he had said. "Protect you from the touch of dark wizards." Paul had accepted it politely, the way one accepts any gift from a well-meaning elder, and had strung it around his neck more out of courtesy than conviction. Until this moment, he had dismissed the entire thing as superstitious nonsense. When magical emanations draw near, the stone turns black, Leonard had explained, his rheumy eyes grave. Now, as Paul stared at the darkening talisman, the entire foundation of his understanding began to fracture. Magic. Actual, genuine magic. It exists. The rational part of his mind, the part educated by centuries of scientific progress he half remembered from another life, recoiled violently. No. This must be a chemical reaction, merely pigmentation responding to temperature or humidity. There is a perfectly logical explanation. But the stone continued to darken, indifferent to his protests. The cloaked man was Barnett. He had been in Port Fulan when news arrived that the Mudfish pirate crew had been annihilated by the local lord. The rage that had consumed him in that moment still burned beneath his skin, a cold fury that made his hands shake. Everything had proceeded so smoothly until now. The Kent family had been brought to heel. Duke Ferdinand wore invisible chains of his own making. His will no longer his own. The pirate gangs scattered across the Northwest Bay had been gathered, unified, made ready. The plan had been exquisite in its simplicity. Let the pirates raid. Let them terrorize the countryside. Under Barnett's direction, the bumbling local lords would collapse like houses built on sand. Then Maltz Kent would emerge as the hero, crushing the pirate menace, earning himself immense prestige and gratitude. With such laurels, it would be trivial to convince Duke Ferdinand to name him as heir. From there, the end game became clear. Kent would rule in daylight. Barnett would pull strings from shadow. One by one, the lords still loyal to the crown would be removed. Then, with both land and sea under his control, he would raise the flag of rebellion across the entire Northwest. Giles and his southern insurrection would find themselves with northern allies. Uldor would tear itself apart. Mudfish had been key to this grand design. Barnett had spent months cultivating the pirate chieftain, feeding him enhancements from the arcane society's vaults, teaching him how to use the brainworm, building him into a genuine threat. And now the fool was dead. The entire eastern flank of the plan smashed, all because of one insignificant border count. Paul Grayman. Barnett had made his decision instantly. This upstart, this provincial nobody who played at reform and innovation, would be erased. Not subtly, not through intermediaries. Barnett would do it himself, would make it personal. He had spent enough time in the Northwest to understand its power structure perfectly. The Grayman family were beneath contempt, a disgraced branch of minor nobility, exiled to govern the most barren county in the entire region. The family name carried no weight, commanded no armies, boasted not a single vassal of consequence. Paul had gotten lucky against one small pirate band, and now the boy thought himself important. If the opposition had been someone like Duke Ferdinand or Earl Kent, with courtiers and soldiers at their disposal, Barnett would have been forced to employ cunning, to weave elaborate plots in shadow. But Paul Grayman, an impoverished rural lord with barely a proper fighter to his name. Direct action would suffice. Clean, efficient. His initial plan had been to slip into Lakeshore Town and complete an assassination in the dead of night. Make it slow, make it painful, leave no witnesses. Then fate had intervened with generous hand. There on the open road, with no witnesses for miles, perfect. He had assessed the opposition and found it laughable. The guards wore simple cloth, carried ordinary steel. No armor, no bows, just one girl with a bow, a rather modest one by the look of it, and for all the difference a child's weapon would make, she might as well have held a feather. The stone skin spell would render him impervious. The colossal strength would let him crush them like insects. Two simple enchantments, and he would be walking through them like a scythe through wheat. So he had walked straight toward them. 3 soldiers had advanced. With barely a flicker of effort, he had killed 2 of them, crushed their skulls together like clay. The third had fled his wits, trembling in the dirt. Now more were coming. A captain at their head, with perhaps 15 more in support. Barnett smiled with contempt. Come then. You have the extraordinary privilege of witnessing true power this day. The power of the arcane. But as he began to weave the next spell, something brushed against his mind like a spider's touch. Danger! Pure instinct took over. His hand snapped upward, grasping at empty air. An arrow materialized between his fingers. His back crawled with cold sweat. If not for the danger sense he maintained with meticulous discipline, that shaft would have found his eye. The only real vulnerability of the stone skin enchantment, the windows to the soul. TCH, he spat, turning to glare at Laddie. She had already knocked a second arrow. Even before he had fully processed the first, the second flew. Once more his reflexes, honed through decades of combat, allowed him to catch it mid-flight. He flexed his stone-hard fingers, considering. Annoying little insect, he muttered, more to himself than anyone. With danger sense shielding him, even if her aim were perfect, he could read the trajectory and turn aside. Though having arrows repeatedly pepper his face was unpleasant in its own way. Before he could act on that irritation, Victor arrived with his sword drawn. The captain of the guard came in hard and fast, both hands gripping his blade. using every ounce of strength in his broad frame to drive the steel toward Barnet's chest. The impact sounded like steel striking anvil. Victor felt the sword resist, felt it strike something solid beneath the cloth. His blade had torn through the fabric easily enough, but the tip would not penetrate. It might as well have been pressing against the hull of an iron ship. Barnet reached down casually, wrapped his fingers around the blade's edge, and smiled at Victor with the smile of a predator that has cornered something small and warm. "Why hurry toward death?" he asked conversationally. "Where is your patience, little man?" And in that moment, with an arrow in the air and a captain's blade trembling in his grip, the entire weight of the arcane society and centuries of forbidden knowledge pressed down upon the road like a storm cloud. The battle had truly begun. Chapter 139. The shield against the storm. Barnet flicked Victor's sword aside with casual disdain and pivoted smoothly, driving his leg upward in a perfect arc. The captain of the guard felt the impact an instant before his mind could process it. All the air evacuated from his lungs in a violent gasp. His feet left the ground, and he found himself hurtling backwards through space like a doll flung by an angry child. He crashed into the protective cordon surrounding Paul, taking 3 of his own men down with him in a tangle of limbs and cursing. The remaining soldiers saw their captain launched through the air and realized with ice-cold clarity that they were facing something entirely beyond their training. A glance passed between them, a wordless acknowledgement, and they surged forward as one. Blades rose. Steel caught the gray afternoon light. A dozen men attacked in perfect unison, a whirlwind of cuts and thrusts designed to overwhelm through sheer coordinated ferocity. Barnet moved like water, fluid and impossible to pin. Most of the blows he simply wasn't there to meet, but 2, perhaps 3, found their mark, scraping across his stone-hardened flesh. The soldiers who landed those strikes recoiled in shock. Their weapons might as well have been striking granite. The impact jarred up their arms, numbed their wrists, sent a jarring vibration through bone and sinew. "What manner of creature is this?" one man cried out, his voice cracking with genuine terror. "What devilry? He is a wizard," Laddie shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "A sorcerer who has enchanted his body with magic. You cannot defeat him through strength alone. Keep your distance. Harass. Wear him down, a wizard. Magic." The soldiers looked at one another in bewilderment. The old stories spoke of such things, tales whispered in alehouses, warnings muttered by priests. But to see the legend made manifest was to step outside the boundaries of comprehension. Barnet, finding the close quarters brawl momentarily unsatisfying, simply exploded into motion. He singled out the nearest soldier, a young man barely past his 20th year, and covered the distance between them in 3 enormous strides. His arm moved with brutal, mathematical precision. The punch came in so fast, it seemed to distort the air itself. The soldier's head snapped back, as though attached to his neck by hinges. He dropped like a sack of grain, consciousness fleeing before his body even struck the ground. Left, right, left again. Barnet was a whirlwind of fists and calculated violence. One guard fell with a shattered jaw. Another crumpled with broken ribs. A third simply ceased to function, his mind too thoroughly rocked to process anything but pain and confusion. And throughout it all, Barnet danced, genuinely danced, between Laddie's arrows, twisting at the last possible instant, reading trajectories that should have been impossible for any human to track. Yet with each shaft that sang past his head, with each near miss that told of skill bordering on the supernatural, Barnet's expression shifted. Suspicion crystallized into certainty. She is not fully human. Less than a minute had elapsed since Barnet first moved. In that span of time, the situation had deteriorated from manageable to catastrophic. The problem was always expectation. A person could not prepare for what they could not imagine. The soldiers had expected a madman, perhaps a skilled brigand. They had not been prepared for magic, for someone who could crush skulls as though they were clay, move faster than thought, and laugh whilst doing it. Laddie herself had not anticipated what she was facing until the moment his stone-hardened skin repelled the arrows. That was when the truth had crystallized. She was looking at someone wielding the arcane arts. The common folk had their stories, certainly. Tales of wizards in tall pointed hats, draped in tattered robes, hobbling about with gnarled staves. In the legends, wizards were sneaky, cowardly things. They lurked in shadows and wove their plots in darkness. When forced into open conflict, they conjured illusions, hurled fire from a distance, summoned creatures to do their fighting. But there was always a catch in the old stories. Wizards had fragile bodies. Get one within arm's reach of a competent swordsman, and you were watching an execution. This creature, broad-shouldered, armored in his own hardened flesh, willing to wade into close combat with fists swinging, violated every single principle of the legends. No one had anticipated it because no one could have. Paul, in the grip of stunned disbelief, felt his mind click back into focus with the sound of something critical breaking free. Legends or not, this thing was trying to kill him. Theories about what wizards should do mattered less than immediate survival. "Fire muskets," he screamed. "Damn your eyes, use the fire muskets." 10 of his guards carried the newer weapons, fire lances, some called them, though the more formal term was musket. Due to limited production, the bulk of supplies went to the land and naval forces. The palace guard had received only a small allocation, enough to maintain proficiency, but not enough to make them primary. Most relied on swords and spears, the familiar steel of tradition. The musketmen had not been trained as rigorously as the military marksmen. They lacked the reflexive discipline of those who drilled weekly. They fumbled now, reaching for weapons that should have been their first resort. Fear made their fingers clumsy. Loading a musket was not a swift process. You needed powder measured from a pouch, wadding a ball, tamping it all home with a ramrod. Then, whilst trying to hold the weapon steady in the bitter cold, you needed to light the slow match, the smoldering cord that would ignite the charge. The wind kept trying to snuff the match out. Meanwhile, Barnet had finished with the last of the soldiers who had rushed him. Bodies lay scattered across the road, some still moving weakly, others ominously still. The rags of his black cloak hung from his shoulders, torn and bloodied. He looked down at them with obvious irritation. He began walking toward the protective knot of guards surrounding Paul, each step measured, unhurried. There was no rush. He had all the time in the world. Laddie met his eyes across the distance. In a moment of crystal clarity, she understood that she could not hold him off forever. The barrier spell was already costing her. She could feel the strain in her bones, the way each impact vibrated through her consciousness like hammer blows against her soul. She had to buy time. "Barrier," she cried, throwing her will outward in a surge of focused intent. The air around Paul and the remaining guards rippled visibly, waves of distortion propagating outward like dropping a stone in still water. A half-transparent dome materialized around them, hanging in space like a soap bubble. Barnet stopped dead, his face twisted. The rage that flooded his expression was so intense it seemed to physically reshape his features. "You," he hissed. Then louder, so my suspicions were correct. He accelerated to the dome and drove his fist forward with all the force of his magically enhanced body. The barrier rippled. His gauntleted hand punched through, actually breached the spell, but stopped short of penetrating completely. His arm stuck there, caught at the elbow, unable to advance a millimeter further. Paul felt terror climbing his spine like a spider. "Faster," he choked at the musketmen. "For the love of all the saints, move faster." Barnet yanked his fist back and studied the barrier with an expression of contempt. Then he simply began hitting it. Again, again, again. Each blow landed with the force of a siege engine. The dome shimmered and bent beneath the assault. "Traitor," Barnet roared between strikes, his voice raw with fury. "You walk among your own kind and serve these things. These lesser creatures, you could have been glorious." Another punch. "You could have wielded real power. Instead you grovel before mortals." Laddie said nothing. She stood perfectly still, channeling her magic into the barrier, keeping it intact against his assault. Sweat beaded on her brow despite the freezing air. A trickle of blood ran from one nostril. "Load," Paul commanded, his voice hoarse. "Ready, my lord," came the reply. Barnet continued his rhythmic battering, oblivious to the 10 guards taking aim behind the wavering barrier. He was too consumed with fury, too focused on the humiliation of finding his enemy possessed of power. The minutes stretched and compressed simultaneously. The barrier held. Barely. Laddie's legs began to shake. "Aim," Paul shouted. 10 muskets rose. 10 men, hands steady despite the cold and fear, drew their trigger mechanisms back. The slow matches glowed at the ends of the serpentine holders. Everything was ready. Everything hung in perfect suspension. The moment before violence, the instant before the world changed. Barnet drew back his fist for another strike, and waited for no one. Chapter 140. The Vali's reckoning. Barnet saw the figures within the barrier reach behind their backs and produce strange objects. They fiddled with these devices for what seemed an eternity, then turned them all, simultaneously, in perfect formation, directly toward him. What are they doing? He wondered, a flicker of genuine curiosity crossing his features. Are those weapons? The black tubes at the ends of those objects seemed oddly familiar. He had encountered similar implements during expeditions into the jungles of the southern kingdoms. Crude contraptions used by primitive tribes to launch poison darts or clouds of noxious gas. They think to kill me with darts. Or poison. The thought was so absurd, he actually laughed. A harsh, braying sound that echoed across the winter road. Your soldiers show admirable loyalty, Barnet called out to Paul, his voice dripping with contempt. Armed with such pitiful equipment, yet they stand firm as true knights. I almost respect that. Almost, he began walking toward the barrier again, utterly at ease. But this ends now. I will grant you the mercy of understanding why you die. Mudfish, the pirate captain your navy destroyed, was my creation. My investment. With him gone, my perfect plans require adjustment. His voice took on an almost petulant tone. Perfection spoiled. A symphony interrupted. A master work marred by a single flaw. And that flaw, Paul Grayman, is you. He paused, studying Paul with eyes that burned with cold certainty. The universe is pitilessly simple. The strong devour the weak. Mudfish was weak before me. You are weak before me, as am I before powers greater still. Such is the natural order. Such is the way of all things. Gods above, does every villain feel compelled to monologue? Paul thought bitterly, his gaze fixed on the madmen outside their protective dome. He leaned close to Laddie, whispering urgently, when I count to 3, drop the barrier. Understand, Laddie nodded, a thin bead of blood trickling from her nostril. She was nearly spent. The strain of maintaining the spell, whilst Barnet battered it, repeatedly had drained her reserves to the breaking point. The moment it falls, Paul continued to the musketmen, all of you fire. Every shot. No hesitation. Do you understand? Yes, my lord, they chorused. Outside, Barnet continued his methodical bombardment of the dome, each punch landing with the force of a siege engine. Between strikes, he called out mockingly to Paul, are you making your final farewells to the traitress? How touching. I shall ensure you travel to hell together. Betrayers deserve special attention, far worse than mere enemies. His voice dripped with obscene insinuation. Has she warmed your bed as well, boy? Has she shown you her? Paul began to count. 1, the word came out steady, though his heart hammered against his ribs. 2, Barnet drew back his fist for what he believed would be the killing blow. 3, Laddie thrust her hands apart. The barrier shattered like glass, dissolving into nothingness. Barnet shrieked in triumph, already launching forward, convinced victory was at hand. The world erupted in thunder. 10 muskets discharged in perfect volley. The sound was apocalyptic, a single sustained roar that seemed to split the very sky. Smoke bloomed from the barrels in thick white clouds that the wind began to shred. Barnet's comprehension could not keep pace with what happened next. Here was the fundamental flaw in his assessment. He was a creature of systematic knowledge, yes, but his knowledge had limits. He understood the weapons of this era because he had studied them exhaustively. He knew the capabilities of crossbows, understood how to calculate a bolt's trajectory, could predict what damage plate armor could withstand. But the fire lance, the musket, was a category of violence entirely outside his frame of reference. A crossbow bolt moved at perhaps 60 to 90 meters per second. It carried energy measured in the low hundreds of joules. Impressive, certainly, but achievable. The projectiles now tearing through his abdomen traveled at 300 to 400 meters per second. Each one carried nearly 2,000 joules of kinetic energy. They were, in effect, small meteors. The danger sense spell screamed its warning just as the first rounds impacted. But the warning came too late to matter. Barnet felt rather than heard the impacts. His midsection suddenly erupted with searing pain. He looked down and saw his belly bloom with terrible flowers of destruction. Not one hole, but several. Multiple wounds, each one spouting blood that steamed in the cold air. His intestines began to spill. The sight was so profoundly, overwhelmingly wrong that his mind simply rejected it. This could not be happening. He was protected. He was enhanced. He was powerful. He crashed to the ground, limbs suddenly unable to obey. What happened? He gasped, his voice thin with shock. The pain was indescribable. Not the clean sting of a blade, but something vast and terrible, as though his body had been struck repeatedly by invisible hammers. Shock and agony warred across his features. Barnet tried to stand. His legs would not respond. The left one was also bleeding now, deeply, profusely. He tried to gather his intestines, to cram them back into his cavity, to hold everything in place with his trembling right hand. It was futile. With each movement, more of his insides escaped him. His vision was beginning to blur at the edges. The sky above, which had been gray moments before, was now fading to something darker. This cannot be, he thought, even as the evidence surrounded him. I am a master of the arcane. I have trained for decades. I have conquered armies through strength of will and power of magic. No, he heard himself saying. His voice sounded strange and distant. This is not real. This is not. He forced his right hand back into the wound, trying again to compress the damage. But there were too many wounds. Too much blood flowing out. Too much of himself spilling onto the dirt. The fear that seized him was unlike anything he had experienced in living memory. Fear was something that happened to the weak, to lesser beings, not to him. I am Barnet, he whispered, as if the name alone could anchor him to existence. I am of the arcane society. I am a true mage. I am powerful, his voice cracked. Blood ran from the corners of his mouth. I cannot possibly lose to mortals, to these common things. But the darkness was closing in regardless, indifferent to his protests. His heartbeat became irregular. His breathing came in shallow gasps. The cold air of the winter road suddenly felt impossibly distant. I have so much still to accomplish, he managed, his voice barely audible. So many plans. So many, the light in his eyes extinguished. His arm fell slack. Victor, recovering from his flight across the road, watched the body lie motionless. The other soldiers remained absolutely still, hardly daring to breathe. Fire again, Paul commanded, his voice hard. 2 more shots. Make certain 2 more muskets cracked. 2 more rounds punched into Barnet's corpse, throwing up little sprays of blood and dust. The wizard did not move. Paul exhaled slowly, feeling the tension in his shoulders begin to drain away, replaced almost immediately by a trembling exhaustion. He wiped his brow with a shaking hand. Is he truly gone? Victor asked, approaching cautiously. Yes, Paul said quietly. I believe so. But he watched the body for a long moment more, as if half expecting it to rise again, defying both reason and death itself. In the end, it did not. The first battle between the world of science and the world of magic had been decided not by spellcraft or sorcery, but by the simple, terrible momentum of iron moving at incredible speed. The arcane society had met the musket, and the musket had won. Chapter 141. The sorceress revealed 2 guards approached Barnet's corpse with muskets held ready, moving with the careful precision of men who had learned, through harsh experience, never to assume an enemy was truly dead. One of them extended a boot and nudged the body. No response, no twitch, no sudden resurrection. Only then did they crouch, conducting a thorough examination. When they rose again, they made the all-clear gesture back toward Paul. The tension that had been holding everyone rigid finally began to release. Not entirely, not yet, but enough for breath to come easier. Tend the wounded, Paul commanded, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. Send riders to Port Fulan at full gallop. Tell them to dispatch every physician and every supply cart they possess. Move, the soldiers scattered, checking the fallen. The tally when it came was grim. 15 dead, perhaps a dozen more wounded, so severely they could not move under their own power. Victor, the captain of the guard, had been extraordinarily fortunate. He had lost consciousness when Barnett's foot caught him, which at least meant he had been spared the experience of watching his ribs break. But break they had. Multiple fractures, possible internal bleeding. Laddie approached the corpse and stood over it in silence. Same kind, fellow traveler. She spoke so quietly that only the dead could have heard. That was merely your own delusion. Nothing more. Blood had pooled beneath Barnett, a dark stain spreading across the frozen earth. His spilled organs lay in grotesque heaps. The sight was obscene. She knelt and studied the wounds more carefully, running a careful finger across the stone-hard flesh that still retained its unnatural rigidity, even in death. Stone skin, she murmured to herself, pushed to such an extreme. That required genuine skill. But what truly struck her was the violation of it, how casually those projectiles had torn through even such formidable magic. She had seen Victor's sword strike Barnett head-on, seen him absorb the blow without flinching. And yet these small metal spheres, moving with such terrible velocity, had simply punctured him. Like a needle through cloth, she sensed movement behind her and straightened, turning to find Paul approaching, his expression grave. "First," he said carefully, "I must thank you for saving my life and the lives of my men. Without your barrier, without the time it bought us, we would all be corpses by now." Laddie felt her stomach tighten at the formal distance in his tone. His next words confirmed her fears. However, Paul continued, each syllable precisely enunciated, "I believe you have some explaining to do." "Scholar, Miss." "Laddies, my lord, Not here," Paul interrupted. "We will discuss this properly in Port Fulan. For now, simply know that I am aware." Laddie bowed her head. "Yes, my lord." The journey to Port Fulan took on a different character after that. The wounded were carefully loaded into the carts that arrived within the hour. The dead were wrapped in cloth and secured to the vehicles with grim efficiency. The journey resumed, but now Paul traveled at the front of the column with Austin, the naval commander, whilst Laddie rode near the rear. Paul had issued orders to every soldier present. Not a word of today's events was to reach anyone outside this group. The existence of wizards, of magic, these were dangerous things to let the church even suspect. Their interference would only complicate matters. The men, loyal to their bone, obeyed without question. Upon arrival at Port Fulan, Paul exchanged the barest courtesies with the town officials before heading directly to the naval headquarters. Once within the secure compound, guards posted, seals verified, he finally exhaled and summoned Austin to his private quarters. When the door was firmly closed, Paul began to speak. "Austin, you will not repeat what I tell you to anyone. Do you understand me?" "Of course, my lord. Swear it." "On your honor." "On everything you hold dear." Austin, who had grown to understand that Paul harbored little patience for religious oaths, swore by his own integrity instead. It was, he had learned, far more binding in the Count's eyes. Only then did Paul tell him everything. The wizard on the road, the impossible strength, the stone-hard skin that deflected steel, the barrier spell that Laddie had conjured, the way musket fire had finally brought the creature down. Austin listened with growing astonishment. When Paul finished, the naval commander sat in silence for a long moment. "This is extraordinary," Austin said at last. "Though I confess, I find myself less shocked than I might have expected. There have always been stories." "Exactly," Paul said grimly. "And if this wizard knew about us, others certainly will. Which means we must ensure that every soldier under our command is equipped with firearms. The next time we encounter such a creature, I want them, reduced to Swiss cheese. Is that understood?" "Perfectly, my lord. I will accelerate production immediately." "Good." Paul ran a hand through his hair. "Now there is the matter of Laddie, the female advisor. She is one of them. A wizard, a mage, whatever they call themselves." Austin's expression shifted. "I see. You intend to turn her over to the church." "Not necessarily," Paul said. "She saved my life today. She is not my enemy. But I do need answers. And I need to decide whether she remains in my service or what. Shall I bring her?" "Yes. And remain yourself. I want a witness to what she says." When Laddie entered the room, she found both men waiting. She was gestured to a seat, and for a moment, the three of them simply regarded one another across the wooden table. Paul spoke first, his tone careful and neutral. "Laddie, is there anything you would like to tell me?" The woman met his gaze steadily. When she spoke, her voice was calm, resigned. "You have already determined the truth, my lord." "Yes, I am what you call a wizard. We prefer the term mage, though the distinction is largely academic. I have indeed concealed this from you, and for that I offer my sincere apologies." She clasped her hands before her. "However, I wish to emphasize that everything else I have told you was truthful. I am, in every meaningful sense, a scholar. My work in your service has been genuine. The advice I have given has been honest." She paused, then asked quietly, "What do you intend to do with me, my lord?" Paul was quiet for a long moment. Then he smiled, a small, sad expression. "That," he said, "depends entirely on your answers." Chapter 142, Secrets Unveiled. Laddie met Paul's gaze steadily, her voice soft but resolute. "So, my lord, what do you intend to do with me now?" Paul stroked his chin, eyes narrowing thoughtfully as he studied the woman before him. The air in the chamber hung thick with salt from the nearby harbor, and the faint, acrid tang of gunpowder still clinging to their clothes. "Do with you? Why frame it so coldly, like I'm some executioner sharpening his axe?" A wry smile tugged at Laddie's lips, though her eyes betrayed a flicker of old fear. The metallic bite of iron chains, the reek of smoke from pyres long past. Burning witches at the stake isn't the church's cherished tradition. Rope and flame for the likes of me. Paul shot to his feet, chair scraping harshly against the stone floor. "You saved a score of lives today, mine included. I'm no ungrateful wretch. No pyre for you. Not on my watch." Relief washed over Laddie like cool rain on fevered skin, easing the knot in her chest. She'd gambled on this man from the start, and Chapter 144. The Southern Star and her cadets Alan stood at the rear of the formation, his stomach churning like a storm-tossed sea. One moment he would glance toward the shipyard gates. The next he would fuss with his collar, smoothing it obsessively as if a crease might offend the very heavens. Captain Quake clapped him round the head, not unkindly, but with the rough affection of a veteran sailor. "Steady, lad. Stand still. You're twitching like a rabbit in a snare." "Yes, sir." The boy's face flushed scarlet. He snapped to attention, eyes fixed rigidly forward. The previous evening, Port Fulan's naval headquarters had sent word. A personage of considerable importance would inspect the shipyard. Every crewman from the Hope and the other vessel currently undergoing refit was to present themselves in full order. Only at breakfast had the identity been revealed. Paul Grayman, Count of Alder himself. Now, as the appointed hour struck, the yard's personnel formed neat ranks beneath the wintry sky. Reuben, the shipyard master, stood to one side, his expression carefully neutral. Alan, barely 2 weeks in the Navy, still learning which end of a rope was which, felt his knees tremble. In his 16 years, the most important person he had ever encountered was the mayor of his home village. The closest he had come to real power was the tax collector who arrived each autumn with his ledger and his dour expression. And now he would stand before the man whose word could reshape destinies. What does a count look like? He wondered wildly. Does he have 3 eyes? Horns? A herald's voice rang out. "Count Grayman approaches. Company, attention," Quake bellowed. Every man snapped from at ease to ramrod straight in a single heartbeat. Through the gates they came. Austin, the naval commander, Paul at his side, both returning the crisp salutes of the assembled men. Alan's breath caught. The Count looked ordinary. Perhaps 16 years old, with dark brown hair and eyes, his features pleasant but unremarkable. He carried himself with the solid confidence of one raised to rule, certainly more robust than the village lads Alan had known, but otherwise human. Behind him walked a woman with hair the color of emeralds, Laddie, the scholar advisor. Alan, being a boy on the cusp of manhood, noticed her immediately. He had thought the girl rescued from the pirate stronghold was lovely, but beside Laddie she seemed a green apple, unripe and plain. "These are the naval cadets?" Paul asked, his voice carrying easily across the yard. "Cadets," Austin looked puzzled. "You intend to train these boys as future officers, do you not?" I have decided their official designation shall be officer cadets. An excellent name, my lord. Henceforth, they are the Navy's officer cadets. The young count approached the line of youths. I have read Austin's reports on your circumstances. I hope you will come to see the Navy as your second family. He stopped before Alan, who was clearly the youngest. What is your name, lad? Alan, my lord. Alan, the boy's voice cracked with nerves. Paul laughed, a warm, genuine sound that seemed to thaw the winter air. Excellent. This is the seed from which our Navy shall grow. He clapped Alan on the shoulder. Settling in well aboard ship. Yes, my lord. Very well, Paul nodded, satisfied. But Alan's thoughts drifted back to his former home, to his mother who had been buried by neighbors while he was still in pirate chains. No ship, however well run, could replace that loss. The Navy's discipline was relentless. Forget to salute an officer. That earned a dozen strokes from the boatswain's cane, applied to your bare backside, no less, and not the gentle taps his mother had once given him. The welts lasted for days. The older hands said this was leniency, granted because cadets were still children. For adult sailors, there existed the cat-o'-nine-tails, a punishment requiring the captain's personal authority. The entire crew would be mustered on deck to witness the spectacle. The drum roll, the ritual display of the whip, the measured sips of water to prolong the agony. A theater of suffering, designed to sear obedience into every soul. Life aboard was ordered, disciplined, and utterly unlike the lazy freedom of his village. Yet Alan never regretted joining Aldous' Navy. He and his fellow survivors had sworn oaths over his mother's grave. They would hunt down every pirate prowling the seas. Only the Navy could make that vow reality. Show me the new vessels, Paul said. This way, my lord, Austin replied, leading them toward the quay. Two single-masted sloops rested quietly against the pilings, their hulls dark against the water. Each bore 6 gun ports per side, more heavily armed than the Hope. Have they been named? Paul asked. The vessel bound south is called Southern Star, Austin said. The other remains unnamed. They boarded Southern Star, Paul running his hands along every timber, every fitting, as if communing with the ship itself. Has the crew for the southern voyage been finalized? Given the unknown waters, we have assigned Southern Star to the Hope's original crew. They know these vessels best. Paul turned to Quake. You and your men carry a heavy responsibility. Quake saluted smartly. We shall not fail you, my lord. Paul's expression grew thoughtful. What provisions are you carrying? Food, water. Austin ticked off items on his fingers. Salted meat, hardtack, tinned provisions. Everything designed for long preservation. Fresh water, of course, though it fouls quickly. Spirits for the men. We even plan to keep 2 hens aboard, for eggs for the sick, and a cat for the rats. 12 cannon, with 4 spare barrels in the hold. With mudfish destroyed and the remaining pirates scattering, Austin had felt confident stripping the coastal defenses to arm Southern Star properly. Paul drew Austin aside, lowering his voice. Do you know about scurvy? The commander looked puzzled. I have never suffered it, but I know it as a terrible plague that strikes during long voyages. Paul shook his head. Not a plague. Not contagious. It comes from lack of vegetables. You must carry greens, dried if necessary. Better dried cabbage than none at all. If supplies run low or spoil, disregard THE Chinese letter test and make landfall. I will not have men dying for the sake of a schedule. Austin stared. The Count had researched this. Seeing his expression, Paul added, citrus fruits from the south also prevent scurvy. Bring back oranges, lemons, whatever you can find. He leaned closer. This information is now a naval secret. Restrict it to senior officers only. I do not want our future maritime rivals learning how to keep their crews healthy. Guard it jealously. You have my word, my lord. Austin made a mental note to revise Southern Star's manifest immediately. Some barrels of salt pork would have to make way for dried vegetables. The future of Aldous' Navy was being built here, plank by plank, secret by secret. Chapter 145. Hulls for tomorrow's seas, whilst Paul Grayman and Admiral Austin murmured together in low, conspiratorial tones. Captain Quake wandered the deck of the Southern Star with an expression of almost romantic devotion. He had technically taken command of her 2 days earlier. Yet he still moved about her planking in a state of boyish glee, pausing to run his palms over smooth rails, to test the give in rigging, to listen to the subtle creaks of new timber settling into itself. The Southern Star was not merely larger than the Hope. She carried more cannon, sat deeper in the water, and most importantly to Quake, embodied every lesson learned from the Hope's maiden voyages. Where the Hope had been an experiment, a proof of concept, this new vessel was refinement made wood and rope. To Quake, she was as close to perfect as a ship of her class could be. In Alan's slightly alarmed gaze, Quake wrapped both arms around the mainmast and murmured in a tone one usually reserved for beloved sweethearts, "I shall love you forever, Southern Star." Alan's eye twitched. He vividly remembered his first days as an officer cadet, when Quake had given them a proud tour of the Hope, and with equal sincerity declared, "I shall love you forever, Hope." It had been all of a few days. Perhaps, Alan thought dryly, for men, it is possible to love more than one lady at once, especially if they are made of oak and iron. After the inspection of Southern Star, Paul and his entourage withdrew to a meeting room in the shipyard. There, Foreman Reuben and Master Shipwright Benjamin produced a new model for their lord's consideration. A sleek two-masted square-rigged vessel, all tiny spars and delicate rigging frozen in miniature. After building 3 single-masted ships, Reuben began, "We have gathered a great deal of experience in both design and construction. It is time to take our craft a step higher. This model represents our next goal, a 2-masted square rigger." Paul circled the model slowly, taking in the lines of the hull, the rake of the masts, the proportions of deck to beam. Something about the silhouette tugged at his memory. Then it clicked. He slapped his palm into his other hand, with a crack that made everyone jump. This is the Raven. The name sprang from another lifetime, a ship from a game, and a story only he remembered. The details differed, naturally, but the broad strokes were unmistakable. "Raven," Reuben echoed, puzzled. "An excellent name I have just thought of," Paul said airily. "The first of this class shall be christened the Raven." "Splendid. A magnificent name, my lord," Reuben exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically. "You have such a gift for poetry." Benjamin shot his superior a withering look. He would applaud the sky for being blue if his lordship remarked upon it. The old shipwright thought sourly. Personally, he found the name rather ordinary, but a lord's word was a lord's word. Aloud, he said, with only a hint of stubborn pride, "With respect, my lord, I believe we are capable of more than this. We could build larger vessels. For instance, that 3-masted ship from the other model you gave us, the Stockholm." He still had no idea why Paul had chosen that name. It sounded like a distant city, a word from some forgotten tongue. The other great ship, the Victory, at least sounded like a warship. Even so, not even Benjamin was bold enough to suggest beginning with something as grand as Victory. "Picture it," Benjamin said, his eyes lighting up as he warmed to his favorite fantasy. "A ship with 2 full-gun decks, bristling with cannon. A hold deep enough to swallow whole caravans of cargo. With such a vessel, your navy would reign unchallenged upon the sea. Your merchant convoys could sail around Cape Bay, trading with lands far to the east, and no raider afloat could so much as scratch them." Paul remembered the earlier meeting where he had asked the shipyard masters for long-term plans. Benjamin had advocated a leap forward, skip the intermediate steps, go straight to a true ship of the line. Reuben, more cautious, had favored incremental growth. Master the small hulls, then the medium, then the great. In the end, Reuben, as yard master, had carried the day, and the current model of the 2-masted Raven represented that prudent compromise. Honestly, Benjamin muttered under his breath, "The man is younger than I am, and yet his courage is half my own." "Shem. In this case, I find myself siding with Reuben," Paul said. He had listened to both sets of arguments carefully. Incremental construction was slower, yes, but safer. Each new hull would float, sail, and fight. A reckless leap toward a colossal first rate could as easily end with a spectacular, ruinous failure. His mind drifted to another sea and another history, to the Vasa, pride of a northern kingdom. In that world, the so-called Swedish geniuses had joined the Protestant side in the 30 Years' War, and hungry for control of the Baltic Sea, had launched an ambitious naval expansion. The Vasa was to be the jewel of that effort. On land, their king, Gustav II, the Lion of the North, had been a military prodigy, smashing Catholic armies and reshaping the course of the war. Many of Paul's own reforms drew heavily from that monarch's innovations. At sea, however, Gustav had been very much an amateur. He had demanded the Vasa be completed in haste for a campaign against Poland. Designers and builders, under impossible deadlines, cut corners. Orders from afar kept altering the plans. 1-gun deck became 2. The number of cannons swelled, ornamentation multiplied. The shipwrights had no experience with such a large, double-decked warship. They mishandled the matter of weight and balance. The result was a floating catastrophe. She sailed less than a mile on her maiden voyage, heeled over under a stiff breeze, and sank in front of horrified onlookers, dignitaries, foreign envoys, common folk, taking dozens of sailors with her to the bottom. That, Paul thought, is precisely what we shall not be doing. Here in Olda, the worst of the pirate threat had been crushed. Large-scale blue-water trade remained only a near-future dream. There was no pressing need to risk a fortune on an oversized vanity project. Caution, for once, was not cowardice. It was wisdom. "You are the Lord," Benjamin said at last with a resigned shrug. "Your word decides." Paul clapped the old man on the shoulder. "Do not be disheartened, master. There will be bread. There will be milk. And there will most certainly be bigger ships. As soon as the southern trade route opens, even if I do not demand larger hulls, our merchants will. They will hound you day and night until you build them monsters of oak and iron." That image seemed to cheer Benjamin considerably. Dreams of towering masts and double-gun decks danced once more behind his weathered eyes, and the shipyard echoed with the sounds of hammers and saws, shaping the first of the ravens that would carry Olda's ambitions toward the horizon. Chapter 146. Ever more passengers aboard Lord Greyman, I've a favor to ask. The words hung in the air as the party returned to the naval base, where the female advisor had quietly sought out Paul. "Come now, don't speak of favors, Miss Rady. Out with it." The woman twisted her fingers together, hesitation written across her features. "Might I be permitted to sail south with the fleet? Have the new shipping routes captured your imagination as well?" "Not precisely, my lord. I wish to take passage aboard the Southern back to my homeland, to fetch my mother and bring her here. I know the Southern shan't reach the Horn Bay region proper, but I can manage the remaining distance on foot. You see, given my other identity, the sea route proves rather more convenient, and considerably swifter." Paul's enthusiasm deflated like a punctured bladder. This witch standing before him was his very key to unlocking the mysteries of the unknown. What if that key were lost en route? Yet refusing her outright would mark him as heartless, particularly when her reasons rang so true. "I've been remiss, haven't I? Never once inquired after your family. Let me have a word with Austin. I confess I know precious little about shipboard matters. Not certain whether we can squeeze in another soul." The advisor dipped into a graceful curtsy. "My gratitude, my lord." Paul studied her thoughtfully. "Though I must ask, you've always traveled with your adventuring companions, haven't you? Will you manage alone ashore?" Confidence blazed in her eyes. "I've journeyed solo for considerable stretches, my lord. Perhaps I might dispatch someone to collect your mother instead, save you the considerable trek." "No," her voice hardened to iron. "This I must do myself. Should Admiral Austin refuse, I shall simply take the southern road overland." Paul sighed. "Very well. I'll have the southern sail as far south as possible, and ensure the crew accompanies you ashore. You'll need someone to watch your back. Well then." "Very well. Since it's your express wish, Lord Greyman, we can accommodate rather more passengers than anticipated." Paul had presented Rady's request to the naval commander, and Austin had acquiesced, though his deeply furrowed brow betrayed considerable reluctance. "Something troubling you?" "Indeed, my lord. Generally speaking, women aboard military vessels spell trouble. The ship's crawling with men from stem to stern, and moral considerations aside, the fresh water they waste beggars belief. They require fresh water for washing delicates, and they'll employ every conceivable stratagem to obtain it. They'll corrupt the sentries, the petty officers, even the commissioned men, in short, the entire complement, though perhaps not through deliberate intent." Austin's expression grew grimmer still, particularly a woman as striking as Miss Rady. Even should she merely venture on deck for a breath of air, she'll render half the crew unfit for duty. Moreover, the Southern isn't a large vessel. Only the captain's cabin offers any privacy. Where precisely would you have her sleep? Let me discuss this with her again. I cannot credit it. The ever-courteous naval commander harboring such prejudice against women beneath that polished exterior. The advisor's indignation crackled through the room. Does he truly believe every woman some pampered hothouse bloom? I'm a former adventurer. I've sailed countless leagues. Does he imagine I'm ignorant of how precious fresh water is aboard ship? Paul spread his hands helplessly. Well, it can't be helped, I'm afraid. The Southern must conduct endurance trials, meaning she'll avoid port whenever possible. Fresh water will be considerably more scarce than usual. Trust me, Lord Grayman. Such minor hardships I can weather easily enough. But what of Austen's other concern? I'm told that after sufficient time at sea, even a sew begins looking rather fetching. That's even simpler to resolve. The advisor swept from the room, leaving Paul thoroughly bewildered. A guard's entrance interrupted his musings. Lord Grayman, several men have arrived at the base claiming to be local merchants. They request an audience. Show them in. Shortly thereafter, a veritable throng squeezed into his temporary office. Paul recognized some faces. The ship merchant Bennett Todd, the salt merchant Godwin Toby, though one could scarcely call them merely ship merchant and salt merchant any longer. They'd invested heavily in what Paul termed the emergent industries, papermaking, tinning, porcelain manufacture, and reaped handsome profits whilst contributing substantial tax revenues to the Council of State. Several unfamiliar faces completed the delegation, all bearing the unmistakable stamp of commerce. Lord Grayman, the assembly bowed with practiced deference. What brings you gentlemen to see me? The merchants exchanged meaningful glances before Mr. Todd stepped forward, choosing his words with exquisite care. We've heard whispers that you intend dispatching a vessel south to forge new shipping routes. Paul nodded. Quite so, though I'm certain I mentioned this ages ago. Excitement flickered across their faces. His lordship wasn't merely spinning tales, he was actually proceeding with the venture. Then, might we, Mr. Todd crafted his words as carefully as a goldsmith shapes metal, might we be permitted to select several representatives to sail south alongside your fleet? Paul completed the thought. To conduct reconnaissance. Mr. Todd's eyes gleamed. Precisely. To conduct reconnaissance. These merchants possess the noses of bloodhounds, Paul thought with amusement. This eagerness was precisely what he'd hoped to cultivate. He'd actually forgotten this aspect, originally planning to announce the opportunity after the Southern completed her maiden voyage. Yet here they stood, having sought him out independently. Perfect. Let them witness firsthand the superior capabilities of the new vessel design. Behold the commercial opportunities awaiting in southern waters. Glimpse the vast horizons of maritime trade. Thus, beneath their anxious, hopeful gazes, Paul struck the desk decisively. Granted. Though how many of you we can accommodate requires consultation with the Navy. His lordship's wisdom knows no bounds. The merchants beamed, lavishing praise upon Paul. Lord Grayman, you're rather putting me in an awkward position. The naval commander wore his displeasure openly. Such matters require advanced planning and coordination. Now you're suddenly cramming aboard another batch of passengers. Personnel assignments, spatial allocation, provisioning, everything requires recalculation. Paul grimaced apologetically. My oversight entirely. But these merchant representatives, you absolutely must accommodate. Future oceanic commerce depends upon it. Very well. I'll convene with Quick and the others, see what adjustments we can manage. Precisely then, a measured knock echoed through the chamber. Paul called out, "Enter." The door swung wide, admitting an extraordinarily handsome young gentleman. This striking fellow possessed cascading black locks framing a face of porcelain smoothness, beneath long, slightly curled lashes that sheltered eyes clear as morning dew, whilst crimson irises lent an air of mystery. Most captivating of all were the twin mustaches, trimmed to absolute precision, perfectly tempering the slightly feminine cast to his features. Paul froze in astonishment. Austen, meanwhile, recoiled in alarm. What were the sentries playing at? He'd never clapped eyes on this individual within the base. How had someone simply waltzed through? Lord Greyman had only recently survived an assassination attempt. Just as the naval commander prepared to summon guards, the stranger spoke, and the voice nearly launched both men from their chairs. Lord Greyman, Admiral Austin, shall I now be permitted passage aboard the Southern? Unmistakably the female advisor's voice. Chapter 147. Laddie's warning the inspection of Port Fulen's shipyard complete, Paul Greyman prepared to return to Lakeshore Town after several days by the coast. Before departing, he staged a ceremony that drew every available soldier within earshot. The men who had fought against the pirates, and those who had survived the encounter with the wizard on the road, were called forward one by one to receive their due. The rewards were substantial. Silver coins ranging from 10 to 25 pieces, depending on the magnitude of each man's contribution. In truth, the pay had been calculated and set aside weeks earlier. Alda's military operated under a rigorous merit system now, one that evaluated service by clear criteria rather than the whims or favorites of commanding officers. Every soldier knew that bravery would be recognized, cowardice punished, and competence rewarded. But ceremony mattered. Public recognition stirred something deeper than coin: pride, loyalty, the bone-deep satisfaction of standing before comrades and hearing one's name spoken with honor. Morale across the ranks soared like a banner caught by wind. Preparations for the Southern Star's maiden voyage south proceeded with disciplined urgency. She would depart in a fortnight. Laddie, the scholar advisor, intended to return to Lakeshore Town with Paul first, then ride back to Port Fulen the day before launch. Soon enough, farewells were exchanged with Mayor Theodore and the other town officials. Paul mounted his horse and turned toward home. Given the attack during the journey to Port Fulen, Admiral Austin had insisted on providing an armed escort, a full squad of naval musketeers, their weapons loaded and match cords glowing. Paul's column included more than living men, however. 18 coffins traveled with them, lashed to carts that creaked beneath the weight. 15 guards had died on the road. 3 more had succumbed to their wounds after reaching Port Fulen's infirmary. The first interior guard squad had been cut in half. The survivors remained behind, convalescing. Many would carry scars, visible and otherwise, for the rest of their lives. Captain Victor, his ribs shattered by the wizard's boot, still lay abed, breathing shallowly and cursing his helplessness. Every time Paul glanced back at those coffins, his chest tightened. The excitement he had felt about the southern voyage evaporated, replaced by something gray and heavy. These men had been from Lakeshore Town. Their families would line the streets when the column returned, watching for familiar faces. And when those faces did not appear, when only sealed boxes came home, the weeping would echo through the square. Laddie, riding beside him, saw the shadow cross Paul's expression. Guilt twisted through her own heart. "I am deeply sorry, my lord," she said quietly. "I should have insisted you bring more guards, or prevented the journey altogether. Had you remained in Lakeshore Town, perhaps." "No," Paul shook his head. "You warned me. I chose not to listen closely enough. The failure was mine. I owe you an apology. I did not take your divination as seriously as I ought." He exhaled slowly. "And besides, if we had stayed in town and that wizard had come looking for me there, how many civilians might have died? Better to face him in the open. At least the only casualties were soldiers who chose to stand in harm's way." Laddie fell silent, her brow furrowing as though some thought were struggling to surface. The horses plodded onward. The road stretched ahead, gray beneath gray skies. Minutes passed. Then abruptly she spoke. "My lord." When I examined the wizard's corpse, I noticed something. A tattoo inked into his skin, a symbol I half recognized but could not immediately place. I did not dwell on it at the time. Paul's head snapped toward her. "And now I remember where I have seen it before." Her voice carried a note of grim certainty. "It belongs to an organization of mages called the Arcane Society. At least that was their name when I last encountered them. They may have changed it since." "The Arcane Society," Paul frowned. "Mages form organizations." "Yes, for various purposes. Exchanging magical knowledge, mutual aid, protection against persecution. Most such groups are informal, their members gathering only occasionally. But the Arcane Society was different. How so? Highly organized. disciplined. They boasted considerable membership, or so rumor claimed. Their stated aims seemed reasonable enough. Mutual support among mages, coordinated resistance against church persecution. Many such groups espouse similar ideals. Few amount to anything. You have dealt with them. They invited me to join years ago when I still lived in the South. Clearly you declined. Yes, organizations like the Arcane Society tend to impose rules, hierarchies, obligations. I preferred freedom, the life of a wandering scholar and adventurer. I had no desire to be beholden to anyone. Paul smiled faintly. Then I am grateful for your independence. Otherwise I would lack an advisor of such remarkable competence. Laddie's cheeks colored slightly, but she pressed on. My lord, there is more. The wizard who attacked us called me a traitor. Not just an enemy, a traitor. He was furious that I stood with you against him. That language is significant. How so? Mages generally respect one another's choices, even when they disagree. We do not lightly brand each other as traitors, which leads me to an uncomfortable conclusion. The Arcane Society may have undergone a transformation. Its ideology may have shifted towards something far more radical. Paul's jaw tightened. Radical how? Hostility toward non-mages. A belief that those without magical ability are lesser beings, expendable even. The wizard on the road exemplified that mindset. Laddie's expression darkened further. There is another matter. He claimed the Mudfish pirate crew were his subordinates. We know the Mudfish rose to prominence with extraordinary speed, which suggests significant backing. But mages rarely involve themselves so deeply with ordinary criminals. To expend such effort cultivating a pirate gang implies a larger design. She counted off points on her fingers. First, no single mage, however powerful, can replace an army. Second, given the paramilitary nature of pirate crews, they would serve excellently as proxies for someone seeking to destabilize a region. Paul saw where her reasoning led. You think the Arcane Society is planning something here? In the Northwest Bay, Laddie nodded slowly. The church's influence here is weaker than elsewhere. For mages fleeing persecution, this region would be ideal. If they intend to establish a foothold, or worse, to challenge temporal authority openly, the Northwest Bay is the perfect staging ground. Paul's face grew stony. Internally, he cursed every ancestor the Arcane Society possessed. Of all the places in the world, you had to choose mine. I finally dragged this backwater out of the mud, and you bastards show up looking for a fight. Seeing his expression, Laddie added hastily, These are only suppositions, my lord. I may be mistaken. No, Paul said flatly. There is a principle I have learned to trust. If a bad thing might happen, assume it will. Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. He cracked his riding crop against his boot. That wizard, the Arcane Society. I will uncover every secret they possess. I will know their strength, their aims, their membership. And when the time comes, I will crush them. His lip curled in grim satisfaction. They want to hide in shadows and play clever games. Fine, but when I find them, they will discover what it means to face disciplined musket volleys. Let them conjure all the stone skin and strength spells they like. Lead moves faster than magic. The column rode on, the coffins rattling behind them, the road stretching endlessly ahead beneath a sky the color of ash. Chapter 148. War Council in the shadows. The moment Paul Grayman returned to Lakeshore Town, he summoned those he trusted most, the inner circle, the men who would hold his secrets as firmly as they held their own honor. Wackley Ford, Chief Administrator of the Council of State. Cecil, Head of Intelligence. Owen Schroeder, the grizzled Chief of Staff. Bryce Older, Commander of the Army's 1st Battalion. Ron, Master of Logistics. Kelly, who oversaw equipment and supply. And Philip, the old steward who had served House Grayman since before Paul could walk. Ford, Cecil, and Bryce were veterans of the elder Grayman's reign, men whose loyalty to the family ran bone deep. Schroeder, rigid as tempered steel, lived by the knightly code and had sworn his service upon his honor. Ron and Kelly came from families who had served the Graymans for generations. They would march into hellfire at Paul's command without hesitation. And Philip, dear, dependable Philip, was less a servant than family, having watched Paul grow from swaddling cloth to counted lordship. He gathered them in his private office. Guards stood sentry at the door, turning away anyone who approached. Laddie, the green-haired advisor, sat quietly by the window. Paul wasted no time on pleasantries. He recounted, in precise detail, the attack on the road to Port Fulan. He described the wizard's impossible strength, his stone-hard skin that deflected steel, the brutal efficiency with which he had killed trained soldiers. And he spoke of the organization behind the wizard, the Arcane Society. The assembled men had known, through urgent dispatches, that their lord had survived an assassination attempt, but the reports had described only a highly skilled assailant. No mention of sorcery, no hint of the supernatural. Ford had even ordered the streets cleared when Paul returned, sparing him the sight of grieving widows and fatherless children. Now, hearing the truth from their lord's own lips, they sat in stunned silence. Mouths hung open, hands gripped chair arms white-knuckled. Schroeder and Bryce, both military men, recovered first. So they can still be killed by musket fire, Schroeder said flatly. Good. That is actionable intelligence. Ford cleared his throat. My lord, you mentioned another wizard, one who saved you. Where is this person now? Have they departed? Paul's expression hardened. No, the wizard has not left, which brings me to the matter you must swear to keep secret. He glanced toward the window. Laddie rose slowly, her movements deliberate, and turned to face the room. Gentlemen, she said calmly, I am the witch of whom Lord Grayman speaks. Silence crashed down like a portcullis. It stretched. 10 seconds. 20. Nearly a full minute. You cannot be serious, Bryce finally managed, his eyes bulging. Witches are supposed to be ancient hags, with faces like dried prunes and voices like grinding millstones. Schroeder elbowed him sharply. Do not insult the lady, you fool. Cecil, Ron, and Kelly stared openly, their gazes roving over Laddie as if searching for some mark of otherness. Horns, perhaps, or a forked tongue. Ford and Philip remained the calmest. The steward, having been saved by a wizard in his youth, had always believed. His surprise was mild. Ah, so she is one of them. Ford, for his part, had cultivated unshakable composure through decades of administrative crises. Mountains could crumble, he would simply adjust the ledger. This proves one thing, at least, Ford said evenly. Wizards are not inherently evil, whatever the folk tales claim. He rose and bowed slightly to Laddie. Thank you, miss, for preserving our lord's life. Laddie waved a hand dismissively. Without Lord Grayman's muskets, I could not have survived the encounter either. Paul exhaled quietly. The revelation had gone better than feared. I have called only you, because you are the people I trust most. Laddie's nature must remain secret, especially from the church. You understand why? Schroeder stood, raising his right hand with 2 fingers extended. By the witness of heaven, and upon my honor as a knight, I swear, I shall reveal Laddie's identity to no one save by Lord Grayman's direct command. The others followed suit, each swearing upon whatever they held most sacred. Paul smiled faintly. They did not need to be so solemn. I trust them already, but the oaths reassured nonetheless. Now, he said, to the heart of the matter. How do we counter the Arcane Society? Laddie believes they are plotting something here in the Northwest Bay. Cecil leaned forward. My agents will watch for signs of magical activity. But Miss Laddie, might we impose upon your expertise? Your knowledge could prove invaluable. Of course, Laddie replied. I remain advisor to Lord Grayman and the council. Ask whatever you need. Appreciated. Schroeder addressed her next. Apart from muskets, are wizards truly invulnerable to blades? Ah, no offense intended, miss. None taken, Laddie smiled faintly. Invulnerability is not inherent to mages. It comes from spells. The wizard you fought used stone skin, which hardens flesh to the consistency of granite. Combined with colossal strength, he became nearly unstoppable against unarmored foes. But such mastery is rare. Most mages are far less formidable. Schroeder relaxed slightly. So ordinary tactics can still work against most of them. Bryce spoke up. My lord, we must increase musket production immediately. Ideally, half of every battalion should carry firearms. If a dozen wizards like the one you faced descend upon us, we will need overwhelming firepower. Cecil nodded. And consider the pirate drugs. If the arcane society can refine those potions to replicate stone skin and colossal strength, we face a nightmare. Is such refinement possible, Miss Laddie? Yes, she admitted. It is possible. Paul struck the desk lightly. Then we are agreed. We expand the arsenal immediately. Administrator Ford, can the council fund this? Ford rose. Absolutely. This is a priority. I also recommend equipping the interior guard with muskets. If wizards can masquerade as ordinary citizens, your personal security and that of the populace must be paramount. Excellent. See to it. The candles in the office flickered. Outside, the first stars of evening pricked through the winter sky. Somewhere in the dark, enemies plotted. But here, in this room, plans were laid and oaths were sworn. Paul Grayman would not be caught unprepared again. Chapter 149. The wedge the War Council had dispersed only moments before, leaving Paul alone in his office with his thoughts and a creeping exhaustion that settled into his bones like winter frost. He was just contemplating putting his head down on the desk for a blessed quarter-hour's rest when the door opened again. He very nearly groaned aloud. "Come in," he said instead, summoning what remained of his professional dignity. The door swung inward to reveal Cecil, his intelligence chief, who slipped inside with the furtive energy of a man carrying state secrets. He closed the door with exaggerated care, glancing over his shoulder as though enemy agents might be lurking in the corridor. "Cecil," Paul raised an eyebrow. "What is all this cloak and dagger business? Sit down, for heaven's sake." Cecil approached the desk, offered a slight bow, and settled into the chair opposite. When he spoke, his voice was pitched barely above a whisper. "My lord, I was walking back to my quarters when a thought struck me. I felt it could not wait. Go on." Cecil straightened in his seat, choosing his words with visible care. "Laddie's presence here, whilst valuable, represents a considerable risk." Paul's expression darkened. "Have you lost your mind? She just saved my life, along with half my guard. Are you suggesting we punish her for being born a mage? You have seen her character. You know what manner of person she is." The intelligence chief flushed. "Forgive me, my lord. I phrased that poorly. Then rephrase it. What I mean is this, given how most people view wizards and given the church's theological position on such matters, if anyone discovered we were sheltering a mage and reported us to the ecclesiastical authorities, we would face consequences that do not bear contemplating." Paul spread his hands in frustration. "Obviously, I am well aware. But what am I supposed to do? Cast her out? Betray someone who stood beside me in battle? No, no." Cecil waved his hands urgently. "That is not what I am proposing at all." "Then what are you proposing?" Cecil leaned forward, dropping his voice even lower. "An opportunity, my lord. A chance to reduce the threat the church poses." Paul's irritation evaporated, replaced by sharp interest. He fixed Cecil with an intent stare. "Speak plainly. No riddles. Are you aware that the Bishop of the Northwest Bay is retiring? His health has been failing. Within the month he will step down. I had not heard. And this concerns us how? Can you guess who is being appointed in his place?" "Cecil, if you make me play guessing games, I will have you inventory the grain stores by hand." The intelligence chief's eyes gleamed with suppressed excitement. "Abbot Leonard, from the monastery near town." Paul blinked. "Leonard, our Leonard, the very same. The old king negotiated an arrangement with the church years ago. Bishops appointed within Oldor must be Oldoran citizens. Leonard fits perfectly. Devout enough to satisfy the ecclesiastical hierarchy, loyal enough to satisfy the crown. Both sides are pleased. I knew about the arrangement, but I still do not see." Cecil allowed himself a sly smile. "When Leonard ascends to bishop, my lord, the position of abbot at the monastery becomes vacant, and I have learned, through careful inquiry, that Leonard intends to name Father Anderson as his successor." Anderson, Paul considered this. A bit bookish, perhaps, but fundamentally decent. He trained at that monastery, did he not? Makes sense he would return. Ah, but here is the interesting part. Cecil leaned back, clearly savoring the moment. Father Anderson is, by all accounts, absolutely miserable about the appointment. Spends his days sighing and pacing the chapel like a man condemned. What? Why? This is a promotion. Because, my lord, Father Anderson has hobbies. He is a scholar of botany and natural philosophy, spends every spare moment tending his gardens, cataloging plants, studying insects. He is even a member of the Society of Reason, more academic than theological, that man. I had noticed the gardens. What of it? Running a monastery is no small task. Anderson will be drowned in administrative duties from dawn to dusk. No time for his flowers. No time for his studies. He is devastated but cannot refuse his mentor's command. Paul frowned. I sympathize. But where are you going with this? Cecil's smile widened into something almost predatory. Father Morrison seems to have rather a lot of free time these days. Perhaps he could assist Father Anderson with his new duties. Morrison, the priest Paul had discovered in Port Fulen's chapel, compromised by the Shark Gang and subsequently blackmailed into service. Since returning to Lakeshore Town, Morrison had been appointed headmaster of the West Academy and tasked with managing several propaganda, education teams. He also spent time in the military camps, hearing confessions and subtly reshaping the soldiers' worldview in accordance with Paul's instructions. Understanding crashed over Paul like a wave. He surged forward and seized Cecil's hands, startling the intelligence chief badly. I have been waiting for an opportunity like this, Paul said, his eyes blazing. And you, Cecil, have just handed it to me on a silver platter. You magnificent bastard. Cecil paled slightly. Ah, my lord, there is no guarantee this will work. If it fails, it will not fail. Paul slammed his palm on the desk, making Cecil jump. This is too perfect to waste. I am going to the chapel. Now, in the chapel garden, Father Anderson stood amidst his beloved flowers, staring down at them with the expression of a man bidding farewell to dear friends. In a few days, he would depart for the monastery. Who would tend these plants in his absence? The new priest might rip them all out to make room for what? Cobblestones. A stable. He clasped his hands and prayed with desperate sincerity. Almighty Lord, grant me wisdom. Show me a path whereby I might honor my teacher's command without abandoning these innocent lives you have placed in my care. Father Anderson. His eyes snapped open. That voice, Count Grayman. The Lord himself stood at the garden gate, grinning like a man who had just won a wager. Anderson hurriedly straightened his robes and rushed toward the entrance. My lord, forgive me, I was not expecting. Father, Paul strode forward, clasping the priest's hand warmly. It has been far too long. You saved my life when I fell ill, and I have been shamefully remiss in thanking you properly. Please, my lord, it was my duty as a servant of the faith. Any man of the cloth would have done the same. Nevertheless, Paul gestured sharply. One of his guards stepped forward, presenting a wooden chest. I have brought you a gift. As a token of my gratitude. He patted the chest, his smile broadening. Shall we see what is inside? Chapter 150, The Gift That Binds. What is this? Father Anderson asked, eyeing the chest with puzzlement. Let us step inside, shall we? Paul replied smoothly. This is not a conversation for the garden. Of course, my lord. Please, this way. Inside the chapel's modest receiving room, Paul made no immediate move to open the wooden chest. Instead, he settled into a chair and adopted the tone of a man making pleasant small talk. I have heard you possess wide-ranging interests, Father. Walking through your garden just now, I can see the rumors were entirely accurate. Quite the botanical collection. Anderson ducked his head, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. A small hobby, my lord. Nothing worthy of note. Inwardly, bitterness clawed at him. Small hobby, soon to be abandoned entirely. Paul leaned forward, eyes bright with feigned curiosity. I have also heard you are affiliated with the Society of Reason. Is that true? The priest hesitated. Not formally, my lord. I would very much like to join them, of course. I admire their work tremendously. They are scholars of the highest caliber. Then why have you not applied? Anderson's flush deepened. The society maintains rigorous standards for membership. One must present a significant academic contribution, a discovery, a thesis, some meaningful advancement of knowledge. I have not yet achieved anything of that magnitude. He managed a wan smile. I am afraid I fall rather short of their requirements. Paul found himself genuinely intrigued by the Society of Reason. He had initially dismissed the church as a collection of pious fraudsters whose primary occupation was mumbling Latin at credulous peasants. But this sect within the faith, dedicating themselves to exploring natural philosophy as a means of approaching the divine, was something else entirely. It reminded him of figures from another world's history. Copernicus, who had overturned the cosmos whilst wearing a cassock. Mendel, the monk whose pea plants had unlocked heredity. Lemaitre, the priest who had proposed the universe, began with a bang. All men of the cloth, all pioneers of science. The church had preserved knowledge through dark centuries, maintained libraries when warlords burned books, and church schools had been among the few places where common-born youths could receive education. "Do not lose heart," Paul said encouragingly. "Talent always reveals itself, eventually. I am certain the society will recognize your worth in time." "You are kind to say so, my lord." But Anderson no longer believed it. Once he became abbot, administrative duties would devour every waking hour. Research would become an impossible dream. Paul placed the chest on the table between them. "Which is precisely why I have decided to assist you. I have commissioned the creation of a tool specifically for scholars such as yourself." Under Anderson's curious gaze, he opened the chest and revealed its contents, a gleaming brass microscope. In truth, Paul had intended to gift Anderson a microscope for some time, having learned of the priest's botanical interests. He had simply been too busy to follow through until now. Cecil's scheme had provided the perfect excuse. Anderson stared at the device, utterly baffled. What is it?" One moment. Paul produced a thin, translucent slice of something pale and fibrous. "This is cork, cut into an extremely thin section." He positioned the sample beneath the lens assembly. "Look through the eyepiece here, father. The small glass at the top." Anderson bent and pressed his eye to the lens. His breath caught. "What am I seeing?" Beneath the glass, the cork had transformed into a honeycomb of tiny chambers, hundreds upon hundreds of perfect little boxes, arranged with geometric precision. Paul could not quite suppress his grin. "That device is called a microscope. It uses carefully shaped lenses to bend light in such a way that objects appear magnified several hundred times their actual size. What you are observing is that piece of cork, enlarged so you can see its internal structure." "Impossible," Anderson breathed. Yet his eye remained glued to the eyepiece. "This is extraordinary. If what you say is true, if this is truly cork magnified, then wood is composed of these tiny compartments, like bricks in a wall." What Anderson was actually observing were the dead cell walls of plant tissue, but Paul saw no reason to ruin the priest's wonder with pedantic explanations. "That," Paul said, "is for scholars like you to determine. I provide the tool. You uncover the truth." Anderson finally tore his gaze away from the microscope. His hands were trembling slightly. "My lord, this microscope, are you offering it to me?" "Of course. That was rather the point of bringing it." Anderson's throat worked. In the moment his eye had met that lens, a door had opened in his mind. A door leading into a vast, uncharted territory where mysteries waited like treasures in the dark. He bowed deeply. "Thank you, my lord. I cannot adequately express my gratitude. Think nothing of it." Paul waved dismissively, then added in a carefully casual tone, "You might try examining other specimens. Plant leaves, flower petals, even a drop of pond water. I promise you will find the results illuminating." He paused, then delivered the knife twist with perfect timing. "Assuming, of course, you have the time." Anderson's expression crumpled. The excitement drained from his face like water from a broken jug, replaced by gray misery. He sank into his chair and released a long, defeated sigh. "Time? Yes. That will be in rather short supply soon." Paul widened his eyes in theatrical surprise. "Why ever do you say that, father?" Anderson could not quite meet his gaze. "My lord, I must confess something. My teacher, Abbot Leonard, is to be appointed Bishop of the Northwest Bay within the fortnight." Wonderful news. A man of Leonard's integrity and devotion will serve the faithful admirably. "Indeed. I am very happy for him." Anderson's voice suggested otherwise. "However, he has named me as his successor. I am to become abbot of the monastery." Paul clapped his hands together. "But that is excellent. A promotion. For a servant of the Lord, such distinctions are meaningless." Anderson said miserably. But managing a monastery is no simple task. It will consume my days entirely. The burden does not frighten me, truly it does not. But my studies, he gestured helplessly at the microscope. This gift you have given me will sit gathering dust. I will never have time to use it. Paul nodded gravely. I understand completely. Since assuming my father's title, I have been buried beneath documents and responsibilities. No freedom, no privacy. Every word scrutinized. I sympathize deeply with your predicament. Anderson looked genuinely touched. Thank you, my lord. It eases my heart to be understood. Yet your teacher insists you take the position, and you cannot refuse without appearing to shirk your duty to the faith. Paul shook his head sadly. A true dilemma. Anderson's face twisted with internal conflict. I am torn between two paths, and neither feels entirely right. It is sinful of me to even hesitate. My devotion should be absolute. There is an old saying, Paul mused. One man wishes to eat fish, another wishes to eat bare paw, but he cannot have both. I believe that captures your situation rather neatly. He winced. Apologies. Comparing spiritual duty to culinary desire is rather crude. No offense taken, my lord. Paul suddenly straightened, as though struck by inspiration. He slapped his thigh with enough force to make Anderson jump. Wait, I have just thought of something. What if I provided you with an assistant? Someone capable, trustworthy, who could handle the administrative burdens whilst you focus on the spiritual and scholarly aspects of your role. Anderson blinked. An assistant, someone who understands church protocol, who can manage accounts and schedules, leaving you free to tend your gardens and peer through your magnificent new microscope. A flicker of hope kindled in Anderson's eyes. That might actually work, my lord. Paul smiled. The hook was set.